Hi guys, it's Shadow. Uploading high-quality audiobooks for you, it's very time-consuming and hard-working process. So please support me so I can keep uploading for you. This is how. You can donate directly through my PayPal or Ko-fi. You will find links in the description. Or you can join our Telegram channel where you will find all paid audiobooks that we provide. Also, you can make requests and you will find proof of payments from our plus 200 paid members. If you can't support me financially, just like and subscribe our videos. Thank you guys, your support means a lot. And as always, enjoy Shadow.
Chapter 701 Brother to Me 1. 2 weeks had passed since the preparations for the soul-splitting procedure had begun. The moment of separation between Ashton and Astaroth was looming, and the tension in the laboratory was palpable. They had run countless simulations for every possible outcome, and thankfully everything was in order. It was surprising as they had never seen such positive results, but it was likely due to the precursor tech they had used. Within days, every detail had been meticulously arranged for the impending event, and the room hummed with anticipation as the day of the operation arrived. As planned, Ashton was summoned to the lab for a final check, and as he stepped into the room, his eyes were immediately drawn to the sight before him. Inside a transparent cylindrical tank, a surreal image met his gaze: his clone, suspended in a peculiar greenish liquid. The eerie fluid surrounded the clone, keeping it in an almost ghostly state. It was an uncanny sight, seeing his likeness suspended in such an unusual manner, and it made him a bit uncomfortable. Astaroth, as always, couldn't resist commenting as he observed the scene. His voice resonated within Ashton's mind. "It's strange, isn't it? Seeing yourself like this." With a bemused expression, Ashton couldn't help but shake his head, his voice tinged with sarcasm. "It's not like you get to see your other self outside of a mirror, is it?" he replied. "Also, I'm still not sure if cloning myself was the right choice. Well, what's done is done. No point dwelling on it. Oh, also, I don't know why, but this clone does look more handsome, don't you think? It looks better than me?" Ashton raised an eyebrow. "Astaroth, it's supposed to look identical to me. That's the whole point of it being a clone. And, LB //1.n. It looks better because soon it will be my body. What good are your looks when you'll still be a virgin trapped in a new body? This bitch, that joke has gotten old already. Think of something new. Do I have to?" Their exchange was momentarily halted as Ibis, her demeanor serious, approached Ashton. She was tired from working all day and night, and yet she had a smile on her face as she greeted Ashton. "Are you ready for the procedure, Ashton?" Ashton's response was a simple nod. Ava and Anna were the only other witnesses in the room, along with the essential Zyrans who were needed to facilitate the process. But it would be a lie if someone were to say there was no tension around them. "All right then," Ashton smiled while looking at Ava and Anna. "See you in a bit." "Of course," Anna replied, briefly kissing him as she whispered in his ears. "Once you're out, you'll have to compensate me for all this tension, and I'm not taking no for an answer. Succubus through and through, aren't you?" Ashton smiled before hugging Ava. After a few heartfelt embraces from his mother and Anna, Ashton stepped into the second cylindrical tank, and moments later, it was filled with the strange greenish liquid. As everyone got to work on the outside, Ashton was having another conversation with Astaroth inside the shared mental space. Astaroth did his best, guiding Ashton through the complexities of the impending procedure. "This is the last conversation we'd share like this. Good riddance, I say." Ashton's words were tinged with a hint of nostalgia, and perhaps a touch of sentimentality. "But to be honest, I'll miss our psychic conversations. Likewise, well, I'll proceed with isolating our consciousness. It's more like segregating it into different parts of your brain to ease the process. Right, see you when I wake up." As Ashton spoke those words, there was a sense of acceptance in his tone. With that, his vision gradually darkened as he slipped into unconsciousness. Within moments, Ibis and the Zyrans, who had been observing closely, began the intricate procedure that would separate Ashton and Astaroth. However, not everyone was on board with helping the precursor, which became evident as the procedure entered the advanced stages. An unexpected crisis unfolded that sent shockwaves through the laboratory. Ashton, submerged in the liquid inside his chamber, began convulsing violently, his body racked with spasms. "What's happening?" Panic erupted among the observers, and Anna, in a state of distress, cried out, "Ibis, do something." Ibis stood there, her expression a mixture of concern and alarm, her mind racing to find a solution. It was the first time something like that had happened in her presence. Besides, Ibis had ensured that everything was in order before beginning the procedure. That's why the current scenario was out of the results she had expected. The room was tense, and the Zyrans exchanged uneasy glances as they grappled with the rapidly escalating crisis. Suddenly, one of the chambers burst open, and Ashton's golden-skinned clone, who was none other than Astaroth, emerged from it, cradling the convulsing Ashton in his arms. Anna and Ava, quick to react, rushed to assist, but Astaroth gestured them to stop and placed Ashton on the floor. He then executed a precise maneuver, utilizing an ancient healing technique in the form of his aura, emanating from his hands to stabilize Ashton and end the convulsions. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room as Astaroth's timely intervention saved Ashton from further harm. Ava and Anna, their expressions filled with gratitude, turned their attention to the now-stabilized Ashton, ensuring he was all right. He's fine now. The fluid inside the pods had an adverse reaction with his genetic material, causing his reaction. Astaroth reassured them calmly. Thankfully, there's no lasting damage. But you should take him to rest somewhere just in case. Thank you. Ava nodded and called for help before promptly assisting Ashton to the hospital, where he could recover safely. Once they had departed, the atmosphere in the laboratory shifted dramatically. The smile on Astaroth's face disappeared and contorted with anger. It was a face the Zyrans hadn't seen for ages, but they were frozen in fear when Astaroth turned to face them. Without wasting any time, Astaroth advanced towards Ibis and grabbed her by the neck, his grip tightening around her throat as he lifted her off the ground. I trusted you and you tried to kill him? He roared over the beeping noise of the machines around. Give me one damned reason not to kill you this instant. Chapter 702 Brother to me too. Chapter 702 Brother to me too. Ibis struggled desperately with an Astaroth's unyielding grasp, her fingers clawing at his vice-like grip as she gasped for breath. Her eyes, wide with fear, darted around the laboratory, searching for any sign of help. The Zyrans who were present there sensed the danger of the situation and formed a circle around them, their voices raised in a futile attempt to calm Astaroth. And Zerovulbin. Astaroth paid no heed to the pleas of his fellow Zyrans, and his grip remained unrelenting. He was determined to get answers one way or the other. He leaned in closer to Ibis, his voice laced with a deadly intensity as he demanded again, why did you try to kill Ashton? Ibis struggled to form words under the relentless pressure on her throat, but she eventually found her voice as a faint, strained mumble. I don't know what you're talking about. Hearing that answer made Astaroth even angrier. In his twisted mind, he came up with the only possible reason for Ibis to do something so reckless. Seraph, you endangered Ashton's life to get back at me for killing Seraph, is that it? Astaroth scoffed before shaking his head. I was foolish to believe you'll ever help me without an ulterior motive. For some reason, hearing those words from Astaroth's mouth pained her like nothing had. Not even the news of Astaroth's presumed death was as painful as the look of hatred in his eyes for her. Lady Ibis had nothing to do with the incident. At that very moment, another Zyran stepped forward, emboldened by the dire situation. His voice was unwavering as he admitted to his dark intent. I was the one who tried to sabotage the Soul Splitter. I believed Ashton was too great a risk to be left alive, he continued. I thought crippling or ending his existence would be the best course of action to restore the Zyran dominance over the galaxy. Nikai. Ibis suddenly found her strength and exclaimed the young man's name. She knew Nikai held a candle for her but only viewed him as a friend and had always shot down his advances. However, she hadn't expected him to endanger his life for her sake. The thought that the young man could do something sinister never crossed Ibis' mind. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Nikai had indeed sabotaged the procedure, not in the hopes of killing Ashton but to stop Astaroth's resurrection. He knew with Astaroth in the picture, he would never be able to convince Ibis of his love for her. Hence, saw it as an opportunity to end the roadblock once and for all. With Beelzebub and Astaroth out of his way, no one could steal Ibis away from him, or so Nikai thought. Unfortunately, he hadn't expected Astaroth to segregate Ashton and his conscience before the procedure. Hence, it was too late by the time he sabotaged the operation. Astaroth had already linked with his new body, and Ashton became the target as he was the only soul in the primary body. When Astaroth violently reacted towards Ibis, Nikai realized he had made a mistake. But instead of telling the truth and diminishing his image in what could be his final moments, he decided to make up a story. Nikai wanted to portray himself as a hero who tried to maintain the status quo by eliminating the soul being who could threaten the Zyrans instead of a pathetic loser. I did what I thought was right, Nikai boldly proclaimed. So let her go and do what you will with me. Everyone in the room gasped as Nikai, someone who couldn't even correctly wield a sword, challenged someone like Astaroth. Still holding Ibis aloft, Astaroth regarded the confessor with a steely gaze before taking a deep breath. This wasn't how he had expected to live the first moments of his new life. Very well then, he remarked. I shall teach you a lesson in humility. Astaroth's grip on Ibis' throat slowly loosened, and he released her, allowing her to fall to the ground. But instead of tending to her safety, Ibis launched herself at Astaroth's feet, her desperation noticeable even to the blind. She knew what was coming, and she was determined to prevent it. Astaroth, please. He's a fool who doesn't know what he did. She shrieked. I'll teach him a lesson myself. You don't need to dirty your hands. Dirty my hands? Astaroth stopped before staring into Ibis' eyes. You may have forgotten how many souls I have destroyed, but I do, and adding another one to the pile won't affect anyone. Astaroth, please, I beg you. Ibis continued pleading for Nikke's life. Nikai. Apologize to him this instant and hell forgive you. Unfortunately, it didn't seem Nikai felt the same. If anything, watching the love of his life beg for someone only made him angrier. Sadly, it was that anger that sealed Nikai's fate. I'm sorry, my lady, Nikai mumbled before retrieving his pistol and aiming for Astaroth's head. But I want to apologize to a traitor. Everyone was shocked and reprimanded Nikai for his words. Whether Astaroth was a traitor or not was debatable, but someone as lowly as Nikai had no right to threaten one of the great generals of their empire. However, Nikai didn't care about what others had to say and fired on Astaroth, who slightly tilted his head to dodge the bullet. Ibis tried to get everyone under control, but it was too late. Astaroth shrugged her off with casual indifference. His golden eyes shifted to Nikai. In the blink of an eye, an explosion of energy emanated from Astaroth's hand, and the Zyron's head was obliterated in a grisly spectacle. The room fell into a horrified hush as they witnessed the abrupt and brutal demise of one of their own. The room was filled with a deafening silence, the aftermath of Astaroth's swift and merciless judgment. Nikai's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, blood still spurting from his headless corpse. Ibis sat a few paces away, her eyes wide with shock and her face drained of color. Her hands trembled as she stared at the ghastly aftermath of misunderstandings and wrong choices. Her lips parted, but no words escaped. She only managed a faint, breathless gasp before turning towards Astaroth. But it didn't seem like he was in the mood to talk to her. Let this be a lesson for all of you, he said. Betrayal to our cause will not be tolerated. Now clean up this mess. Chapter 703 Brother to Me 3. Chapter 703 Brother to Me 3. Ashton had been resting in the hospital room after the harrowing incident in the laboratory. His eyes were open now, and his condition had improved significantly since Astaroth's intervention. The Guardian had sensed something was off with Ashton and rushed to his side and only allowed visitors once they were confident about Ashton's health. Ava and Anna, his mother and beloved, were by his side, offering comfort and relief. The room was filled with familial warmth, a sanctuary from the chaos that had unfolded moments ago. You scared me to death for once, son, Ava smiled, patting Ashton's cheek as he smiled. Ma, I'm not dying so soon, so stop worrying about me, Ashton said with a smile. She's your mother, of course, she'll be worried about you no matter how strong you are, Anna retorted, gently slapping his arm. So you're telling me you weren't? As they conversed and shared their relief that Ashton had more or less recovered, a faint but distinct knock resounded at the door. The sudden sound made Ava and Anna startle, their eyes widening with surprise when they saw who it was. The door creaked open slowly, and there, making his entrance, was Astaroth. Seeing him took Ava and Anna aback. They hadn't gotten a good look at Astaroth before, their attention solely focused on Ashton's condition. Now, standing before them was an exact copy of Ashton himself. Oh God, I was shocked for a moment. Ava couldn't help but voice her astonishment, her words tinged with amazement. It's going to take some getting used to, having two Ashtons around the city. Well, it's not a bad thing, is it? Astaroth flashed a mischievous smile as he replied. Double the trouble, double the fun. No more trouble. Ava immediately replied. The city is already in ruins as it is. I'll try my best, Astaroth chuckled. I'm not sure if your son will or not. Aye, fucker. Did you come here to talk shit about me? Ashton said. His words prompted a light slap on his cheek. He had wholly forgotten that others could hear their conversation now that he and Astaroth weren't sharing his mind. Ashton, language. Ava sternly warned him. Sorry, Mom, my tongue slipped a bit. Ashton apologized before turning towards Anna. Could you two leave for a moment? I would like to discuss something with Astaroth in private. I'm sure. NOLB//1.N. As Ava and Anna prepared to leave the room to grant Ashton and Astaroth some privacy, Anna paused by Ashton's bedside. She leaned in to give him a tender kiss on the cheek, her eyes brimming with affection. We'll be right outside, Ashton. If you need anything, just let us know. Thank you, Astaroth, for what you did for my son. I am very grateful. Ava echoed Anna's sentiment and offered her own words of gratitude. Astaroth's smile was warm and reassuring. I was just returning the favor. You can count on me to keep him safe. Once Ava and Anna had exited the room, closing the door behind them, Ashton and Astaroth were left alone, allowing for a more confidential conversation between the two. I guess I have the perfect alibi now, Ashton quipped. It wasn't me, it was my evil twin. He's the killer or something like that. Just think of the mischief we could get into with this double act, Astaroth chuckled, his golden eyes shimmering with amusement. Well, if not for our different skin colors. The jovial atmosphere was soon replaced by a more serious tone, as Ashton broached a crucial subject. Astaroth, I need to know something. Who tried to kill me during the soul-splitting process? He asked. I hope you know that I can't ignore an attempt on my life, even if it was from one of your kind. You remember out about the attack? Astaroth was momentarily surprised that Ashton even recalled the attack, as he was supposed to be unconscious during the procedure, but he offered a comforting pat on Ashton's shoulder. What do you mean? I was awake through the entire process except the bit at the start, Ashton mumbled. Whatever they did to me didn't hurt, but it made my body go berserk. So I hope you know I can't just let go of them. You don't need to worry about that, Ashton. I've already taken care of the problem. Astaroth replied. Taken care of it? Ashton smirked. You son of a bitch, you told me not to kill any more Zyrans and went ahead and did it yourself? Well, they already see me as a traitor, so what worse can they do about it? Astaroth smiled back. Besides, you're like a brother to me. An attempt on your life is like an attempt on mine. Ashton smiled upon hearing those words and nodded, knowing their connection was still the same as before, even if they weren't sharing his body anymore. I just want you to know that I appreciate it, Ashton replied before getting serious. Also, I want your opinion on something. What do you think about forming an alliance with the Zyrans? Astaroth's expression grew contemplative, his golden eyes taking on a distant quality as he considered the proposition. While it was true that the Zyrans held knowledge that could be invaluable in dealing with precursors, he had reservations about their ultimate loyalty. Being a Zyran himself, Astaroth knew his kind would turn on Ashton as soon as they were done dealing with the more significant threat, and he expressed his doubts to him. Ashton, it's not just about what they can offer. It's also about trust, Astaroth replied. I'm worried that once the Zyrans achieve their goal of defeating Krohan, they may see you as a threat and turn on you as well. Well, you're right about that, Ashton nodded, acknowledging Astaroth's concerns. I know the Zyrans are a complex race, and their motivations might not align with ours. But we do need their help to fight Krohan. If they don't help, then it would have to be the two of us against him. Well, that is true, but I'm not keen on getting my ass handed to Krohan just yet, Astaroth sighed. So what do you say? Is it time for us to pay a visit to my homeworld? Think it is. Let's see what the Zyrans have to offer, and if an alliance is possible. Ashton's crimson eyes sparkled with determination as he nodded. He continued, if it is, we'll call it a day, and if it isn't, then it'd be better to get rid of them before they intervene in matters where they don't belong. Chapter 704 Council's Dilemma. Chapter 704 Council's Dilemma. The Grand Council Chamber of the Zyran civilization, adorned with intricate designs and grandeur, was a place where decisions that shaped their future were made. On this day, it had transformed into a theater of shock and tension, as council members gathered for an unprecedented emergency session. The reason behind this extraordinary assembly was a revelation that had sent ripples of disbelief through their ranks. We have received the reports, one council member declared, their voice trembling with the weight of the revelation he was about to make. Astaroth is alive. The news hung heavily in the air, and whispers of disbelief and gasps filled the chamber. Astaroth, the Zyran they had collectively labeled as a traitor for the death of Seraph, was not dead but alive, and that caused the council to worry. Adorned in their regal robes, the council members sat in stunned silence. Their expressions reflected a mix of shock, uncertainty, and a touch of unease. A noticeable tension pervaded the chamber as they grappled with the implications of this revelation. After everything they had done to him, it was likely that Astaroth would want revenge. The name of Astaroth alone was enough to strike fear in the hearts of the council members as they remembered how difficult it had been to expel him. As such, a heated debate erupted as council members voiced their concerns and fears. He must seek vengeance, argued one, her voice rising. Our judgment and actions led to his alleged death. He has every reason to want retribution no matter the cost. Let's not jump to conclusions. He might be alive, but does he seek revenge? Yet another one chimed in. Are you suffering from memory loss? Do you not remember how the council treated him all those years ago? Another member joined the conversation. We branded him a traitor and cast him aside. Of course, he'd want vengeance. The discussions grew more fervent and impassioned, with voices on both sides of the argument stating their cases. Embroiled in a fierce debate, council members weighed the consequences of Astaroth's return and the potential threats it posed to their civilization and plans moving forward. Amid the heated debate, a sense of humiliation pervaded the chamber. Council members were acutely aware of their failure to deal with Ashton and Astaroth, for which they had sent Ibis to Earth. Unfortunately, it led to their defeat, and that sense of failure weighed heavily on them. The desire to reassert their authority over Earth and its inhabitants was noticeable even to the densest person who ever lived. A faction within the council, driven by anger and wounded pride, fervently advocated for swift and vengeful action. Their voices grew louder, as did their desire to bring the might of the Zyran forces crashing down upon Earth and its defiant allies. They were determined to prove that the Zyran race was not to be trifled with. However, contrary voices emerged, advocating for a more cautious approach. These council members emphasized that Earth had unforeseen allies in the new Tower Master, and even the Orion Empire was by their side. They cautioned against recklessly pursuing a vengeful war, which could lead to devastating consequences for the Zyran race. Besides, they had sworn to protect Earth, not to destroy it, and what they did already was enough to be seen as a breach of their contract with the precursors. It's not just about revenge, one council member implored. We must consider the bigger picture. Astaroth may not be the enemy we've perceived him to be. Everybody's attention was on the rude, the council elder, when he said that. Rude was once Seraph's trusted follower. Hence, his words were often valued in the council meetings. What do you mean, elder? We can't just trust someone who killed Lord Seraph? Rude ignored the remark and continued. I've seen a different side, a possibility for cooperation. Had Astaroth wanted revenge, would he let go of the advantage he had by not killing the Zyrans on Earth to maintain his secret? Nobody had the answer to Rude's question. It was known that the warmonger Astaroth wouldn't hesitate to kill anyone, and everyone as soon as he got his own body. The fact that he had only killed one Zyran since being reborn significantly improved what the council had expected from him. Also, the Zyran he killed. Nikai was at fault as he tried to kill a precursor called Ashton in the reports. Rude continued but was interrupted. Is that the human with the power signature we detected earlier? The one they claim to be Earth's inaugural Scrade individual? Indeed, Rude uttered quietly, bracing himself to reveal a startling revelation to the council. There's a growing belief that he had a precursor heritage, and I hold strong suspicions that this figure may well be none other than Lord Johann. The council chamber fell into an abrupt silence as Rude's words hung heavy in the air. The council members sat in their ornate seats had astonishment and disbelief etched on their faces. It was as if time had momentarily frozen in the grand chamber. Rude stood before the council, his eyes fixed on their collective expressions. He could sense the shock and confusion that permeated the room. The council, who had long revered Lord Johann as the benefactor of the Zyrans, had always believed him to be a figure of great significance. To now hear the possibility that he might be connected to Ashton, a human, was nothing short of astonishing. And Zerovel bien. How can this be? A council member muttered. We've been debating on assassinating the progeny of our lord? In the lust for power, we almost committed an unforgivable sin. Lord Rude, Irobo, a council member and a believer of purest values, demanded, even if you're the one claiming that Ashton is Johann's son, we still need concrete evidence. I hope you won't mind presenting it before us? Of course, Rude responded. I am not one to make baseless claims, unlike some. Without hesitation, he pulled up a holographic display and projected a series of images, documents, and historical records onto the chamber's walls. The council members watched intently as the evidence began to unfold. The evidence I present is based on a comprehensive examination of historical data, familial records, and precursor lineage, Rude confidently announced. He continued, but if that's not enough for you, I present Ashton's genetic markers to you. They show a remarkable resemblance to Lord Johann's. This is a mere chance. The probability of this connection being coincidental is exceedingly low. Irobo grumbled and resumed his seat as the evidence before the council was more than enough for them to determine that Ashton, if anything, should be among the council and not as their target. Chapter 705 Precursor Artifact 1. Chapter 705 Precursor Artifact 1. It's been a while, Astaroth mused, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Since I felt the heat from a star on my skin, or the gentle touch of the wind on a planet. I used to take those sensations for granted, you know. Ashton, standing beside Astaroth on the balcony of the Eastern Palace's new mansion. The sun bathed them in a warm golden glow, and the wind carried the faint scent of exotic flora with it, unlike the stench of the undead from before. N.O.V/LB. I.N. The place also held significance for the two because it was inside the Eastern Palace that Ashton was made aware of Astaroth's existence. Other than that, Astaroth's words resonated with Ashton, reminding him of the stark contrast between his existence as a human and his newfound precursor experience. In the short span of a few years, he had witnessed the vastness of space, harnessed incredible power, and confronted formidable foes. Still, there was a simplicity to the sensations of being human that he had come to appreciate after facing countless problems. You're right, Astaroth. Sometimes the littlest things mean the most. Ashton smiled, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Feeling the warmth of a sun or the wind, they remind us of the beauty of existence. Look what you did. Turn me all sentimental. After living inside your head for all this time, I think I deserve some payback. Astaroth turned his eyes to Ashton, a hint of gratitude in his expression. Even then, I'm glad to be alive. There's much we can learn from these moments of peace, especially amid chaos like now. The two stood there, bathed in the sun's warmth, appreciating the simple yet profound pleasures because they knew they were headed towards a storm that would break everyone in one way or another. But they weren't there to relax as their eyes turned towards the courtyard, which now doubled as a hangar. The metallic clang of tools and the hum of energy reverberated through the large bay of the Zyran mothership, where Tariq and Ibis toiled tirelessly, along with a plethora of engineers that Ashton had lent from his allies. Their faces were smudged with grease and sweat, and their clothing was stained from the long hours spent repairing the Zyran ships that would soon carry Ashton and Astaroth to the Zyran homeworld. While the Orions wanted to accompany Ashton and Astaroth along with Ibis ships, they politely declined the offer. The relationships between the empires were strained, and Ashton didn't want to take any chances and hamper their little chance of gaining Zyran's support. Besides, Ashton and Astaroth were enough to wreak havoc on the Zyran should a need arise. However, Ashton did ask a favor from the Orions, and that was to protect the Earth in his absence, and the Empire readily agreed. I hope it won't take long, Ashton mumbled as he noticed Tarek hard at work. Below them, Tarek expertly welded a fractured hull, and Ibis meticulously calibrated the ship's energy systems. It was a painstaking process, but they knew the importance of their task. The Zyran ships needed to be in optimal condition for the impending negotiations. Why do you think that? Astaroth said, observing their efforts, leaning against a nearby console. Krohan oddly, he kept quiet all this time, Ashton replied. When the Zyran ships appeared, I thought it was Krohan, but he's been eerily quiet till now. Well, I might have an explanation for it, Astaroth replied, his golden-skinned clone form exuding an air of casual confidence. What if he didn't attack us yet just because he couldn't? What do you mean? What if he is trapped on Euphoria and can't leave the planet? Astaroth suggested. Then it would make sense why he hasn't attacked us yet. Ashton got quiet once he heard Astaroth's explanation. While that could be true, it also made Ashton realize something. Could it be his master's sacrifice was for no reason? If Krohan couldn't leave Euphoria, then why did Vulcan and Flint May sacrifice themselves? Just the thought filled him with regret and anger that he had been trying to suppress every second since returning to Earth. I know what you're thinking, Astaroth mumbled. And you have gotten it all wrong. Whether you believe it or not, had the dwarf and Flintface not stayed behind, Krohan would have turned your ship into ash before you even got inside it. He continued, had it not been for their sacrifice, both of us would be dead or worse, turned into mindless creatures obeying that fucker's commands. Ashton sighed and nodded. He knew remembering his master's sacrifice as a foolish move was an insult to their legacy, and that was the last thing Ashton wanted to do. Thankfully, Astaroth was there to guide him and focus on the positives instead. However, Astaroth was having doubts of his own, not related to Krohan but to the Zyrans. Ibis, he began, his tone laced with skepticism. Are you certain you want to trust the Zyrans? Their history is one of selfishness and secrecy. Forming an alliance with them might not be the wisest move. I understand your reservations about them. Had I been in your place, I would think the same, Ashton replied, his voice steady. But we don't have many options. Krohan poses a grave threat to everyone. If we stand divided, he will exploit our weaknesses. Besides, with both of us in individual bodies, the Zyrans wouldn't dare test us. Astaroth considered his words, his gaze shifting to Ibis, who was assisting another Zyran crew member with ship repairs nearby. Suddenly, Ibis' laughter rang out as someone shared a joke, and Astaroth couldn't help but smile at the infectious joy. He had been at war with himself for centuries, always brooding and stern. So much so that he forgot everything he started fighting for, including Ibis' smile. You may have a point, he admitted. I don't think holding on to past grudges would help anyone. Just then, Ibis radioed back to them with good news. We're almost done here, she said. Once these ships are ready, we can leave for the Zyran homeworld and start the negotiations with them. Yup, Tarek said, wiping his hands on a rag. The mothership is as good as new. They should carry you safely to the Zyran homeworld or hell, even out of the galaxy. Perfect timing, Ashton replied with a grin. I can't wait to meet the Zyrans. Indeed, they won't know what hit them. Astaroth chuckled and patted Ashton's shoulder. Why would you hit them? Ibis inquired, to which Astaroth shrugged his shoulder. Just in case. However, unbeknownst to the group, their enemies were already in motion. In the depths of the cosmos, Krohan was plotting moves of his own, using the cult as his pawns. Chapter 706 Precursor Artifact 2. Chapter 706 Precursor Artifact 2. It seemed redecorating planet Euphoria had become one of Krohan's pastimes. The once foresty world was turned into a desert by him, and now it had become a futuristic world unlike any other. Planet Euphoria was now like a celestial jewel in the vast expanse of the universe, bathed in the ethereal glow of its iridescent landscapes. Several towering crystalline formations refracted the sunlight into a myriad of colors, creating a breathtaking vista that seemed almost divine. It was on these surreal crystalline towers that Krohan stood with an air of authority. Before him, cloaked in dark robes, stood the leader of the cult of Cosmos, the Pope. Their meeting was held in the heart of Euphoria amidst the natural wonders that defied description. Krohan's eyes, as deep and enigmatic as the cosmos itself, were filled with disdain and disgust at what the place had become after the Precursor's departure. But for the Pope, nothing could compare to Krohan's divinity, and there was nothing as wonderful and peaceful as serving him. But they weren't there for sightseeing. After all, Krohan had a universe to conquer. My lord, you wanted my presence? The Pope mumbled politely, his eyes fixated on the floor to not seem rude to the Precursor. The artifact I informed you about, Krohan began, his voice resonating with a commanding presence, is hidden on a distant icy planet known as Glaciara. The Glacians, a race my brother created, should be protecting this ancient Precursor relic, so it won't be easy to get it. The Pope inclined his head in acknowledgement, taking in every word that left his master's lips. He understood the gravity of their mission, the importance of the artifact, and the power it could unleash. We shall retrieve it at your command, Lord Krohan, the Pope vowed, his voice unwavering, a reflection of the unwavering devotion of his followers. It won't matter who stands in our way, you'll end them all. Hearing those words made Krohan sigh. He couldn't believe out of all people that could have come across the planet, it was a fanboy who didn't know anything other than licking his ass. Interrupt me again, and I'll have your head as a toy for your beloved cultists, Krohan said as he rolled his eyes. His eyes glinted with a sinister intensity as if the stars themselves danced in his irises. Your confidence brings me no joy, mortal. The Glacians are known to be resolute protectors. Even some precursors thought twice before going against them. They will not yield the artifact willingly. You may need to resort to extreme measures if they refuse to cooperate. Show them no mercy, for our cause is of the utmost importance. The Pope's gaze remained steady, revealing the deep faith he held in their shared mission of resurrecting the precursors to their former godhood. As you command, Lord Krohan. We shall do what must be done. The Pope replied. No matter the cost. Go ahead, Krohan said and waved his hand, signaling the end of their meeting. With their agreement sealed, the Pope began preparations to depart for Glaciara. The journey ahead was perilous, and he was well aware of the risks. They would face not only the harsh conditions of an icy planet, but also a formidable guardian race determined to safeguard the precursor relic. But even then, the Pope was confident that his men wouldn't disappoint their master. However, before they could embark on their dangerous expedition, Krohan raised another matter, his voice taking on a chilling edge that sent shivers down the Pope's spine. There is one more matter we must address, Krohan said. His gaze locked onto the Pope, holding him in a vice-like grip. I want a test run of the artifact, and what better place for this trial than the Zyran homeworld? I still need to put those bratty children in their place. The Pope's expression tightened with apprehension, and his mind raced with the implications of Krohan's request. As operating within Zyran territory was a daunting prospect itself. Not to mention attacking their homeworld was suicide. Lord Krohan, the Pope began, his voice filled with reverence and fear. I understand your desire to test the artifact on the Zyran homeworld, but the challenges are immense. The Zyran homeworld's location is known only to the upper echelon of their civilization, and the members of their council. It is a closely guarded secret, and its location remains a mystery to the rest of the universe. Krohan remained silent, which the Pope interpreted as the precursors wished to continue speaking. Moreover, the Zyrans have strict security measures in place, the Pope continued. Any unidentified ship approaching their territory is met with swift and lethal force. They show no mercy to intruders, and their defenses are formidable. We have no way of accessing their homeworld without being identified and destroyed before we even get close. Krohan leaned back in his dark, ornate chair, his expression thoughtful. His expression made it seem like he understood the gravity of the situation and the complexity of the task, which gave the Pope to continue spouting more excuses. As such, to access their homeworld we would need insider information, someone who knows the location and the security protocols. I understand your concerns or what I think of as excuses, Krohan continued, his voice laced with mockery. But rest assured, I will provide you the means to reach their homeworld. You need only focus on that task I bestowed upon you. That's all. The Pope's anxiety eased slightly as he realized that Krohan would handle the logistics of reaching the Zyran homeworld. Even the thought of waging war against the Zyrans was daunting, but with Krohan's guidance, it became a more feasible endeavor, which made the Pope somewhat confident. Thank you, Lord Krohan, the Pope replied with gratitude, a sense of relief washing over him. We shall retrieve the artifact as instructed, and we eagerly await your guidance for the test run on the Zyran homeworld. That's all. Krohan's smile, as sinister as the abyss of space, held a menacing edge. You can leave now. With the pact sealed and plans in motion, the Pope and his cultists prepared to depart from Euphoria, their sights set on Glaciara and the artifact that could reshape the universe's destiny. Albion. Chapter 707 Zenithar, Home of the Zyrans 1. Chapter 707 Zenithar, Home of the Zyrans 1. The journey to the Zenithar was a voyage filled with both anticipation and worry. It wasn't Ashton or Astaroth who were worried but the Zyrans on board the ship with them. The Zyrans were extremely careful around them, as they didn't want to offend Ashton and Astaroth, because they knew it could turn into their final moments. Thankfully, Ashton and Astaroth were primarily busy with each other, and their interactions with the Zyrans were limited to Ibis. Still, no one tried to stay around Ashton or Astaroth for prolonged periods. I wonder why they are so scared of us, Astaroth mumbled while the two of them were on the bay, looking at the stars. Let's see, probably because you killed one of them as soon as you woke up? Ashton scoffed, leaning on the railings. It's been a month since we left Earth, right? 28 days to be precise, Astaroth replied. But it is expected to take that much time because Zenithar is around the edge of the galaxy. Right, it would have been better if there was a jump engine. We had one that we used to get to Earth, Ibis retorted over the radio. Unfortunately, it was destroyed when the ship crashed. Looks like someone wants to blame me for something they caused, Ashton quickly quipped back. How about next time you start with talking rather than firing weapons when you make contact with a planet? Sure, Ibis replied. As they traveled through the cosmos, the vastness of the universe stretched out before them, a tapestry of stars and galaxies that seemed to go on forever. Ashton's eyes were fixed on the celestial wonders outside the ship's windows, but his mind was racing with thoughts about the mission ahead. The idea of forming an alliance with the Zyrans was a scenario Ashton hadn't thought of before. But the situation turned dire, and they had to let go of the past. Now he was on his way to meet them to negotiate an alliance that could potentially save Earth and the entire universe from Krohan's destructive plans. Beside him, Astaroth also observed the starry expanse, his expression contemplative. It had been centuries since he had set foot on the Zenithar, and he knew that things might have changed drastically since then. The Zyrans were known for their secrecy, and their security measures were mythical. Astaroth expected that the Zyrans had continued to evolve their defenses to protect their home from any potential threats. But curiosity got the better of Ashton, and he turned to Astaroth. Have you been to the Zenithar before? He inquired. Did you get stupid or something? How could I have not been on the planet I was born on? Astaroth's eyes remained fixed on the stars as he responded. Bitch, you said there were 2 planets there. Ashton shot back. How was I supposed to know you have been on both worlds? It is like expecting me to live on Mars or something. That's because you humans were pathetically weak and ill-equipped to even colonize a neighboring planet, but that's something to be discussed later. So you know the way there, right? No. NO/V, L/B/B/I/N. What? Ashton was surprised. How could someone not know the way to their homeworld? I know what you're thinking, and let's just say. Astaroth smiled. Zyrans are known for their secrecy. Ibis, who had been quietly observing their conversation, couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. She had her reservations about bringing outsiders to the Zenithar, especially someone like Ashton, who was a precursor. But the Council's decision had been clear, and she was bound to follow their orders, even when the risks weighed heavily on her mind. The journey continued, and they approached the edge of the galaxy. To their surprise, a massive black hole appeared before them, its gravitational pull threatening to engulf their ship. What the hell is going on here? Ashton was immediately alarmed and wondered if it was Ibis' way of getting rid of them. Astaroth, however, remained unperturbed. He reassured Ashton. Calm down, Ashton, he said. It's merely an illusion to hide the spatial tunnel behind it. The Zyrans excel in creating such deceptions for secrecy, as only an idiot would think of heading straight into a black hole. As they passed through the illusory black hole, Ashton couldn't help but marvel at the Zyrans' skill in creating such convincing deceptions. It was a testament to their mastery of advanced technology and dedication to safeguarding their homeworld. Unlike Astaroth's belief, the path had remained unchanged, which made him wonder that the Zyrans had been idling for centuries as they hadn't updated the method. He then turned to Ibis and asked about the unchanged spatial tunnel system. Certain defenses are timeless, Astaroth. They remain effective, and there is no need to replace them for the sake of change. Ibis replied to his concerns with a knowing smile. She continued, however, while the tunnels themselves may have remained the same, the security enhancements around them have been continually updated. Astaroth was intrigued by Ibis' explanation. His memory told him of a single spatial tunnel leading to the Zenithar. However, as they exited the first tunnel, they were faced with 5 tunnels before them. What is this? 5 more tunnels? Yes, and there are 25 such clearings, each having 5 tunnels. You know what I'm hinting at, right? And here I was thinking the Council has been slacking all this time. Astaroth shook his head as he realized the scale of upgrades the Zyrans had made. Ibis' smile hinted at the complexity of the Zyran defense. She explained that they were at one of the 25 clearings, each of which had 5 spatial tunnels. Only one of these tunnels was the correct path, while the others led to certain doom, guiding stray ships into a star's core or a supermassive black hole or other ways from which they would die before reaching Zenithar. The sheer complexity of the Zyran security measures left Ashton in disbelief. The probability of finding the correct path among the multitude of tunnels was astronomically low. As Ibis had pointed out, only 1 out of a possible 300 quadrillion ways led to the Zenithar. It was a staggering demonstration of the Zyrans' commitment to safeguarding their secrets and planet. Ashton couldn't help but be in awe of the Zyrans' ingenious and maddeningly complex defense system that barely required maintenance. The odds were stacked so heavily against any potential invader that it seemed nearly impossible to breach their defenses. It was no surprise that the Zyrans had managed to maintain their rule over the galaxy for an extended period, and their formidable security measures were proof of their supremacy. Chapter 708 Zenithar, Home of the Zyrans 2. Chapter 708 Zenithar, Home of the Zyrans 2. As the ship emerged from the spatial tunnel, a breathtaking sight unfolded before Ashton's eyes. He was greeted by the majestic spectacle of Zenithar, the Zyran homeworld. It was a planet unlike any other he had ever seen. It was a testament to the Zyrans' advanced technology and scientific prowess, with bustling cities that could be seen even though they were so far from the planet. Zenithar was massive, nearly 7 times the size of Earth, and its sheer scale was awe-inspiring. It dominated the cosmic expanse, a vibrant blue world with sprawling cities and advanced structures that reached toward the heavens. But that wasn't all. The planet was encircled by a stunning array of 8 moons, each radiating with artificial luminosity. These moons were not celestial bodies but artificial constructs created by the Zyrans to accommodate a variety of needs of the Zyran society. The first moon, Luminara, emitted a soft, soothing glow that bathed the night side of Zenithar in a gentle ethereal light. O.VLB/I.N. It was relatively smaller in size compared to the others. Still, it held more significance to the traditional populace of the planet as it served as a hub for artistic and cultural activities, as well as hosted its vast libraries that held the collective knowledge of the Zyrans. The second moon, called Astroforge, was a hub of innovation and technology. It housed laboratories and research facilities where the Zyrans developed cutting-edge technologies and scientific breakthroughs. It was a moon made of metallic silver and titanium, along with other materials not found on Earth, and radiated a cool, silvery shimmer. It was larger and had a pristine, almost mechanical appearance. The third moon, Stellacora, was an ivory-colored moon dedicated to education and served as a learning center for Zyran scholars and a select few students from across the galaxy who were inducted into Zyran ranks upon graduation. It was moderately sized, around that of Earth's moon, and emitted a subtle, warm radiance. The fourth moon, known as Celestis, was lush green as it was a thriving agricultural haven with lush fields and biodomes that provided sustenance for the Zyran population among Zenithar and its various moons. It was one of the larger moons and was furthest away from Zenithar. Yet, it was the most well-connected structure on the planet, with ships constantly traveling to and fro from the satellite. The fifth moon was Novelith, a bustling center of commerce and trade, which was reflected in its golden glow. It was where merchants from different civilizations and nearby galaxies congregated to exchange goods and ideas. The sixth moon, Solartis, was a place of recreation and leisure and hence, was the least advanced among its sister moons. It was a place where the Zyrans who had retired lived in peace as it offered vast parks, entertainment venues, and stunning relaxing vistas for the rest of their days. The seventh moon, Nebulos, had a deep sapphire glow and by far the darkest moon. It was because the moon was a massive, intricate network of observatories and astronomical research centers dedicated to unraveling the mysteries of the cosmos. The eighth moon, Ignara, the largest of the moons, displayed a regal shade of deep crimson, symbolizing its role as the political heart of Zenithar. The Zyran Council also convened here to make crucial decisions that shaped their civilization. It was also where their ship was headed. Ashton's gaze was drawn to Ignara, the political heart of the Zyrans. Its gleaming structures and sweeping architecture conveyed a sense of grandeur and authority. "So what do you think?" Astaroth teased Ashton as he noticed the shocked expression on his face. "Quite a lot to take in, isn't it?" "I don't know what to say, this place is much bigger and advanced than I thought," Ashton mumbled as Ibis was done explaining about the moons to him. "But where is the security?" Ibis smiled and pointed at the asteroid belt surrounding their artificial solar system. "Every asteroid you see, big or small, either hosts the military academy or a proper base to defend Zenithar," she said. All the Zyrans had been to one such asteroid to complete their combat training, including Astaroth and myself. "Damn, is there anything that you folks haven't turned into a colony of sorts?" Ashton joked and Astaroth shrugged. "I doubt it," he replied. "Everything that enters this space has a Zyran on it. Funny, isn't it?" Amid their talks, the Zyran ship continued its descent toward the surface of Ignara, and Ashton let go of his excitement and turned his business mode on. As exciting as the entire place was, he knew better than to get distracted from his goal. Ibis, watching Ashton's reactions with a warm smile, finally broke the silence once they docked. "Welcome to the apex civilization of the galaxy," she said, her tone filled with pride and reverence. The ship touched down on the surface of Ignara, and the doors hissed open, revealing the bustling cityscape that stretched before them. The Zyran metropolis was a fusion of advanced architecture and natural beauty. Towering crystalline structures coexisted with lush, meticulously maintained gardens, creating a harmonious blend of technology and nature. The solar system's artificial sun hung in the sky, casting a warm and soothing radiance over the city. The sun, like the moons, was a testament to the Zyrans' mastery over celestial manipulation. It provided the perfect conditions for life, allowing their advanced civilization to thrive. "Come on, let's get going." Ibis nodded, and Astaroth and Ashton followed her while the rest of the crew got busy with repairs. As they disembarked from the ship, Ibis guided them through the city's bustling streets. Citizens of various species moved about, each engaged in their daily activities, which was the opposite of what Ashton was expecting. The diversity of life on Ignara was evident in the bustling marketplace, where traders from different species bartered goods to the populace that lived on the planet. "I thought only the officials were allowed here," Ashton commented. "They are," Ibis replied. "But their attendants, servants, and families live with them, so every moon is like a planet of its own." The towering structures of the city were adorned with intricate artwork and designs that reflected the Zyrans' appreciation for aesthetics. It was a city that celebrated form and function, where art and science coexisted harmoniously. Ashton couldn't help but marvel at the level of sophistication and advancement surrounding him. The Zyrans had achieved a civilization that was both technologically advanced and deeply rooted in culture and knowledge. As they moved deeper into the city, they approached the Grand Citadel, the heart of Zyran governance. The citadel's crystalline spires rose toward the sky, symbolizing authority and wisdom. Didn't think I'd ever see this place again. Astaroth mumbled, lost in his memories. Come on, Ibis said, patting him on the shoulder. Let's forget about the past and think about the future. Right. With that, they headed inside the building. It was here that the Zyran Council convened to make decisions that shaped the fate of their civilization and, potentially, the future of the galaxy. The moment was not lost on Ashton. He was acutely aware of the gravity of their mission and the need to negotiate an alliance with the Zyrans. Earth's destiny, as well as that of countless other worlds, rested in their hands. Ibis turned to them, her eyes filled with determination. The council awaits, she said, leading him and Astaroth toward the grand entrance of the citadel. It was time to begin the negotiations that could determine the course of the universe. Chapter 709 Meeting the Council 1. Chapter 709 Meeting the Council 1. While Ashton was eager to meet with the council and get down to business, the Zyrans had to fulfill their protocols. Since most of the board consisted of old and fragile elders, they were highly susceptible to diseases. Hence, everyone who visits the council has to undergo a series of tests and quarantine before they are allowed to meet the council. At first, Ashton thought it was some trap of the Zyrans, but he relaxed once Astaroth informed him about it being authentic. That being said, Ashton recommended that they conduct the meeting virtually as it would be quicker and wouldn't put anyone's health in danger. But his proposition was rejected as it was a matter of alliance, hence quite significant, and such issues had been to be discussed face-to-face. Ashton wasn't pleased with how things were proceeding as he wanted the meeting to be over quickly, so that he could return and begin preparation for himself. £1N. Unfortunately, there wasn't much for him to do than provide his blood samples to the Zyrans and for them to conclude the testing. While the rule about testing extraterrestrial species wasn't a lie, the council's intention differed. They wanted to check whether Ashton was related to Johann and cross-check Lord Rude's reports. In the meantime, Ashton and Astaroth were guided to their quarters by Zyran generals, who couldn't help but steal glances at Astaroth, who was considered to be one of the Empire's most outstanding generals to have ever lived, despite him being branded as a traitor all those years ago. As they reached the end of the corridor, Ashton noticed 3 elegantly dressed female Zyrans waiting for them. The one in the lead held out a tray of moistened and scented towels before them. While Ashton was skeptical, Astaroth immediately picked up one towel and wiped his face and hands before nodding for Ashton to do the same. Once they were done, the Zyrans handed the tray to her subordinate and bowed before Astaroth. Welcome, honored guests. It is my absolute honor to someone as great as General Astaroth in this life. It's a pleasure to be here, Astaroth smiled. Apologies if I'm mistaken, but it feels like I have seen you somewhere before? I go by the name Rafaela. Oh my god, Astaroth smiled before patting her head. I can't believe it's you. As the two of them smiled, Ashton felt out of the loop. But it didn't take long for Ashton to come up with a potential connection between the two. Astaroth's soulblade was called Raphael, so could it be that the lady had something to do with that? A minute later, Astaroth noticed Ashton's expression and quickly made introductions, and as Ashton had suspected, Rafaela was indeed related to Raphael but not in a way he could even imagine. Rafaela here. Astaroth took a moment to consider his word. Is Raphael's granddaughter. She's the granddaughter of a sword? Ashton frowned. Biology doesn't exist here or? Why do you think the weapons we possess are called soul blades? Astaroth mumbled. Because they have a soul, but despite how advanced any civilization is, they can't create a soul from scratch. Instead, the soul blades are said to be forged from the souls of excellent warriors who died but refused to leave their legacy behind. However, despite Astaroth's explanation, Ashton remained untouched and unaffected. I'll tell you more about it later, Astaroth shook his head. Just keep this in mind, Raphael was alive at some point. She is his granddaughter. Got it, Ashton smiled and turned towards Rafaela. My sincere apologies on behalf of this fool accompanying me. He usually slacks off instead of explaining necessary things to me beforehand. Oi. Mind your language here. Astaroth retorted. Oh, shut it. It's not like I lied about something. Everyone was shocked to see Ashton so blatantly talk weirdly about Astaroth, who was akin to a legend in their eyes. But Rafaela couldn't help but smile upon watching the two banter. Oh, where are my manners? Rafaela exclaimed. Welcome to Ignara, Lord Ashton. I hope you didn't have a tough time acclimating to the weather here? None at all, Ashton politely replied. Strangely enough, this place feels like home. I'm glad to hear that. Rafaela mumbled before opening the door to their chamber. I know you're here on a mission, And while I'm not the voice of the Zyrans, I hope you succeed. Earth and Zenithar have been bound to each other by ancient bonds, and I hope we can reconnect to our roots without any troubles in these times. Ashton was confused by Rafaela's words regarding the ancient bond between the two planets. But before he could ask her to elaborate, she, along with other attendants, left the two of them alone to get comfortable in their suite. The massive suite had 2 separate bedrooms. As for the room itself, everything was furnished with unimaginable luxuries. From the carpets to the ceiling, everything was elegantly designed, which made Ashton feel like the Zyrans were giving him more importance than they deserved. The things Ashton saw were extravagant even by the standards of the Orion Empire, known to be one of the wealthiest empires in the entire galaxy. But even with all that, Ashton's mind was preoccupied by Rafaela's parting words. Do you know what she was on about? Ashton asked Astaroth once they were alone. I have my theories, but other than that, nope, Astaroth shrugged. Besides, my memory about the past is all messed up, so I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to comment on things that I have no recollection of. Says the fucker who kept interfering in my life for years. Ashton rolled his eyes. I hate to break the bubble, but I did what I had to do because of your 2 points worth of intelligence. Unfortunately, it has gone up now, so there's that. You really have a death wish, don't you? Ashton replied with a menacing smile. Chapter 710 Meeting the Council 2. Chapter 710 Meeting the Council 2. After digging into their dinner, Ashton and Astaroth were relaxing on the balcony of their quarters when they sensed a strange presence nearby. Did you call room service or something? Ashton joked. I was hoping you did. Astaroth replied, and the two knew something was odd. The two had been informed that no one would disturb them until their reports were out. That's why the situation had grown strange. But there was an even stranger thing. The figure, though, tried to hide its presence. It didn't seem hostile to the duo. Still, given the history between them and the Zyrans, they were alert as they approached the doors. Ashton had summoned Bomband out just in case, and Astaroth had followed suit with Raphael by his side. Ashton signaled, counting to 3 before opening the door. As soon as he yanked the door open, Astaroth jumped forward with the sword. While he never wanted to kill the intruder, he was sure taking a limb or two was fair game. But to his surprise, as Astaroth brought Raphael down on the intruder, the sword disappeared from his hands and took its original form of an angel. The hell you think you're doing, Raphael? Astaroth yelled at the top of his lungs as Ashton rushed to join them. Like Astaroth, Ashton was a bit confused with the scenario until he noticed who the intruder was and understood why Raphael disobeyed Astaroth. Raphaela, what are you doing here? He inquired after helping her back to her feet. Ashton hadn't gotten a good look at her before since she was wearing traditional Zyran clothing. Still, now that he saw her, she was gorgeous, with radiant golden skin and lustrous black hair. Her eyes were deep and mysterious, and her facial features were perfectly sculpted. She moved with grace and elegance, carrying herself with regal poise. While she was good enough to make anyone's heart race, for Ashton, Anna was the only one deserving of his love and vice versa. Tu was here on Lord Rude's orders, Raphaela mumbled before respectfully bowing to her ancestor. It's pleasing to see you in good health, grandfather. You have grown quite a bit, my dear, Raphael responded before returning to Astaroth's side and smacking him in the head. Watch where you swing me. Right, Astaroth mumbled while rubbing his head. I'm sorry, Raphaela, I almost killed you there. No worries, your lordship, Raphaela smiled. Now, please, if you will accompany me to Lord Rude's quarters. Ashton and Astaroth shot a look at each other before nodding. Astaroth had known Rude for a long time and knew he wasn't someone who would betray him like the rest. Besides, he doubted Rude would even dare try anything, as he should be well aware of Ashton's strength. If anything, he expected Rude to give them some information ahead of their meeting with the council. Nevertheless, upon their arrival at Rude's grand mansion, it quickly became apparent that Astaroth's earlier assumption was mistaken. The moment they stepped into the chamber, Ashton and Astaroth recognized that they were not the sole occupants. Waiting for them were Ibis and another Zyran, standing alongside an elderly gentleman whom Ashton instinctively identified as Lord Rude. But before Ashton could say anything, Astaroth rushed across the room, stopping before the strange Zyran. Enovel B1N. Fuck, you're the last person I expected to see here? He shrieked while Ibis watched with a stray tear in her eyes. I've been waiting for you, my friend, the stranger mumbled. I told you I would go to hell for you, and well, here I am. Astaroth didn't reply and kept staring at the Zyran before him. He had lost most of his muscles and looked weaker than ever before. But there was no mistaking it. The man before him was his long-lost friend. His comrade through various battles and most importantly, his brother, Lucifer. Goddamn, I thought that fucker Beelzebub killed you or something. Astaroth yelped before hugging Lucifer so tightly Ashton almost heard his bones crack. Well, he tried, but thanks to Lord Rude, I managed to make it out of there, Lucifer mumbled before his eyes fell on Ashton. And there he is. You have grown a lot from that shabby brat you were. Ashton didn't say anything and just smiled in response. Lucifer, it had been a while since he had thought about him. The Zyron who helped conceal his identity before Astaroth appeared inside his head and took over the admin controls. Well, Ashton was glad that Lucifer was safe, as he meant a lot to Astaroth. But even then, he couldn't think of a reason for all of them to be in there. Especially him, of all people. Thank you, Rafaela, for your assistance, Lord Rude commented. You have done excellent work. You may leave now as your involvement in these matters would unnecessarily put you at risk. I understand, my lord. I'll take my leave now. Saying so, Rafaela was about to leave when Astaroth summoned Raphael in his proper form. Go spend some time with her, he said with a knowing smile. Raphael didn't say a word, he just smiled and bowed to Astaroth before leaving with his granddaughter. Once they were out, the doors were sealed shut behind them. It has been a while, Lord Rude. Astaroth opened the dialogue, bowing before the elder. Astaroth's actions came to Ashton as a surprise, as he didn't think someone like Astaroth would willingly bow before someone else. Don't you be like that, boy, Rude chuckled, waving his hand around. Someone who sacrificed themselves, allowed others to brand him a traitor for the sake of peace should bow before no one. Especially not a sinner like me. I only did what I had to, Astaroth said with a sad smile. Besides, I would rather be branded as the traitor than allow my teacher's reputation to be tarnished. My apologies if I come off as rude. But can someone tell me what is happening here? Ashton politely asked, confused by everything. Chapter 711 Meeting the Council 3. Chapter 711 Meeting the Council 3. I sincerely apologize, Lord Rude promptly responded. Given the magnitude of our impending discussions and revelations, I regrettably overlooked your presence here. It's all right, Ashton replied, wondering how he should deal with Lord Rude ignoring him. Lord Rude, you mustn't, Astaroth urged, but his desperation only made the rest of them even more eager to hear the revelation. We all swore absolute secrecy. Hearing Astaroth made Rude chuckle. Look at me, boy, I have one foot in my grave. You think I'm afraid of the consequences? As Rod brought it to Ashton's attention, he couldn't help but notice the frailty of the Zyron. He refrained from passing judgment on Rude's appearance. The overall state of Rude's physique gave the impression that something unseen was slowly sapping his vitality from the inside. My years are beginning to weigh on me, and I fear this may be my final opportunity to unveil the truth, Rude remarked before settling into his seat. About Astaroth and also about you, young man. Me? Ashton asked, wondering what possibly could the old man know about a stranger like him? Rude nodded before returning his gaze to Astaroth. You have done well taking everyone's hate on your head for all these years and ridding the council of the burden. Speaking those words, Rude motioned for Ibis and Astaroth to approach. Once they had drawn near, he gently guided their hands and brought them together, their palms touching each other. Ibis was confused about what was happening, but Astaroth couldn't even try to look anyone in the eyes and kept his head low. Ibis, my dear, Rude commenced. Everything the council conveyed to you regarding the night your father's passing has been a distortion of the truth. Although it is a fact that Astaroth was responsible for Seraph's demise, the genuine motives have been concealed from you and the entirety of the Zyron civilization. As Lord Rude's revelation unfurled, Ibis stood there, her golden wings slightly quivering in shock. Her eyes widened as she stared at Astaroth and then back at Lord Rude, but it seemed the only one surprised by the revelation was Ibis. Ashton wasn't surprised. Astaroth had already informed Ashton about the incident, and it seemed Lucifer also knew about it. But no one other than Astaroth and Rude knew what the latter would reveal next. Your father. Seraph turned into a corruptor. You're lying. Ibis shrieked and let go of Astaroth's hand. My father is the only one who could handle precursor artifacts. Recognizing the inner conflict raging within Ibis, Lord Rude allowed her the space to vent her frustrations, to unleash her anger and lay blame upon them. While he understood the necessity of this situation, he was also aware that he had to persist in his efforts. Only by doing so could he hope to ultimately exonerate Astaroth and set things right. Zero VL Bin. We shared your belief, but the artifact's power surpassed even his strength, Rude elaborated, seeking to ease the tension. Seraph excelled in concealing the corruption, but gradually the artifact's influence became insurmountable, eventually leading to his demise before we could react. He went on. In our eyes, Seraph endured, when in reality he had perished long ago. It was the crystal that held sway over his body, deceiving us all, until the day it could no longer maintain the facade and was caught killing those belonging to other races. Ashton stood there in shock, realizing the reason Seraph's crystal was called as such. It was because the crystal had assimilated the Zyron with itself. But if the crystal was a deadly weapon, then it didn't make sense how he was still alive. Is it because I am a precursor? Ashton wondered, but a sudden crashing sound brought him out of his thoughts. Ibis' anger flared, and she seized the table, shattering it into pieces as the unsettling revelations about Seraph continued to surface. Lucifer moved swiftly to subdue her, but a gesture from Rude halted him in his tracks. You're not telling the truth. My father wouldn't attack innocents. Ibis screamed, her voice filled with denial. He didn't, but the crystal made him do such acts, Rude sighed. It was then Astaroth caught wind of the situation and tried to reason with him. But eventually, he had to end Seraph to stop him. Then, suddenly overwhelmed by emotion, she crumpled to the floor, her tears flowing freely, while Astaroth embraced her in an attempt to offer solace. A heavy silence hung in the room as Ibis wept, her heart heavy with the weight of the truth she had just learned. Rude, though visibly saddened by the painful revelation, maintained a stoic composure. Beelzebub exploited the circumstances, weaving a distorted narrative that briefly led us astray. We were on the verge of believing it, but Astaroth swiftly unveiled the truth, supported by concrete evidence, Rude admitted in a subdued tone. Nevertheless, we could not disclose the truth to the public for fear of sparking rebellion and causing division among the Zyrans, Lucifer interjected. He continued, that's when Astaroth made a selfless decision to safeguard our master's reputation. He willingly bore the label of a traitor to our civilization and faced exile. Astaroth ended Seraph's life, but he did it in the name of safeguarding all of us, and above all, his deepest desire was to ensure your safety, Ibis, Rude commented, gently touching Ibis' head. He went as far as to compel everyone present to pledge an unbreakable oath, a vow of secrecy that we would take to our graves. But tonight I have chosen to shatter that oath, for I believed it was crucial for you, above all others, to know the truth. Ibis, upon hearing this revelation, felt as though the world around her was crumbling. Tears welled in her eyes as she processed the implications of what she had just learned. Strangely enough, Astaroth's presence provided solace, his strong arms offering a sense of security amid the emotional storm. Ibis clung to him, her emotions a tumultuous mix of gratitude and sorrow. I'm sorry, Astaroth mumbled. I never wanted you to know any part of this. No, it's my fault for letting you bear this burden all this while, Ibis responded with a warm smile, her fingers brushing against Astaroth's cheek. I'm sorry. Lord Rude beamed, satisfied that all was well, and shifted his focus to Ashton. Shall we turn our attention to you now? Chapter 712 The One Above All One. Chapter 712 The One Above All One. 3,178 years ago. Are you sure about it, my lord? Lord Rude asked the precursors before him. Ignoring Rude's question, Johann gazed down upon Earth, his eyes filled with a mixture of awe and sadness. Humans had been progressing faster than he had anticipated, yet he knew their progress would mean nothing if they failed to stop what was said to be inevitable. Johann continued to observe Earth, a planet teeming with life and beauty. His voice, resonant and powerful, carried a joy as he said, "Look at it, Rude. Is it not wonderful? A canvas painted with the vibrant hues of life. Yet it saddens me to see the looming threat cast by my own brother upon this creation. Be as it may, my lord. Well, stop him as soon as you say the word." Johann allowed himself the rare pleasure to smile and painfully tore his gaze away from the blue planet. As the sun shone upon him, Rude saw countless deep scars on his body, but the cause of the scar remained unknown. As far as Rude knew, precursors were the only ones to exist in the universe until they turned to creating all the known life forms. Also, the precursors had never fought amongst themselves. Due to all these reasons, Rude had always wondered how Lord Johann's body got covered in scars. But whenever he had tried asking him about it, Johann would either dodge the question or change the topic. After spending more than 5 centuries trying to pry an answer out of him, Rude had given up and made his peace that he would never get to know about the scars or the precursor's past life. I don't doubt you will, Johann smiled, staring into the endless space. But I hope it doesn't come to that. Even though Krohan was Johann, he still hoped that Krohan would see the light of day and return to the right path. But it didn't seem like his wish would come true. The one above all has never been wrong before. It is unlikely he'll be wrong this time either. Johann mumbled, remembering the self-proclaimed overlord of their universe, and also the one who saved his life from the injuries that scarred his body. He remembered that day millions of years ago, when a battle of cosmic proportions unfolded. Johann, surrounded by his fellow precursors, faced an entity that defied the very nature of their understanding of force that threatened not just their existence, but the entirety of the universe. The creature, a dark and malevolent force, proved impervious to the advanced technology and formidable weapons wielded by the precursors. It slaughtered them with merciless efficiency, leaving devastation in its wake. Even Krohan, the strongest precursor to have ever lived, was consumed by grief as his beloved sacrificed herself to protect her beloved and fell before the overwhelming power of the dark force. Johann tried his best to rally the troops for a final confrontation, but in front of the mysterious creature, once a towering figure of celestial might, found themselves on the brink of defeat. In the face of the dark cosmic horror, all hope seemed lost. The creature stood tall, poised to snuff out the remnants of the once mighty precursors. Another universe will fall, and I'll become one of the 12 guardians, the creature snarled before setting his gaze on the bruised and broken Johann, struggling to get back on his feet. The creature laughed before gently tapping its finger on Johann's head. It was supposed to be a gentle tap, But for Johann, it felt like his entire body was being torn apart from the inside. Watching their leader scream in agony shattered what little courage the precursors had, and they realized it was time to meet their maker. However, in the 11th hour, a glimmer of salvation emerged. A portal opened behind Johann, and from it shot a golden trident, guided by an unseen hand. Johann saw a glimpse of the weapon but knew there was nothing anyone could do that would hurt the creature. But to his surprise, when the trident collided with the creature, it severed its arm, a feat none of the precursor's weapons had achieved. "Fucking cockroaches, wasting my time." A voice came from the other side of the portal. "I swear Nina would divorce me one of these days." Amidst the pandemonium, a figure emerged from the portal, a being of radiant energy and cosmic authority, dressed in an all-black outfit, not even armor. As his eyes met Johann, his savior was suddenly taken aback before acknowledging the precursor's presence with a soothing smile. "You did well. Now let me deal with this weakling." That was Johann's first encounter with the being who called himself the One Above All. "No," the creature shrieked. "You are not supposed to be here." "Ah? I should have asked for your permission, right?" The man rolled his eyes. "Now stay still and it'll be over before you know it." "No." The creature, sensing a force beyond its comprehension, attempted to flee. However, the One Above All shrugged his shoulder before sighing. The man extended an ethereal hand, capturing the fleeing entity with an invisible force. The creature struggled against the grip, its dark essence churning in defiance, but the struggles were in vain. "Really? Running? That's your escape plan?" he mumbled. "Let me show you what happens when you waste my time." In a spectacular display of power, the One Above All toyed with the creature. With a mere gesture, he dragged it back, tossing the malevolent force around like a rag doll. The creature, realizing the futility of resistance, attempted to warp away. Yet, the One Above All's power was absolute, and he yanked the creature back into their realm. What ensued was a spectacle beyond the comprehension of the precursors. The One Above All single-handedly dismantled the creature, tearing it out of existence. "Well, that was anticlimactic," he said. Even though a lot of time had passed, Johann, the memories of that ancient battle still vivid in his mind, smiled with gratitude and humility. Ruud stood there, watching Johann as he got lost in his thoughts. While he had been part of countless meetings with Johann, the Lord seemed lost this time, making Ruud wonder why he was even called to a desolate moon of a shielded planet. "There is something I need you to do for me." After what felt like an eternity, Johann snapped back into reality. "There'll be a time when you will meet my child. You must tell him what I'm about to reveal." Chapter 713, The One Above All 2. Chapter 713, The One Above All 2. The silence that followed Ruud's words was palpable, so much so that it felt like they could hear each other's heartbeat echoing as the aftereffect of the information disclosed. All eyes were fixed on either Ashton or on Ruud. On the other hand, Ashton remained unaffected by the revelation, at least on the surface. But a lot was going on inside his mind. The One Above All. He had heard that name countless times by now, and every time he did, it seemed that man's power had grown even more. Before his encounter with Krohan, Ashton had assumed that the One Above All was another precursor, as in his eyes, they were the strongest creatures to have ever existed. But after hearing what Ruud had to say, he was even more fascinated with such a being. Someone who was stronger than the precursors, someone who could defeat Krohan in the blink of an eye. "So you're telling me Ashton is the son of the leader of the precursors?" Astaroth mumbled, wondering if Ashton knew about it beforehand because he didn't look surprised. Ashton heard Astaroth but refrained from either confirming or denying anything. Instead, he turned towards Ruud and asked the most obvious question. "The One Above All. Where can I find him?" Lord Ruud shrugged before replying, "I'm honored that you think someone as insignificant as me would know that information, but no, I don't." Ashton nodded and went silent again. He was hoping he could somehow persuade the One Above All character to help them subdue Krohan or something, but it seemed like it would be impossible. Why would Johann urge Ruud to tell him about something from the past? Could it be that Krohan was somehow related to the mysterious creature? Or was it his father's way of warning him about more precarious threats? Ashton was hoping the meeting would give him an answer to deal with Krohan, but it did everything but that. And then it hit him, that creature was the only one to have ever defeated the precursors and, by extension, Krohan. Do I need to get as strong as that creature or something? The more Ashton thought about it, the more precise the picture got. Johann was also the first Grim Reaper, and had informed Ashton that it would be his biggest strength. Could it be he wants me to resurrect that creature? Ashton's eyes widened as he considered resurrecting the beast. While it would ensure their victory, it was too reckless to even consider. There was no way Johann would want his son to risk the safety of the entire universe just to defeat Krohan. "No. I'm not resurrecting whatever that thing was. No, until I have tried every other means of victory." Ashton sighed, pushing such a dangerous thought out of his head. But there was something he needed to confirm from Lord Ruud. "The war my father talked about," he mumbled. "Do you know where it took place?" Ruud nodded. "Celestria's Verge. The edge of the galaxy?" Astaroth commented. Precisely, Rude commented before turning his attention towards Ashton. Why do you ask? To visit it, of course. Rude had expected Ashton to request something along those lines, but he hadn't thought he would be so straightforward. Even then, Rude knew he had to make some things clear first. Ashton, Rude began cautiously, you do realize that the place where the precursors fought that creature has been forbidden for anyone to enter? Furthermore, the precursors themselves placed defenses to prevent unauthorized access. I'm aware of that. But I'm a precursor too, and I have the right to go there, Ashton replied, his eyes filled with confidence. No defense can keep me out of there. Anyone who tries will regret it. Rude sighed, realizing that challenging Ashton's resolve would be futile. Still, he had to try. It's a dangerous place, Ashton. Even the precursors chose not to tread there after that battle. Ashton, undeterred, replied, I can handle danger. Besides, I need to understand more about Krohan, and if there's information on how to defeat that fucker, I want it. If that's what you want, then I'll accompany you to the Forbidden Zone. Astaroth, observing the exchange, finally stepped forward. Well, leave after the council meeting. Very well, Rude sighed in defeat. If that's what you want, then you have my blessings. Ibis, always eager to participate in risky endeavors, expressed her desire to join the expedition. However, Astaroth, with a protective concern, declined her offer. £9.1n. Celestria's verge is harsh and unforgiving. I cannot risk your well-being, Ibis, he commented. Besides, someone needs to monitor Krohan, and I can't think of anyone more suitable than you. I know you just want to get rid of me, but fine. I'll do it. Ibis scoffed before smiling. Astaroth's golden eyes softened, a rare display of emotion. I promise, Ibis. We'll be back before you know it. Also, I do need to contact Earth and tell them it might take a while longer to get back, Ashton mumbled. They will not be happy about it, but it is what it is. Ibis can help you with that as well, Rude said. I hope that's everything you need as of now. Yes, you have been more than helpful, Lord Rude, Ashton respectfully commented. Rude nodded before retiring to his room, leaving them alone. Ashton then turned his attention towards Lucifer, who smiled as he greeted the former. How have you been? Ashton asked. I can't believe such a scrawny man was behind such aggressive system notifications. Try dealing with someone with 2 intelligence points and see what happens to you, Lucifer chuckled. You're still on about that? Ashton joined in and laughed. Sometimes even I have a difficult time believing how pathetic I used to be. Used to be? Astaroth commented. You mean you aren't anymore? I'm not anymore since you now have a body of your own, Ashton retorted. Meanwhile, Ibis silently watched the trio banter like old friends. She couldn't help but wonder how things would have been if Astaroth had never died to begin with. We'll probably be married, right? Chapter 7:14 The Weight of Trust 1. Chapter 7:14 The Weight of Trust 1. The council room was bathed in a soothing hue of blue lights and exuded an air of futuristic elegance. The room's architecture was a testament to the advanced technology of the Zyrans, as if the very essence of the galaxy had been woven into its design. The seats, arranged in a circular formation, were elevated on platforms hovering above the ground. Each seat was a sleek, ergonomic masterpiece crafted with a reflective chrome-like finish. The arrangement allowed everyone seated to have an unobstructed view of the holographic displays floating at the center of the room. Speaking of the holographic displays, they projected intricate galactic maps, celestial bodies, and real-time data feeds. The room felt like a living representation of the galaxy, a cosmic dance of lights and information. Blue lights cascaded gently from the ceiling, adding a tranquil glow to the immersive ambience. The ceiling, a seamless canopy of crystalline material, displayed a dynamic simulation of the galaxy's movements. Stars twinkled and galaxies rotated, creating a mesmerizing display that transported the onlookers to the heart of the cosmos. The room's designed to emphasize the Zyrans' dominance over the galaxy, a subtle declaration of their prowess in navigating the vast expanse of space, unlike no other species. The control panel at the center of the circular arrangement was a sophisticated console with holographic interfaces. The council members could manipulate the visual representations, enabling them to discuss and strategize with a cosmic backdrop. I have been there countless times before, but the design always surprises me, Astaroth commented as he prepared to enter the council chamber alone. It was Lord Rude's idea to let Astaroth enter the chambers alone at first. Why? Simply because he wanted Ashton and Astaroth to dominate the rest of the council, and a reincarnated Astaroth was more than enough to shake the council. Besides, there were other matters that Astaroth needed answers to, and allowing him to have an audience first was more than enough to push the council on the back foot. But if he couldn't subdue the council alone, Ibis would join him and criticize how the council had handled things since her father's death. With all that force, they could blackmail the council into parting with the only known weapon capable of killing Krohan. Remember, Ashton reminded Astaroth. Soul Killer, we need that at all costs, as it is the only weapon that could kill Krohan. Relax, my brother, Astaroth rolled his eyes. This isn't my first rodeo with those ancient fuckers, and as for the Soul Killer, taking it is your job. Not mine. Fine by me. Ashton rolled his eyes as Astaroth was invited into the chamber to present his case. A grueling hour passed before the door parted again, and the guards called out Ashton's name. As he entered the massive chamber, he couldn't help but notice the room's atmosphere. Astaroth was smiling as usual, but everyone else looked like they had been caught stealing candy. Ibis and Rude were the only ones who seemed to be in a good mood. "What a delight it is to see our Lord's heir in flesh finally," Rude excitedly announced, and the rest gently tapped on their armrest to convey their joy. Like he had been taught, Ashton ignored the praise and executed the traditional Zyran salute, and it changed something within the council members as their gaze suddenly felt warmer. It was then Ashton discovered something even stranger. Usually, the people he met couldn't move their eyes away from his unusual hair. But the council seemed more interested in his eyes than anything else. The following second, everyone began to whisper amongst themselves until Lord Rude cleared his throat, and everyone's attention returned to the topic. "It is said a precursor's identity is revealed by their eyes," Lord Rude continued. "Just one look is enough for us to know your true identity, son of Johann." Ashton remained silent, carefully watching the changing expressions of everyone around him. He had expected the revelation of his lineage to cause some reaction from the council, but they were as still as the statues watching them from the entrance. Lord Rude continued, "While we know you have your fair share of questions, answering those is not on the agenda for today." The council members nodded in response. It was clear they were more concerned about Krohan than anything else. "As we now know, an ancient evil has woken up again. An evil who can doom us for all eternity with a mere snap of his fingers," Lord Rude commented. "Nevertheless, we have the weapon to deal with the threat once and for all, the Soul Killer. N/OV/E/L/B/1N." Ashton listened intently, hoping that Rude would advocate for the acquisition of the Soul Killer in front of the council. But what he said differed from what they had planned the previous night. However, Rude continued, his gaze shifting towards Astaroth. "We must exercise caution in wielding such power. As such, the Soul Killer will be entrusted to Astaroth, someone we know and have worked with for centuries." "What the?" Ashton's expression shifted from anticipation to disbelief. Rude's change of stance left Ashton grappling with the realization that the weapon capable of neutralizing a precursor's immortality would not be under his control, which meant he was in as much danger as Krohan. A murmur swept through the council, with some members nodding in agreement while others exchanged uneasy glances. As Ashton turned to look at Astaroth, he seemed unfazed, maintained a composed demeanor, and was aware that the decision had strategic implications for Rude's words. Rude sensed Ashton's gaze and immediately rushed to defuse the situation. The council acknowledges Ashton's unique position as a precursor. Since he is a precursor, the council has decided to ensure the safety of our people first and foremost, he mumbled. "I hope this decision will be welcomed by all the parties involved." With that, the council members hurriedly left the chamber, leaving Ashton and Astaroth alone to solve their issues. Chapter 7:15 The Weight of Trust 2. Chapter 7:15 The Weight of Trust 2. As everyone left, the council room was shrouded in an uneasy silence, the blue lights casting an ethereal glow on the raised seats. Ashton's gaze was fixed on Astaroth, anger simmering beneath the surface. The air crackled with tension as the accusation he had hurled at Astaroth hung heavy in the room. "Ashton, I assure you, I had no part in changing the plans," Astaroth declared, his tone firm. Ashton narrowed his eyes, the echo of Johann's words haunting his thoughts. "Do not trust anyone, not even the one within you." "You expect me to believe that?" Ashton blurted out. "Rude was going to give me the Soul Killer and suddenly the plan shifts and it's for you?" Ashton's frustration was evident in his words as Astarto stood before him calmly and collectedly. Even though he had no role in Rude's plan, he had been aware of the change and didn't object to it. In Astaroth's eyes, he had used the Soul Killer once, so handing him the weapon capable of killing the precursors was an obvious choice. Astaroth had expected Ashton to understand, but it didn't seem likely that this would happen soon. Moreover, the reason Ashton had hidden the truth about his lineage from him meant that he could have hidden more things from Astaroth, and in that case it was better for him to have control over the Soul Killer. "I have no reason to betray you," Astaroth said, his expression hardening. "I've been by your side since the beginning and helped you as promised. Why would I betray you when we're close to achieving our goal?" Johann's warning once again echoed in Ashton's mind, this time louder than ever before. He took a step closer, his voice laced with suspicion. "Yes, you've been by my side, but whose agenda are you really following, Astaroth? Is this some ploy to seize power for yourself? Or something even worse? Power? Do you think I crave power? You never understood me, did you?" Astaroth's eyes flared with offense. "I have no desire for power. My only goal is to help you achieve yours." The room felt charged, the weight of their conflicting emotions pressing against the futuristic walls. Ashton's hand clenched into a fist. "You can't blame me for doubting you," Ashton commented. "You have been behaving strangely ever since we got separated, and now this? How do you expect me to trust you?" Astaroth's resolve hardened. I won't stand here and be accused of treachery. If you don't trust me, then so be it. Ashton's frustration boiled over, and he lunged at Astaroth. The two clashed in a furious scuffle of anger and mistrust. The room became an arena of swirling shadows and bursts of energy. Ashton's fists blazed with etheric power as he aimed relentless strikes at Astaroth. Astaroth in turn showcased his skill, effortlessly dodging and parrying Ashton's attacks. Ashton was enraged beyond the limit, as if someone else was controlling him. As they brought out their swords, the metallic echoes of their confrontation reverberated through the chamber. Blue lights flickered and dimmed with the intensity of the blow they exchanged. Ashton, almost possessed, pressed on, each strike infused with the weight of his distrust and unadulterated rage. Astaroth, however, matched Ashton's aggression with controlled precision. His movements were like a beautiful dance, a symphony of calculated defense and counterattacks. Astaroth's experience slowly began overwhelming Ashton's rage. He avoided the full force of Ashton's blows, responding with measured strikes that tested Ashton's resilience. Fueled by frustration, Ashton unleashed his precursor powers, creating shockwaves that rippled through the room. Astaroth, not one to be outdone, summoned his strength, a golden aura enveloping him as he countered Ashton's assault. Since Astaroth's body was cloned from Ashton's, it had retained some precursor properties, and as such, Astaroth had some residual precursor powers to counter Ashton's. Their powers clashed like cosmic storms, shaking the very foundation of the council room. The struggle between trust and doubt manifested in every movement, every collision of force. The battle reached its zenith when Ashton, his etheric energy blazing, attempted a final overwhelming strike. Astaroth, anticipating the move, deftly redirected the force, leaving Ashton off balance. In a swift motion, Astaroth seized the opportunity, disarming Ashton and pinning him against the walls. Ashton tried to fight, but Astaroth's grip was firm, and the golden-skinned Zyron held Ashton in place with unyielding strength. The room, previously filled with the crackling energy of their battle, now hung in an uneasy silence. Blue lights flickered erratically, casting intermittent shadows that danced across Ashton's strained features. Astaroth, his golden eyes unwavering, stared into Ashton's eyes with concern. The aftermath of their struggle seemed to linger in the air. A visible tension mirrored their rift. "This distrust will be our undoing, Ashton," Astaroth grunted as he held Ashton in place. "I am not your enemy. Novelden." Ashton, breathing heavily, glared up at Astaroth. "Prove it." With that, Astaroth released his hold on Ashton, stepping back to create a measured distance between them. Though no longer physically restrained, Ashton felt the weight of mistrust and doubt settling in the room. "I need to claim the soul killer," Astaroth mumbled, his gaze piercing through the tension between them. "Whether you believe me or not, it stays in Zyron hands. If you think him your enemy, deal with it when the time comes. Believe me, I will." The words hung in the air, and the weight of trust felt heavier than ever. Ashton, still seething with rage, turned his gaze away from his brother. Astaroth wanted to clear the mistrust between them, but it was getting late for the ritual to claim the soul killer, and he had to turn away, leaving Ashton alone in the council room. Once alone in the dimly lit chamber, Ashton wrestled with his conflicted emotions. On one side, he wanted to trust Astaroth, but on the other, his father's warning echoed louder, and the uncertainty of their alliance gnawed at him. Chapter 716 Land of the Precursors 1. Chapter 716 Land of the Precursors 1. In the days that followed, Ashton and Astaroth couldn't agree, partially because of guilt and partly because of anger. The atmosphere around them was tense so much that the Zyrans worried about a potential fight that could destroy their moons or something. As such, the Black Division, a company of the greatest Zyran soldiers, were stationed around Ignara to ensure everyone's safety. The Black Division had never tasted defeat. They were always successful no matter how difficult their mission was. But despite their past glory, they weren't taking on Astaroth and Ashton lightly. They were well aware of Astaroth's strength and had no intention of working against him. As such, they settled for religiously surveilling Ashton, the more unpredictable of the two. While Ashton was being kept within a specific area of the moon, Astaroth was given free rein as the council trusted Astaroth more than a stranger, even though their shared past spoke otherwise. This arrangement continued until Astaroth was handed the Soul Killer device, and Ashton and Astaroth were set to depart for Celestria's Verge. But before that, the council suggested that they should wait and try to resolve their misunderstandings, given the circumstances. However, Ashton and Astaroth were set on leaving the Zyran-ruled space as soon as possible. Though their relationship was tense, defeating Krohan seemed to be the only thing they agreed on, and they wanted to waste no time on their bickering. Ultimately, the council agreed and arranged for a ship for them. While the Zyrans were worried about the downfall between the two, most of them were glad to see the guests depart, but they weren't alone. Despite his declining health, Rude accompanied them for two reasons. First, to see the place Johann talked so much about, and second, to try and apologize to Ashton for not giving him the Soul Killer as promised. The spaceship hurtled through the cosmic expanse, the hum of its engines a constant backdrop to the silence within. Astaroth sat in the cockpit, fingers dancing over the holographic controls, navigating through the sea of stars. Rude joined him, taking a seat in the co-pilot's chair, and a heavy atmosphere settled between them. "We need to talk," Rude finally broke the silence, his gaze fixed on the vastness beyond the viewport. Astaroth glanced at him, his golden eyes reflecting an unreadable emotion. "Talk away. I need to know your intentions," Astaroth, Rude pressed, the weight of uncertainty evident in his voice. "With Ashton, with the mission, everything. N@OE/L, B/1/Fin. Why is that?" "Because I have a duty to protect him," Rude responded. "Even above you." Astaroth leaned back, his posture casual, almost indifferent to Rude's status on Zenithar. "My intentions haven't changed," he responded. "I'm here to fight Krohan and end him. As for Ashton, he's not my concern. Whether he chooses to join me, that's his choice." Rude studied Astaroth's stoic expression, searching for any cracks that might reveal the truth because the Astaroth he knew wouldn't give up on someone he called his brother. "You don't seem too concerned about him," Rude commented. "He is a grown-ass man who has been through a lot," Astaroth chuckled. "He'll find his way. If he chooses to isolate himself, it's because he needs time to process. It's not my place to intrude on his peace." "Is that so? You two were inseparable once," Rude frowned, the lines on his forehead deepening. "Now it feels like you're drifting apart and I find it weird." Astaroth's eyes narrowed, and he turned his attention back to the controls. "People change, sir. Circumstances change. It's a part of life." A moment of silence hung in the air before Rude decided to address the issue at the core of their unease. "We can't ignore what happened during the meeting either." "Rude, I'm here to protect Ashton," Astaroth mumbled, his jaw tensing, a sign of inner turmoil. "But I can't control his perception of events. If he thinks I betrayed him, that's his choice. In time, everything will clear up. The question is, are you?" Rude's eyes narrowed, suspicion lingering. Astaroth's gaze remained fixed on the starry expanse. "No. I've never betrayed him and I never will. But trust is a delicate thing. Once broken, it's hard to mend." Their conversation reached an impasse, and tension thickened between them. Astaroth remained focused on the navigation controls, and Rude sighed, realizing that he wouldn't open up about having a secret meeting with the council and change their decision to get the soul killer for himself. Rude was aware of the meeting because one of the councilmen had informed him about it. But even he was too scared to reveal everything to Rude. That's why Rude wanted to know Astaroth's answer, but it didn't seem like he would talk. "I'm going to check on Ashton," Rude finally declared, rising from his seat. Astaroth nodded without looking back, his demeanor unwavering. "Feel free." As Rude left the cockpit, the door sliding shut behind him, Astaroth was left alone with his thoughts. The hum of the spaceship's engines reverberated through the narrow corridor as Rude approached Ashton's room. The metallic walls seemed to close in, amplifying the weight of unspoken tension in the air. Rude knew the trial set by the precursors would require all of their attention, and a broken crew like theirs wouldn't survive for long. As such, he wanted to mend the bridges while there was time. "I didn't have any success with Astaroth. Let's hope it won't be the same with Ashton," Rude mumbled before opening the door leading to Ashton's room. Inside, Ashton sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, immersed in meditation. Rude hesitated for a moment before clearing his throat. "Ashton, do you have a moment to spare?" No response. "I understand your anger. I should have fought harder for the soul killer," Rude admitted, his tone carrying the burden of regret. "I tried to change their decision, but the council." Ashton's eyes remained shut, and he continued his meditation, seemingly impervious to Rude's words. "I wanted to apologize," Rude persisted. "I never meant for things to unfold this way. I tried to reverse the decision, but they wouldn't listen." Silence hung in the room like an unspoken truth. Ashton's meditation was a shield, a barrier to prevent his temper from boiling over. Rude's regret-filled words seemed to bounce off that shield, leaving Ashton unmoved. "I really wish it didn't come to this," Rude sighed, running a hand through his silver hair. "I wish we could have found a better way, you know?" Still, no acknowledgement from Ashton. Rude took a step back, realizing that his attempts at reconciliation were falling on deaf ears. "Ashton, you did what you had to." Ashton's voice cut through the air, low and controlled. "If you think it'll become a danger to you, then you're wrong. What happened, you can leave now." He nodded silently, acknowledging the chasm that had widened between them. As he turned to leave, the door slid shut behind him, sealing the divide. In the corridor, Rude found himself alone with his thoughts. The spaceship hurtled through the vastness of space, carrying them and the weight of decisions and consequences. The flickering lights overhead cast a muted glow on Rude's troubled expression. He walked the corridor in solitude until he came upon Astaroth, leaning against the wall with a contemplative gaze. Rude hesitated before speaking. "Ashton might turn into a liability for our mission." Astaroth's eyes met Rude's, and he raised an eyebrow as he didn't expect Rude to be so forward and straight with his words. "I know," Rude admitted. "I shouldn't have said that. It's just the council's decision has complicated things." "I already told you," Astaroth shrugged. "Leave him be." I know him, he is disturbed right now, but he'll recover. Now let's head back. As Astaroth returned to the ship's controls and steered them through the cosmos, Rude lingered in the corridor, feeling uneasy for some reason. Chapter 717 Land of the Precursors 2. Chapter 717 Land of the Precursors 2. The spaceship descended through the desolate atmosphere, a reddish hue casting an eerie glow on the ruins below. Ashton peered out of the viewport, his eyes widening at the sight of Celestria's Verge, the once majestic land of the Precursors, now reduced to a wasteland of rundown structures and barren lands. The planet's surface bore scars of battles long forgotten. Craters pocked the terrain, evidence of conflicts that had unfolded millennia ago. It was as if Celestria's Verge had witnessed an apocalypse, the remnants of once majestic buildings standing like mournful sentinels over the aftermath. Though now dilapidated, the architecture still bore traces of intricate designs and advanced engineering. Symbols etched into the corroded walls told stories of a race that sought to explore the cosmos, leaving an unforgettable mark on the fabric of the universe. Overhead, the sky was shrouded in perpetual gloom. A reddish tint, possibly due to atmospheric decay, cast an eerie hue on the landscape. The sun, if it still existed in the conventional sense, remained obscured, leaving Celestria's Verge bathed in an otherworldly twilight. In the distance, Ashton could make out the remnants of what seemed to be a central Huban ancient precursor city that once teemed with life. Now it lay silent, a ghostly reminder of the bustling metropolis it had once been. Tangled, dry vines and metallic debris intertwined, weaving a tapestry of nature, reclaiming the remnants of a technological marvel. Celestria's Verge, once a beacon of the Precursor's might, had succumbed to the relentless march of time. The very essence of a once thriving civilization now echoed through the empty corridors of decay, and the wind carried whispers of a legacy that refused to be forgotten. Is this Celestria's Verge? Ashton asked, disbelief lacing his words as their ship descended on the barren world. Lord Rude, seated beside him, nodded solemnly. Yes, Ashton. This is what remains of your homeland, if you want to call it that. Ashton glanced about the crumbling remnants of precursor civilization. But how could one creature be capable of this? The creature of the dark wasn't the only thing working against the precursors. Rude sighed, a heavy weight of sorrow in his voice. Time, Ashton. Time happened. The precursors were a mighty race, but even we were not immune to the ravages of time. While the creature was the primary reason for their decline, it wasn't the reason why their civilization crumbled, as against time they too faced extinction. You're not making any sense, old man, Astaroth retorted. Is that so? Rude chuckled weakly. Looks like my old age is catching up to me. Maybe it was Ashton's imagination, but it felt like Rude was nervous, as if he was hiding something from them. However, rather than comment on it, Ashton decided to keep an eye on Rude for behavioral changes. As the ship touched down on a cracked landing pad, the metallic clank of the doors opening reverberated through the desolation. Ashton stepped onto the crumbling surface, his footsteps echoing in the silent expanse. Rude followed suit, looking around with nostalgia and sorrow. We need to find the remnants of precursor technology that might aid us in defeating Krohan, Astaroth explained, his gaze scanning the ruins. Though it doesn't look like that would be possible. Before Ashton could respond, a low mechanical hum resonated through the air, accompanied by an unsettling buzz. The ground trembled as massive robotic insects emerged from the shadows of the ruined structures. Ashton's eyes widened as he observed the unnatural creatures, their metallic exoskeletons glinting in the dim light. Fucking hell, what are those? Astaroth yelled, calling out Raphael in his hands. Stay close, Lord Rude, Ashton warned, unsheathing a sleek energy bomb from his inventory as he charged at the robots together with Astaroth. However, the robotic insects ignored them, focusing squarely on Rude. Astaroth, unfazed by the robots' ignorance, lunged at them. Why are they only attacking Rude? Ashton questioned, bewildered. These are remnants of our automated defense system, designed to protect precursor technology. You can say they are one of the trials. Rude exclaimed, raising his blade and attacking the metallic onslaught heat-in. It seems they can't distinguish friend from foe anymore. Ashton wasn't convinced by Rude's explanation, as the insects seemed aware of his and Astaroth's presence. Strangely enough, both of them had precursor genetics, which could be why the insects were strictly attacking Rude, a Zyron. Meanwhile, Astaroth engaged the robotic insects, displaying remarkable prowess in combat. His hands crackled with energy as he unleashed powerful strikes against the relentless assailants. Rude's precision with the energy blade complemented Astaroth's raw strength, creating a formidable defense against the robotic onslaught. Ashton stood a distance away and watched the skirmish unfold. The sight of Astaroth and Rude battling the robots perplexed him, and his thoughts became weirder with each passing moment. Earlier, he only suspected foul play from Astaroth, but now it felt like both of them could be involved in some notorious scheme, and he was stuck on an unknown planet with people who could betray him. Something isn't right here. In the meantime, the Zyrans were busy dispatching the robots. The robotic insects, however, were persistent. Astaroth destroyed several with precise strikes, but their numbers seemed inexhaustible. Rude, too, fought valiantly, but the mechanical creatures pressed on. Feeling a surge of frustration, Ashton clenched his fists. He was a precursor. If they weren't attacking him, there was a chance they might listen to him. Stepping forward, he approached one of the robotic insects, its sensors locking onto him. Astonishingly, it halted its attack, following Ashton's thought. If he could control the robots, it would be advantageous for him. After all, he would again have allies whom he could blindly trust. I think I can communicate with them, Ashton announced, his voice hiding his true intentions. Rude shot him a wary glance mid-battle. Communicate? Ashton, be careful. We don't know how. Before Rude could finish, Ashton extended his hand towards the robotic insect, focusing his thoughts on a connection. Surprisingly, the insect responded, its movements less hostile, as if acknowledging Ashton's presence. What are you doing, Ashton? Astaroth called out, momentarily halting his assault. Just shut it and put your sword down. Ashton roared. They won't harm anyone for now. Chapter 718 Betrayal 1. Chapter 718 Betrayal 1. The desolate landscape of Celestria's verge lay still, and the metallic insects seemed pacified by Ashton's presence. Astaroth and Rude exchanged glances of astonishment. By the stars, Rude muttered, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. He's controlling them. Astaroth nodded, unsurprised by the gods of plot armor protecting Ashton. He's a precursor. Only God knows what else he is capable of. While the two chatted, Ashton stood amidst the robotic creatures and maintained a focused connection. His thoughts seemed to guide the creatures, and the once chaotic assembly moved in a harmonious and orderly way under his command. A more significant part of the group slowly moved towards him, revolving around Ashton like a dog would to its long-lost owner. Once they confirmed whatever they wanted to, the creatures began happily chirping around. I didn't expect this, Rude admitted, still observing the surreal scene. I guess Ashton is in more touch with his precursor side. Astaroth, though intrigued, remained puzzled. Having been cloned after Ashton, he was, in theory, just as much a precursor as Ashton was. Yet he couldn't control the creature even if he tried. Little did Astaroth know that the robotic creatures didn't recognize Ashton due to his precursor lineage, but because of a program written in them by Johann. Like Ava had said, Johann had mapped every event of Ashton's life, even before they had planned to create him. As such, it wasn't odd that Johann knew Ashton would get to the verge and left the creature to guard the place till he did. But how could Johann ensure that the creatures would only serve Ashton and his master and not an imposter? It was a bit of a gamble, but instead of trusting his son, Johann decided it would be better for him to imprint that information on the precursor armor Ashton was sporting, as only Ashton could wear it. Incredible, the trials would be easy to clear if Ashton can keep this up, Rude commented, but Astaroth was too busy inside his head to register Rude. Ashton, sensing their conversation, turned towards them. Following his gaze, the robotic insects seemed to acknowledge the presence of Astaroth and Rude and didn't attack them anymore, even without Ashton's input. Before approaching the two, Ashton waved the creatures away, and they dispersed without a fuss, returning to their dormant state but ready to help in case Ashton needed them. He controls them like they're an extension of himself, Astaroth remarked, a hint of wariness in his voice. Is it only me? Or is he getting stronger by the day? Ashton approached, meeting their gaze. They're not a threat. They're like guardians to this place and probably mistook strangers as adversaries. How can you control other precursor technology as well? Rude asked. Were you taught all this? Ashton shrugged. I don't know. This is the first time I've tried and it just happened. That has to be the case. I expected no less from Lord Johann. It's a shame he isn't with us. NovaLB.in. Ashton and Astaroth were both silent after seeing a respectable elder fanboying so hard for someone. It was like a century-old man on the verge of death, supporting the nth generation of his favorite K-pop idol. Ignoring the fanboy, Astaroth crossed his arms, studying Ashton intently. Well, this changes things. With this newfound ability, we might have an edge against Krohan. Ashton, however, remained contemplative. Like him, Krohan was a precursor, more knowledgeable one, no less. However, bringing him anywhere near precursor tech could spell disaster for them. I don't think that's a good idea, Ashton commented. If anything, keeping Krohan away from all this tech should be our priority. He is correct, Rude nodded in agreement. For now, let's proceed cautiously and gather whatever information or resources we can from this place. As the trio ventured deeper into Celestria's verge, the remnants of precursor technology loomed like silent sentinels. Ashton's connection with the ancient defenses facilitated their exploration, guiding them through the ruins of the old empire. Oi, Ashton, come check this out. Suddenly, Ashton heard Astaroth call out to him. He and Rude hurried to Astaroth's location only to find him standing in front of a rundown building. What is it, Astaroth? Ashton replied, mocking the Zyron like old times. Astaroth scoffed playfully before nodding towards the building. It looks like some kind of foundry. At least that's what I remember from the time I went excavating for precursor tech. At least you remember something useful from the past, old man. Ashton took a jab before getting close to the sealed doors. Let's see what I can hear. As usual, Ashton's touch activated the long-dead entrance. As they entered the dimly lit interior, holographic displays flickered to life, revealing ancient texts, images, and records suspended midair. Looks like you were right, Astaroth, Rude commented, staring at the holographs. This is written in precursor language. Ashton, drawn to the holographic displays, witnessed images of a flourishing civilization, advancements in science, and the cosmic wonders they had once explored. Yeah, well, I don't know precursor language, so you better start translating all this shit and see if we get anything useful from this place, Astaroth said before pinching his nose as the place had a very distinctive smell. You don't need to tell me about it, Rude said as he spurted his wings and flew upwards, wanting to decipher the words in an orderly manner. Ashton, engrossed in the holographic projections, traced the timeline of events. The records unfolded the tale of the precursor's cosmic endeavors, encounters with diverse species, and the intricate web of alliances and conflicts that defined their era. Wait a minute, Ashton mumbled as he saw something strange. The war that precursors lost happened long before they created the humans, right? That's what the old man said, Astaroth replied, looking strangely as Ashton. Why? Is something wrong? Ashton hastily pointed at a panel and replied, if the Verge was left isolated after the war, then how the heck is there a record of humanity's creation here? Astaroth leaned in to double-check Ashton. But as he did, a thunderous sound echoed above them, and before they knew it, Rude had attacked Astaroth, pinning him to the ground with a lightning trident. What the hell? Ashton yelled and brought out Bommand, but he was kicked away before he could do anything. Finally, centuries of patience paid off. Rude sniggered. Unlike before, he didn't look old and frail. Instead, he appeared to have buffed up considerably more than Ashton or Astaroth. The fuck is wrong with you? Astaroth yelled, but Rude ignored him, saying something that made everything clear. You rats won't put any hurdles on Lord Krohan's path. I'll make sure of it. Chapter 719 Betrayal 2. Chapter 719 Betrayal 2. Color me surprised. Krohan got to you, didn't he? You damned puppet. Ashton's expression changed from anger to disbelief as he raised Bommand again, ready to confront the unexpected adversary. Puppets are easily discarded. I made a choice, and it's the winning side, Rude scoffed, flexing his newly created muscles as if eager to test his regained youth. You think siding with Krohan makes you a winner? Astaroth said with a defiant smirk despite being pinned under the trident. You're just digging your own grave, Rude. The response to Astaroth's smile was a surge of electricity from the trident coursing through Astaroth's form. The Zyron Lord gritted his teeth against the pain but refused to scream. Astaroth was well aware of Rude's sadistic tendencies and refused to let the fucker get the pleasure he wanted to get by torturing him. But it seemed the pain coursing through Astaroth got transferred to Ashton because he was seething in rage. He called upon the insectoids from before, but to his surprise, not a single such creature appeared to aid him. Ashton found it weird, and Rude's smile confirmed he must have done something to corner Ashton and Astaroth there. What can he possibly gain from this? Ashton wondered. After all, their stalemate of a situation was temporary, and even Rude must know that. Sooner or later, Astaroth would be freed from Rude's grip, and someone like Rude wouldn't dare go up against the duo alone, which meant Rude must have a plan in his head. A plan that would topple the scales in his favor. But what could overpower both him and Astaroth? That's what Ashton wanted to know. Unfortunately, he had no time to stand there and do nothing. Even though Astaroth was putting on a brave face, Ashton knew his condition wasn't good. Ashton, realizing the dire predicament, lunged at Rude with Bommand. You're not getting away with this. But Rude, empowered by Krohan's blessings, effortlessly deflected Ashton's attack and countered with a swift blow that sent Ashton crashing. The transformed Zyron Lord displayed a level of strength and agility that surpassed their expectations. You were never meant to survive this encounter, Rude declared, his voice resonating with a newfound conviction. Lord Krohan's power flows through me now, and you two are nothing more than obstacles to be eradicated. You're playing a dangerous game, Rude, still pinned to the ground. Astaroth managed to utter. Krohan won't keep his promises. You're just a pawn in his game. If I'm a pawn, then so be it. At least it'll be on the winning side, Rude chuckled menacingly. As long as the Zyrons are safe, I don't care about anything else. Enjoy your demise. Once again, Ineto/V/El/B/N. With that, Rude raised the trident, ready to deliver a potentially fatal strike. But Ashton emerged from the rubble before he could land the blow, kicking the proud Zyron with his aura-enforced body. With a powerful kick, Ashton dislodged Rude, sending him sprawling backwards. The trident clattered to the ground as Rude tumbled out of the library, momentarily defeated. Need a hand, big guy? Ashton grinned. Astaroth, despite the chaotic situation, smirked in response. Young guy should away help the elder. Well, we might have to do the opposite of it, Ashton replied. With the trident off him, Ashton helped Astaroth back to his feet. A nod of gratitude exchanged between him and Ashton. Thanks for the assist, he said, rubbing his neck to remove the numbness around it. The banter between them served as a brief respite. However, their moment of levity was interrupted as Rude reappeared, not a scratch on his body from Ashton's kick. Strangely enough, as Rude reappeared, Astaroth couldn't help but interject with a touch of humor amid the tense atmosphere. Well, look who's back for another round. Don't tell me you got so desperate that you started consuming performance enhancers, Rude? Astaroth quipped, a mischievous glint in his golden eyes. You seem a bit too eager to pick fights today. Ashton shot Astaroth a puzzled look, to which Astaroth shrugged playfully. Just saying, maybe the old Rude needed a boost. A little something to put his rotting dong to use. Really, dude? You want to do this now? Ashton whispered to Astaroth. Just watch. I know how to get him riled up, Astaroth whispered back. His first and fourth wives left him because of his ED. Looks like Astaroth's plan worked because Rude was brooding hard. Now wielding his trident with an ominous aura, Rude glared at Astaroth. Jokes won't save you from Lord Krohan's wrath. Bitch, please. Astaroth, unfazed, continued his banter. Maybe you should have asked for the secret recipe from your Lord and Savior. It might have given you a fair chance against us. You know, a little performance enhancer to keep up with the big leagues. The Foundry's silence shattered as Rude, seething with anger, charged at Astaroth. Astaroth gracefully sidestepped, avoiding Rude's initial attack. However, Rude's fury didn't wane, and he swiftly redirected his assault toward Astaroth again. Amidst the skirmish, Ashton rushed to intervene. With a swift motion, he swung bombard at Rude, aiming to thwart his relentless assault. But Rude deftly intercepted Ashton's strike with his trident, the clash resonating through the building. Astaroth seized the opportunity, swiftly moving to Rude's side with fluid grace. He aimed a precise strike, and his fist connected with Rude's ribs, eliciting a pained grunt. Rude, recovering from the unexpected blow, retaliated by summoning a surge of energy through his trident. The weapon crackled with lightning as he unleashed a sweeping strike towards Astaroth, who skillfully dodged the attack with a nimble sidestep. You're getting slow, Rude. Astaroth teased, his tone a stark contrast to the intensity of the battle. Last I checked, a hit like this wouldn't have done shit to you, let alone cause you to scream in pain. Unlike your mouth, that's as crude as I recall, Rude scoffed, ignoring the blaring pain to his side. Fret not, I'll shortly fix that. Chapter 720 A Zompirewolf 1. Chapter 720 A Zompirewolf 1. The moon hung low in the midnight sky, casting an ethereal glow over the desolate battlefield. Ashton and Astaroth stood side by side, their swords gleaming in the pale light. Before them, Rude twirled his thundering trident with an ominous grin, as if swinging the trident would save his ass. The air crackled with tension as the trio sized each other up. Ashton locked eyes with Rude, while Astaroth was itching to mimic Rude even more, but Ashton stopped him. Suddenly, without a word, Rude lunged forward, his trident slashing through the air like a bolt of lightning. Ashton parried the attack skillfully, the metal clash ringing across the battlefield. He never learns, does he? Astaroth sighed and went back to action. Astaroth swiftly closed the distance, delivering a series of lightning-quick kicks to Rude's midsection, where he had hit the Zyron before. The relentless attacks made Rude stagger back, but he soon retaliated with a powerful swing of his trident. Ashton and Astaroth moved in perfect harmony, which wasn't a surprise as the two had spent years in the same body, and knew what each other was going to do next before either had thought about it. Their movements synchronized as they dodged and counterattacked. Sparks flew as the clash intensified, each strike leaving a mark on the barren cityscape. Is that all you've got, Rude? Astaroth taunted, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Rude's laughter reverberated through the air, a sinister sound that made them uncomfortable. You underestimate the power bestowed upon me, fools. With a sudden burst of energy, Rude unleashed a torrent of lightning from the trident, sending Ashton and Astaroth flying backwards. The duo rolled to their feet, gritting their teeth against the searing pain that coursed through their bodies. He didn't know about Astaroth, but Ashton was sure he had dodged the strike. Yet he was hit by the thundering wave. It confused him, and Astaroth shared the emotions with him. You two, huh? Ashton said, his voice firm as the jolting pain subsided. I was hoping you had a plan this time. Me? Nah, Astaroth scoffed. But we definitely need to get that trident from him. Ashton nodded in agreement, as they regained their footing. Without wasting a moment, they closed in on Rude and threw a barrage of attacks on him. The trio engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, the air pulsating with the clash of steel, and the dead sky above them cackled. It felt like the long, desolate planet was responding to their conflict, either that or Rude was onto something. Meanwhile, Astaroth's movements were a blur as he seamlessly transitioned between punches and kicks. Ashton soared with precision, deflected Rude's trident strikes, and protected Astaroth simultaneously. However, despite being pushed back, Rude seemed to revel in the chaos, his laughter echoing through the night. Ashton thought of summoning his soldiers for a moment but decided against it for two reasons. Firstly, his summons were back on Earth, protecting his family, which was more important than ever because if Rude could betray them, the remaining Zyrans were no exception. Secondly, calling the summons would be useless as they likely would serve as distractions, and one hit from the trident would be enough to eliminate them. Oi Ashton! Stop dreaming, will you? Astaroth yelled after protecting him from Rude's attack. You're persistent. I'll give you that, Rude sneered with a glint of madness in his eyes. But it's useless. No matter how hard you try, you're not winning this fight. Yeah, we'll see about that. The battle raged on, each side pushing the limits of their abilities. Astaroth's fists met the electrified surface of the trident, sending shockwaves through his body. Despite his agility, Ashton struggled to evade the relentless onslaught of lightning-infused attacks. We can't keep this up, Ashton grunted, frustration etching his features. Astaroth nodded, his gaze unwavering. We need to find a weakness, exploit it. As if hearing their conversation, Rude's laughter grew louder, a cacophony of madness that fueled his strength. My weakness? There's no such thing. Suddenly Rude's form changed, his body morphing into a grotesque, monstrous version of himself. The ground beneath him cracked as he grew in size, the trident now a massive thundering weapon that seemed to channel the very essence of the storm. Novelb went in. Ashton and Astaroth exchanged uneasy glances, realizing the tables had rolled twice before turning against them. The once confident expressions on their faces now masked a growing concern. What in the heavens is happening? Ashton muttered, his grip on the sword tightening. I was hoping you would have an answer to that, being a precursor and all. Astaroth said while scratching his head. When should we start running? Ashton's voice echoed from a distance, who the fuck are you talking to there? Get a move on, you chicken legs. Now a hulking monstrosity, Rude swung the colossal trident with devastating force. Thankfully, Ashton used his aura to push back against Rude, but even then he could feel his aura wasn't as strong as before. That motherfucker did something. Ashton yelled to inform Astaroth. I can use my aura properly. Well, fuck me. Not the time or place. Shut it, you dim bulb. Astaroth yelled while raising his fist as they rushed towards the ship. You thought you could challenge me? Rude's monstrous voice boomed, laughter echoing through the battlefield. No disrespect, but we were thinking of killing you. Astaroth yelled back. Just so you know, we still are. Jester till the end. Rude rolled his eyes as he chased behind the duo. Rude knows more about precursors than I do. Facing him like this is useless, Ashton mumbled. I need to do something. Something Rude wouldn't expect a precursor to do. While Astaroth distracted Rude, Ashton came up with a plan worth testing. But for it to work, he needed to catch Rude off guard. Before all that, I need to know how he messed with my aura, Ashton mumbled. I bet it's that trident. Wait a minute, that's it. Chapter 721 I Am A Zompirewolf 2. Chapter 721 I Am A Zompirewolf 2. The training grounds echoed with the sound of clashing steel, a dance of blades between Johann and his apprentice, Rude. The air crackled with anticipation as the two warriors engaged in a spar. Well, it was only Rude engaging in combat. Johann stayed rooted to his spot, waiting for Rude to land a successful hit. Sparks flew whenever Rude swung his blade at Johann, but even with all his might, Rude's sword never reached Johann. Enough playing for today, Johann said, sporting his characteristic smile. A single gesture from Johann sent Rude sprawling to the ground, defeated without the precursor putting a finger on him. How? How did you defeat me without even using your sword? Rude said, panting and on his knees looking up at his mentor. It's not always about the strength of the body, Rude. Johann, with a knowing smile, extended a hand to help Rude up. It's about mastering the strength within, something every precursor you'll go against already has. But I don't understand, Rude mumbled, accepting the hand and pulling himself up. You didn't even use your precursor powers. Who said I didn't? Johann replied, staring at the starry sky above before resting his eye back on Rude. Precursor combat goes beyond physical prowess. It's about understanding and manipulating the essence that makes us who we are, the precursor aura. Precursor aura? What's that? They walked to a quiet corner of the training grounds, where their ships were docked. Johann's expression turned serious as he began to explain. The precursor aura is the essence that surrounds us, a manifestation of our unique abilities. It's an energy field that shields us from harm and enhances our natural skills. But it can also be a vulnerability if you know how to exploit it. Rude furrowed his brow, absorbing the information. Exploit the precursor aura? How is that possible? I mean, your kind knows their weakness. There has to be countermeasures. I never said it would be easy, Johann smiled again. Neither it is impossible. That is if you have the zeal to learn. Though bruised and battered, Rude knelt in front of his master to show he was willing to do anything to become his sword. I will continue to learn, master. I want rest until I can defeat any precursor that stands in my way. Now I'm worried for my life, haha. Little did Johann know that the very lessons he had imparted to Rude would be used against his son, Ashton. Rude wasn't inherently evil, he only did what he thought was good for his people. After all, Rude had heard a lot about Krohan from his master, who admitted it would take more than a dozen top-rank precursors to seal him, let alone defeat him. Now that the precursors were gone and Ashton wasn't strong enough to deal with Krohan alone, only a fool would side with him. That's why Rude was already in contact with Krohan after secretly traveling to Euphoria, and offered him his loyalty in exchange for Zyron's safety. In fact, it was Krohan who concocted the story for Rude to tell Ashton, and lure him to the verge to prove that he was capable enough to be a precursor servant. That's why Ashton was surprised when he discovered the truth of humanity's creation. But that wasn't all. Krohan had briefed Rude on the planetary defenses, and the intricate traps scattered across the landscape. This information led Rude to vanish into the foundry, where he diligently worked to deactivate the security measures, which was also why Ashton couldn't summon the insectoids for help. Everything that Krohan told Rude should have been enough to deal with Ashton. But their plans went foul the moment Astaroth decided to join them. Rude informed Krohan about the situation, who then gave Rude the location of one of his weapons, the trident Rude was wielding now. As for how he was able to disassociate Ashton's control over his aura, it was also thanks to the trident. With that, Krohan had helped Rude more than he wanted to. Even then, as Rude faced Astaroth and Ashton, Krohan's words echoed in his ears. Kill the kid and I shall spare your kind. You have my word. Fail and it shall be the last thing you'd ever do. Thanks to their meticulous planning, circumstances were aligning in his favor. By eliminating the duo, the Zyrans could be spared. Despite the awareness that he was betraying his former mentor, Rude was prepared to confront the consequences when Head encountered Johann in the afterlife. Still spacing out? Astaroth yelled before taking another swing at Rude. A while ago, Ashton had disappeared, leaving Astaroth behind to deal with Rude. But Ashton didn't leave Astaroth alone, he left Bommand with him. N. Focusing on an inconsequential battle is but a waste of time, Rude replied as he effortlessly blocked Astaroth's attack. Rude's movements were swift and calculated, blocking Astaroth's strikes with effortless precision. Despite his strength, Astaroth found himself being pushed back by the relentless assault. Rude's skills, honed by millenniums of training, were evident as he dodged and parried each attack. As Astaroth stumbled backwards, Rude seized the opportunity to strike. With a forceful swing of his trident, Rude sent Astaroth sprawling across the chamber floor. Astaroth grunted in pain but quickly rose, his determination unbroken. Join me, Astaroth, he proposed with a hint of sincerity. Together we can ensure the survival of the Zyrans. Yeah, about that, Astaroth, despite the pain, burst into laughter. It's like you said. Don't waste your time here, old man. Disappointment flickered in Rude's eyes, but he quickly regained focus. With a determined look, he raised his trident, poised to strike. Before the blow could land, an unexpected attack came from behind. Ashton transformed into his Zompirewolf form and lunged at Rude, knocking the trident out of Rude's hands. Caught off guard, Rude grunted as Ashton's jaws clamped onto his shoulder. The sudden assault disrupted Rude's composure, allowing Astaroth to recover before Ashton was thrown off Rude's back. Rude noticed the missing trident and was about to rush towards it when a portal appeared between them, and a bone Goliath made of bones from the precursors kicked Rude away. Sorry, it took longer than I expected to gather the bones, Ashton mumbled as he helped Astaroth back to his feet. Better late than never. Astaroth replied, flexing his shoulders. Shall we end this then? Chapter 722 Another Tale of Backstabbing 1. Chapter 722 Another Tale of Backstabbing 1. Bone Goliath. It had been a while since Ashton last used such skill. Well, it was because he found it a pain to carry vast amounts of bones, and while he could use his skeleton soldiers for supply, the Goliath made from their bones would be too weak to last against Rude or Krohan. Navdat Albin. Even then, Ashton knew he had to do something unexpected to catch Rude off guard and steal the trident. That's why he left Astaroth to distract Rude while he summoned his skeleton army to help him look for the bones of the precursors. It was a gamble because, for all he knew, the precursors might not have left their allies' corpses on the verge. But the fact they had placed several traps and other creations to protect a forsaken planet meant they had to be hiding something. Thankfully, Ashton's gamble paid off when the skeleton soldiers found a graveyard right outside the ruins. But the bones he gathered weren't enough on their own. In the end, Ashton had to use some of his soldiers to make up for the lacking amount and summoned a bone Goliath primarily consisting of precursors' bones. With the trident gone, Ashton's precursor aura should return to normal. But Ashton could guess from his earlier encounters that Rude was proficient in fighting against precursors and Zyrans. Hence, instead of depending on his newfound genes, Ashton decided to go old school and defeat Rude without using his precursor lineage. You sure about it? Astaroth asked Ashton again. You could use your aura to get rid of him. You think he has no contingencies prepared for this situation? Ashton replied. He had learned how to fight against precursors from my father. Although he wasn't as strong as Krohan, he was still the leader of the precursors. Yeah. Gotta give the man some credit where he deserves, Astaroth sighed but agreed. So what do we do next? Defeat him, what else? Ashton smirked. He has to know something about Krohan that would come in handy later on, so let's try not to kill him. That's easier said than done. What do you mean? Ashton questioned. Use Raphael and seal him. Wait, no you didn't. Yes I did. Astaroth admitted with a sheepish grin. I left him to spend some quality time with his granddaughter back on Zenithar. Ashton couldn't believe his ears. What kind of glorified general would leave his primary weapon behind before venturing into a potentially dangerous zone? Despite his disbelief, Astaroth's candid confession clarified one of Ashton's lingering confusions. So that's why you were fighting barehanded? Yep. But hey, my arms are no less than a weapon. Sure, your arms are as much a weapon as your brain, which is useless. Oi, watch where you're throwing things. Astaroth yelled at the Goliath, who just shrugged and continued bashing Rude, or at least trying to do it. Goliath had overwhelmed Rude, and it seemed Rude's strength was fading away without the trident in hand. Even then, he went toe-to-toe with the towering bone creature. The sight made Ashton wonder how strong Rude would have been in his prime. Looks like your father had an eye for talented people, Astaroth commented. Ashton didn't respond but smiled. His life had been full of drama, but whenever someone mentioned his father, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of life he led before coming to Earth. Unfortunately, the only people who seemed to know him personally were out for Ashton's blood, so it wasn't like he could learn more about him from them. Let's end this and go home, Ashton mumbled. We can devise strategies to get rid of Krohan some other time, right? As soon as they were done, the duo sprouted their wings and rushed towards Rude with all their might. Rude saw the pair heading his way from the corner of his eyes. But even though he did, he could do nothing to stop them as his hands were already tied as he dealt with the Goliath. Astaroth and Ashton closed in with incredible speed, their wings slicing through the air as they aimed for Rude. The intense rush of wind echoed on the planet as they approached the enemy. Rude could sense the precursor aura leaking from Ashton and knew he couldn't ignore him. He swiftly disentangled himself from the struggling Goliath. The massive creature roared, but Rude paid it no heed. He knew he had a more immediate threat. No point in fighting back, old man. Astaroth led the assault, his golden wings glittering in the night. Without stopping, he unleashed a barrage of strikes on Rude, aiming a powerful punch at Rude's midsection. But Rude, despite being occupied, managed to evade the blow by shifting his body weight to dodge. Astaroth's punch had missed its target, but it created an opening for Ashton. Ashton lunged at Rude from the side. His massive jaws were ready to clamp down on Rude's shoulder. However, Rude's precognitive skill, honed over the years, kicked in, allowing him to predict the attack. But even then, he couldn't dodge the strike himself. But he had another way of dodging the attack, by allowing himself to get hit by the Goliath's massive arm. Thanks to the punch, his body got twisted, and he narrowly avoided Ashton's bite. Rude did not want to face 3 opponents on the ground, and brought out his wings before rushing into the air. Watching Rude soar over them, Ashton prepared to rush after him, but Astaroth stopped him when he noticed something suspicious in the air. No, don't. Astaroth yelled to stop Ashton. What? Can't you see for yourself? Astaroth barked back. A shadow loomed overhead, casting an ominous presence. The two of them looked up, their eyes widening as they saw a massive spaceship descending from the cosmic expanse. It didn't take long for Astaroth to recognize the Sherpit was once used by the precursors. Is that Krohan? Chapter 723, Another Tale of Backstabbing 2. Nov/LB/1N. Chapter 723, Another Tale of Backstabbing 2. It can't be him, Astaroth replied. His explosive aura would give him away. While Astaroth's words held truth, Krohan was the only one Ashton suspected who could have access to precursor technology like their ship. But if it wasn't him, then who else could it be? For a fraction of a second, Ashton thought it could be his father. Despite Ashton having obliterated the remnants of Johann, a glimmer of hope persisted in his heart, a hope born from the inherent belief that his father, being a precursor, might have somehow endured the seemingly irreversible fate. But he knew it was impossible. This meant the question remained, who was on that ship? Unluckily for the duo, the sight of the vessel made Rude cackle, which could mean one thing. The ship is here for that bastard, Astaroth said before lunging towards the Zyron. Before Astaroth could reach Rude, Ashton yanked him back. Surprised by the sudden intervention, Astaroth was about to inquire when a burst of energy surged through the planet's surface, hurtling toward their ship. Regrettably, the trajectory of the energy burst intersected with the precise location where Rude and the Goliath stood. In an instant, they were obliterated, dissolving into nothingness like they had never existed. Had Ashton not detected the impending attack and prevented Astaroth from advancing, he too would have met a similar fate, perishing alongside Rude. What the hell was that attack? Astaroth exclaimed in confusion as the hole inside the planet gradually repaired itself. We can think about it once we're safe. Ashton bellowed, charging toward their ship. Move, move, move. However, right before they could reach the ship, it was obliterated by the precursor's vessel. Debris from the obliterated ship scattered in all directions as Ashton and Astaroth ducked for cover behind the remnants of a fallen structure. The ominous spacecraft hovered menacingly above, its dark silhouette casting an eerie shadow over the landscape. Ashton gritted his teeth, eyes fixed on the vessel. We need a plan. Any suggestions, Astaroth? We can't take that ship heat in. It's too powerful. Astaroth scanned the area, assessing their limited options. We need a distraction. Well, I'm out of options, Ashton replied. No, wait. There might be something I can do. Since Rude's trident was the one thing interfering with Ashton's connection with precursor tech, he should be able to call for reinforcements now that it was gone. At that moment, a swarm of robotic insects emerged from the ruins. On Ashton's command, the creatures charged toward the spacecraft, diverting its attention momentarily. Like Ashton had expected, the ship responded with a barrage of smaller energy blasts, disintegrating some insects while the others kept heading towards the vessel. This might buy us some time, Ashton commented as they seized the opportunity to move away from the wreckage. We need to find something like a control room. Something that will help us deal with that fucking ship. Yeah, good luck finding anything in this ruin. Astaroth rolled his eyes, but even he knew it was their only bet at victory. Fine, let's go. Those damned insects won't last forever. As Ashton and Astaroth raced through the desolate landscape, the swarm of robotic insects followed them, engaging the mysterious spacecraft as and when required. The ship retaliated with a storm of energy blasts, disintegrating some insects, but more appeared through the cracks on the surface. Still, Ashton knew the insects wouldn't last forever, and they needed to move quicker. As they weaved through the remnants of buildings, they spotted a structure that seemed promising. They sprinted toward it without hesitation, hoping it would provide the solution they desperately needed. Just as they reached the entrance of the building, the last of the robotic insects succumbed to the ship's assault. The duo, however, managed to dive inside the structure, seeking refuge from the impending danger. The door closed behind them, momentarily shielding them from the hostile onslaught. That fucking thing destroyed Goliath and our ship. You think these buildings will protect us? Astaroth yelled at Ashton, who promptly smacked him. Concentrate, you dimwit. Panicking ain't gonna help you out of this mess. I wasn't panicking, was I? Astaroth mumbled as if he couldn't remember what happened a couple of moments ago. Let's look for anything useful. Ashton sighed, frustration evident in his eyes. He sensed something was off with Astaroth since they got to the Zyran homeworld. Ashton had been meaning to talk with Astaroth about his observations, but for now they had a deadly threat to deal with. This place is ancient, Ashton. Are you sure we can find something to deal with that ship? Astaroth questioned, genuine concern etched on his face. We don't have a choice, do we? Ashton said as his fingers danced over the dusty control panels, and after a moment, a holographic display flickered to life. Thankfully, they didn't have to look for anything. The dimly lit room revealed countless consoles and flickering but working holographic displays with foreign symbols. Yet Ashton understood the meaning of the symbols and knew they were in the right place. The ship must have shields protecting it, Ashton commented, his fingers dancing across the interface. We need to get rid of those first. Once the shields are down, we can target its propulsion systems. Astaroth leaned in, studying the controls. That should bring it down. But for that, we need massive weapons, Ashton declared, spotting a bank of consoles. If we can access the planetary defenses, we might stand a chance. Here, Astaroth yelled, pointing at a holographic interface. I got weapons here. Good work. Outside, the desolate landscape rumbled as the surface responded to Ashton's command. Old rusty cannons, remnants of a bygone era, emerged from the ground with a reluctant groan. The once potent weapons struggled to break free from the shackles of time and decay. Only some cannons managed to pierce through the layers of dirt and debris accumulated over centuries. Their metal frames, tarnished by time, gleamed dully in the pale light filtering through the dusty atmosphere. The rest remained trapped, entangled in the wreckage or rendered useless by rust and corrosion. Looks like time hasn't been kind to these relics, Astaroth remarked. But these should be enough to take down one ship. With a thunderous roar, the cannons released a volley of energy blasts. Some of the shots hit their mark, causing visible damage to the targeted spacecraft. However, the incomplete deployment of the cannons hindered the overall effectiveness of the attack. But Ashton didn't give up and kept up with the barrage. The duo worked swiftly, their fingers dancing over the alien interface. They managed to locate the ship's vulnerabilities, exploiting weaknesses in its defensive systems. However, their moment of victory was short-lived. Chapter 724 Another Tale of Backstabbing 3. Chapter 724 Another Tale of Backstabbing 3. Did we do it? Astaroth inquired. Not sure. Ashton replied, scratching his head. Let's head outside and look. The last one outside is gay. Seriously, dude? Grow the fuck up. Ashton rolled his eyes, but the next second rushed outside. Within moments, Ashton and Astaroth rushed outside, their eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of the spaceship attacking them. The echo of their footsteps reverberated through the deserted landscape. Suddenly, they saw the smoking wreckage of the spacecraft, crashed and broken. Their cannons had found their mark. Ashton and Astaroth exchanged triumphant glances, a fleeting sense of relief washing over them. "We did it," Ashton exclaimed, a grin breaking across his face. Astaroth nodded, his eyes scanning the wreckage. "Looks like they won't be bothering us anymore." Celebration filled the air as they basked in the apparent victory. However, the jubilation was short-lived. The ground beneath them trembled, and the distant hum of engines filled the air. As they turned to look, their eyes widened in disbelief. More than 100 similar ships revealed themselves, their camouflage fading away like shadows in the light. Oh no! The realization struck Ashton like a punch to the gut. It was a trap. Astaroth's expression mirrored Ashton's growing dread. The ship's cannons were trained on them, ominous barrels pointing like accusing fingers. The celebration turned to despair as the gravity of the situation sank in. "We're done for," Astaroth muttered, his voice tinged with desperation. Ashton's mind raced, searching for a way out, but the sheer number of ships left no room for hope. They were surrounded and trapped in a deadly crossfire. Ashton tried using the portal to get back to Earth, but his skills didn't activate, none of them did. It was the same with Astaroth, as neither could do anything. In the middle of their confusion, a shadow fell over them, and a booming voice echoed through the air. "Heretics! In the name of our Lord Krohan, you shall be executed for your insolence." A figure descended from one of the ships, draped in elaborate robes, the Pope of the Cult of Cosmos. He regarded Ashton and Astaroth with disdain, his eyes burning with fanatic fervor. "This planet is the holy land of our forefathers, and you defile it with your presence." Ashton clenched his fists, defiance burning in his eyes. "We won't go down without a fight." "Fight?" The Pope laughed, pointing at the ships behind him. "This will be a massacre. Try your best." The Pope, undeterred, raised his hand, signaling the impending doom. But before he could give the command, the device strapped to his hand came alive. A familiar holograph poked out of the watch to show Krohan sitting on a throne made of bones. The Pope religiously bowed before the holograph and listened intently, his expression shifting from arrogance to confusion to submission. "As you wish, my lord," the Pope mumbled. Astaroth's eyes narrowed as he caught the silent exchange between the Pope and Krohan. Still bewildered by his lord's request, the Pope tossed the communicator towards Astaroth, who caught it hesitantly. "Novdadalbin, do you remember your oath or?" Krohan's voice resonated through the device, chilling in its authority. "Do you want her to die?" "Oath? What oath?" Confusion etched Ashton's face as he looked at Astaroth. What's he talking about? But Astaroth ignored Ashton and kept staring at Krohan. "You wouldn't dare. And who is there to stop me from doing it?" Krohan laughed. "No one. I'm your only hope if you want to save her. Carefully think about it." Astaroth's eyes conveyed anger as he tossed the communicator back to the Pope, who caught it with uncertainty. "You have your answer," Astaroth replied before walking to Ashton's side. The Pope, though perplexed, heeded Krohan's words. Ashton, growing impatient, demanded answers. "What's going on, Astaroth? What did he mean?" Astaroth hesitated momentarily, not bothering to answer Ashton, and instead asked his own question. "Can you use the portal to teleport back to Earth?" "Not yet," Ashton replied, his confusion deepening. "Good," Astaroth said cryptically, and without warning, he plunged his hand into Ashton's chest. Shock and pain flashed across Ashton's face as Astaroth's fingers closed around his heart. "I'm sorry, but I have to do this," Astaroth whispered, tears glistening in his eyes. "Warn." Ashton's world spun as Astaroth ripped his heart out, the pain excruciating. Everything went black, his consciousness slipping away. The last words he heard were Astaroth's sorrowful apology. In the void of unconsciousness, Ashton's mind swirled with confusion and betrayal. The once clear line between ally and enemy blurred, leaving a bitter taste of treachery. Krohan's voice, like a thunderclap, reverberated through the desolate landscape as Astaroth wept. "Good work," he acknowledged, a cold satisfaction laced in his tone. Astaroth's tears fell unchecked, staining his cheeks with sorrow and regret. Betraying Ashton, his brother-in-arms, cut through him like a jagged blade. Memories of a similar betrayal from his past haunted him, amplifying the weight of his actions. He hated it when Beelzebub betrayed him, yet he had done the same to Ashton. No, he didn't betray just Ashton but everyone who trusted him. Astaroth looked at his hands, now smeared with Ashton's blood, and the disgust within him intensified, and he couldn't hold it back anymore. Astaroth's cry tore through the silence in that desolate moment, a wail of anguish that seemed to echo the pain within his soul. The cultists, witnesses to the grief that consumed their enemy, cowered in fear. The terror on their faces mirrored the horror that gripped Astaroth's heart. Fueled by fear and confusion, the cultists distanced themselves from Astaroth. They whispered amongst themselves, deciding it best to be rid of this unpredictable force. However, Krohan, their god and master, had different plans. Krohan, a puppeteer in the shadows, understood the value of power. Astaroth, now broken beyond repair, was a pawn he could control. Also, now that Ashton was gone, no one could stop him. Krohan, calculating and opportunistic as ever, recognized the potential in Astaroth, and since he now had precursor genes as well, Krohan knew he couldn't leave him unchecked. Hold, Krohan commanded the cultists, his words echoing authority that brooked no disobedience. The cultists, fearing Krohan's wrath, froze in their tracks. Astaroth, his cries now reduced to choked sobs, looked up with hollow eyes. You passed the test, Astaroth. Krohan acknowledged Astaroth's efforts, but his praise only made Astaroth more disgusted. But that was the extent of what he could do. Rise, Astaroth. Your loyalty shall be rewarded. As Astaroth stood, the remnants of his former self crumbled as he did. Meanwhile, Krohan continued to weave his intricate web of control. Ashton's demise was unfortunate but necessary. Still, I have plans for the universe that require a strong enforcer of my will. You, Astaroth, shall be that enforcer. Astaroth looked like he was about to tear Krohan's holograph into pieces, but he controlled his rage. He had already committed the unforgivable sin. There was no point in holding on to the goodness in his heart anymore. You shall be my right hand, Astaroth. Together we shall shape the destiny of the universe. Krohan's eyes gleamed with a malevolent light as he concluded. Except, the tears on his cheeks had dried, leaving behind a cold resolve. Krohan, satisfied with his new puppet, gestured towards the 100 ships that loomed overhead. The universe awaits, Astaroth. We have much work to do, Krohan declared, his voice a harbinger of impending darkness. Come to me without any delay. As you wish, my lord, Astaroth said, casting a final, vacant glance at the spot where Ashton had fallen. See you later, brother. Chapter 725 Farewell. Old friend. Chapter 725 Farewell. Old friend. Ashton's eyes shot open in the eerie quiet of the unknown, and he found himself engulfed in an all-encompassing darkness. It wasn't the familiar darkness of a closed room or a night devoid of stars, it was a profound, endless void. A blackness that seemed to stretch on forever. Where am I? A start jolted through him, and he sat up abruptly, surrounded by the impenetrable dark. There were no outlines, no shapes, just an oppressive nothingness. No skies above, no ground below. Just darkness stretching out in every direction. Please tell me this is some kind of a prank. Ashton said out loud, hoping someone would reply, but no one did. The silence was deafening, and Ashton strained to hear any sound, but it was as if the very air absorbed any attempt at noise. He tried to discern any hint of his surroundings, but the darkness clung to him like a shroud, offering no answers. Ashton's breath quickened as he strained his eyes, trying to make sense of this void that seemed to defy any logic of space or time. The weight of the unknown pressed upon him, and a feeling of isolation set in, and then there was a sound. Footsteps? They're faint but undeniable. Ashton's head snapped towards the direction of the noise, squinting into the darkness. Gradually a figure emerged, a silhouette taking shape against the black backdrop. It was Sven, his shadow knight, walking steadily toward him. The relief washed over Ashton at the sight of Sven walking towards him. Sven. He called out, his voice echoing, swallowed by the darkness. My lord, he acknowledged as his stoic figure was hugged with shadows. A sense of reassurance settled upon Ashton, but the questions lingered, pressing at the edges of his thoughts. Where are we? I do not know, my lord. Much like you, I find myself in a realm unfamiliar to me. Sven replied. Yet Ashton thought his summon knew more than he was letting on. Is that so? Ashton nodded, a frown etching his features. Then I suppose you don't know how we get out of here? I know the way, master. I can see the exit in the distance. A glint of determination flickered in Sven's shadowy eyes. I can guide you if you follow me, my lord. You said you don't know where we are, but you know the way out? Ashton rolled his eyes. You're a terrible liar, unlike me. But well, I'll entertain your words. Lead the way. Soon Ashton trailed behind Sven. Yet every step felt uncertain, and the air thickened as they moved through the enigmatic void. Ashton's senses strained to grasp any semblance of his surroundings, but the darkness persisted. The emptiness was disorienting, and Ashton's mind grappled with the surrealism of it all. As he walked behind Sven, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was unlike anything he had ever experienced. He pinched himself, half expecting the sensation of a dream, but there was nothing. No pain, no tangible feeling, just the haunting void. What a strange place is this? Ashton laughed. It's like I'm dead or something. And then a revelation dawned on his mind. Ashton glanced down and his heart skipped a beat. There, right in the middle of his chest, was a gaping hole. A void within the void. A reminder of Astaroth's betrayal. Ashton's mind swirled with confusion, the puzzle pieces refusing to align. Why would Astaroth betray him? Anger bubbled within Ashton as he remembered his last moments, a fierce surge that threatened to consume him. Yet, as quickly as it rose, it subsided. If he was truly dead, what good was anger? Instead, his thoughts shifted to Anna, his mother Ava, and the worry etched across his face deepened. A realization dawned on him. Sven, his faithful companion, was walking alongside him in this mysterious afterlife. But why? Hadn't he left Sven on Earth to protect his loved ones? Sven, Ashton questioned, the confusion evident in his voice. Why are you here with me? I left you to protect Anna and my mother. My lord, you summoned me into this dark space as soon as you woke up. Sven's response only added to the enigma. N/O. V.LBI/N. I didn't summon you, Ashton furrowed his brow, grappling with the implications. How is this possible? I do not know, my lord. Sven remained silent for a moment before offering a cryptic explanation. I was on Earth carrying out my duties as I was instructed to when I felt a sudden pull, he said. Someone was calling for me, for my help. It was you, master. I heard your voice and the next moment I was in this strange realm. But I distinctly remember not summoning you, Ashton mumbled, trying to come up with a solution. The pair continued through the void, Sven leading the way with unwavering determination. Ashton's thoughts continued to churn, a storm of uncertainty raging within him. As they continued through the abyss, Ashton couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something larger was at play. His thoughts were trying to make sense of the situation. If he was truly dead, what awaited him beyond this darkness? The two figures moved through the darkness, the air heavy with unspoken emotions. As Ashton's mind grappled with the surreal circumstances, he found himself standing before a bright door. It radiated an otherworldly glow, contrasting starkly with the surrounding darkness. Curious, Ashton tried to peer beyond the door, but all he could see was a blinding light. I suppose that's the entrance to hell? Ashton laughed. But it looks too pure to be that. I thought hell would look more fiery? With a solemn demeanor, Sven dropped to his knees and bowed before Ashton. What is this, Sven? My lord, it has been an honor to serve you. What are you doing, Sven? Astonished, Ashton took a step back, his eyes widening. You are not going to heaven or hell, my lord. Sven's voice carried a mixture of reverence and finality. Someone is, but not you. Then hit Ashton. His title. At that moment, Ashton couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude for Sven's unwavering loyalty. The bond between Master and Shadow Knight, it seemed, transcended the boundaries of life and death. Sven, why did you sacrifice yourself for me? Ashton inquired, a genuine curiosity in his voice. That is a stupid question, my lord. Sven paused before responding, his words carrying a weight of profound commitment. My purpose is to serve you, my lord. I pledged my loyalty to you. It goes without saying that I would gladly give my existence for your safety, even if I didn't ask for such sacrifice. Ashton chuckled, a bittersweet smile playing on his lips as he realized it was the final moment he would get to share with his loyal summon. Especially in that case, Sven said, and for once he was smiling. I don't know how to thank you, Ashton began, his voice trailing off as emotions threatened to overcome him. It was my duty, my lord. Your safety is paramount. A somber smile played on Ashton's lips as he reached out, placing a hand on Sven's shadowy form. The touch was intangible, yet it conveyed volumes. You've been more than a summon, Sven. You've been a friend, a companion. Ashton's voice began to break. I can't bear the thought of losing you. I am and always will be a part of you, my lord. Sven's eyes, filled with a depth that transcended his shadowy exterior, met Ashton's. Our paths may diverge, my lord, but I will always be watching over you. Ashton sighed, the weight of the moment settling upon them. You've given me more than I could ever repay. Live a long and eventful life, my lord. Sven smiled yet again as his shadowy form began disintegrating. That will be the payment of my sacrifice. Sven, is there nothing I can do? Can't you come with me? Our paths are intertwined no more, my lord. But do not carry the burden of sorrow. I leave with gratitude in my heart. Ashton nodded, a silent understanding passing between them. Thank you, Sven. For everything. The shadows embraced Sven, tendrils of darkness enveloping him like a shroud. Ashton watched with a heavy heart as his loyal companion began to dissipate, returning to the ephemeral realm from which he had emerged. As Sven's form gradually faded, his voice echoed in the air one last time. Every shadow has a purpose. Mine was to stand by you. As I fade away, know that you are never truly alone. I'll always be there in your shadows, silently cheering you on. I will, my friend. Following Sven's demise, the bright door behind him swung open, and an intense light consumed him. Time seemed to stretch into infinity as Ashton was enveloped in the blinding light, his consciousness spiraling into an unknown realm. After what felt like an eternity, Ashton's eyes flickered open. He was no longer surrounded by the void. Instead, he found himself in where he had died, the verge. But it was eerily empty. No Astaroth, no Sven, just the remnants of a battlefield on a desolate planet. Ashton struggled to sit up, memories flooding back: Astaroth's betrayal, Sven's sacrifice. He ran a hand through his hair, trying to understand it all. Then words appeared before his eyes in bold letters. Title: Emissary of Death has taken effect. You have been resurrected. Your summon. Sven has been sacrificed in your stead. Remaining summons 09. Astaroth. I swear it on my life. I will dismantle everything you hold dear piece by piece. In tears, Ashton took an oath that would forever change the history of their lives and the entire universe. Chapter 726 Brother No More 1. Chapter 726 Brother No More 1. In the bustling heart of the Eastern Palace, Anna moved among the workers, orchestrating the meticulous organization of weapons and supplies. Aliens, humans, and mutants were all working together to ensure they got their respective tasks done. At first, it was weird to see everyone getting along with each other so easily, but slowly, she got used to the sight. Still, the atmosphere was charged with urgency as the looming threat of war hung over Earth. Ashton and Astaroth should have returned a while ago, and since there wasn't any information given to them by the Xyrans, Anna had started to worry for their safety. Unfortunately, she couldn't dwell in worry for long. In Ashton's absence, the task of preparing for a war fell on her shoulders. Although there were many capable people to support her, Anna intentionally took a significant share of the work because she didn't worry about Ashton all that much while overworking herself. Make sure the swords are sorted by size and the ammunition is properly stored within magazines. Don't keep the explosives there. Use the vault. Anna directed a group of workers, her voice cutting through the clamor of activity. The workers nodded in acknowledgement, scurrying to carry out her orders. I swear the moment Ashton returns, he will get an earful from me. In the moment of respite, Ashton's absence weighed heavily on Anna's heart, and she couldn't shake the worry that gnawed at her. The news of the Krohan survival had sent shockwaves through the resistance, and even though nobody said anything about Ashton's disappearance to her face, Anna knew everyone was worried and some even scared. Please get back to us soon, Anna sighed and returned to work. As she oversaw the workers, a sudden shift in the air caught her attention. An almost imperceptible ripple heralded the opening of a portal behind her. Without warning, Ashton emerged, leaning on a long staff for support. The sight of him, battered and frail, struck Anna like a bolt of lightning. Ashton! She exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Without a second thought, she rushed to his side, her heart pounding with relief and worry. The workers around her paused in their tasks, glancing at the unexpected arrival. Ashton's usually vibrant eyes were dulled, and his every movement seemed to carry the weight of a profound exhaustion. Anna reached out, steadying him as he leaned heavily on the long stick. Ashton, what happened? Where have you been? In Zeroville B1 in. Anna. Ashton managed a weak smile, his voice a mere whisper. Looks like I made it back after all. A sudden weakness gripped him before he could say more, and his strength faltered. Anna's eyes widened in alarm as Ashton's body, battered and worn, succumbed to the toll it had endured. He collapsed unconscious into Anna's arms. Someone get a doctor. Anna's voice cut through the air with urgency as she cradled Ashton, panic etching lines on her face. The workers around her scrambled to fetch medical assistance, the gravity of the situation sinking in. They didn't know what had happened to their lord, but things were not looking good for him. Once again vulnerable and frail, Ashton's limp form stirred a tumult of emotions within Anna. The man who had faced countless battles, defied death, and returned from the brink now lay helpless in her arms. She couldn't fathom the trials he had endured, and worry etched deep lines on her face as she held Ashton tightly in his arm, afraid he might disappear into thin air if she let go of him. The doctor arrived swiftly, followed by Ava and Maston, a sense of urgency in their movements. What happened here? Ava questioned Anna, who shook her head with tear-filled eyes, gesturing she had no idea how or why Ashton was in such a condition. They began assessing Ashton's condition, checking for injuries and examining the toll his journey had exacted on his body. Anna watched with bated breath, her fingers intertwined with Ashton's, wishing him to awaken soon. Anna had already seen Ashton in such a condition once, after his confrontation with Krohan. She had managed to push those thoughts out of her head with a lot of time and effort, but there she was having to experience it all over again. He's weak, severely weakened, the doctor announced, her brow furrowed with concern. I have never seen anything like it. It's like he was dead for hours. I don't know how to explain it, but it looks like his body reforming itself. She continued, but he is out of danger now. He should return to normal in a couple of weeks with some rest. Oh, thank God. Anna nodded, her gaze never leaving Ashton's unconscious form. She was torn between the relief of having him back and the anguish of seeing him so debilitated. The workers, sensing the somber atmosphere, resumed their tasks with hushed whispers, respecting the gravity of the moment. Ashton stirred, eyelids fluttering open to reveal the weariness etched in his gaze. Ava offered him a reassuring smile. You're back, my little boy, she mumbled while caressing his face. I have a lot of questions to ask, but for now you need to rest. Ashton managed a weak nod, his eyes seeking Anna's. Anna. I'm right here, she leaned in, her concern evident in her eyes. What happened to you? Ashton hesitated, the weight of unspoken truths pressing upon him. It's a long story, Anna, but I'll tell you all about it later. Anna's brow furrowed with worry, her hand reaching out to caress Ashton's cheek. Well, do whatever you want, but let's get you in bed for now. Ashton managed a tired smile, grateful for the unwavering support that emanated from Anna's presence. Can't wait for me to get better, huh? He chuckled weakly. You're still as annoying as ever. She smiled, wiping away the stray drop of tear. Come on, let's go. Yeah, but first call the Zyron representative, Ashton coldly instructed everyone. And make sure to seize any weapons they have. Chapter 727 Brother No More 2. Chapter 727 Brother No More 2. Astaroth killed me, Ashton revealed, his gaze shifting between the faces of those gathered. The revelation sent a shiver through the room, and Anna's grip on his hand tightened. Ava's eyes widened in disbelief, and Maston's stoic expression wavered for a moment. Astaroth and Ashton were like each other's shadows, so no one could believe what Ashton said. But his frail state was an alibi for his story. While the revelation dumbfounded everyone, Ashton knew he had to keep pushing and tell everyone about Rude and probably a Zyron invasion of Earth. Although Ashton wasn't sure about it, Astaroth could easily manipulate the Zyrons to turn the tables on him and say it was Ashton who had betrayed them and not the other way around. Unfortunately, Ashton didn't know what Astaroth was capable of anymore, so he had to consider every scenario before acting on his emotions. But more than everything, the part that scared him most was his emotionlessness. He had been betrayed and killed, yet for some reason, he couldn't get angry at Astaroth anymore. It almost felt like his body knew something that he didn't. N.L. B. 1/N. Ignore the itch to piece everything together, Ashton reminded himself. There's more important things to take care of. So I'm here to finish what Astaroth started, to protect Earth from Krohan and to ensure that no one else falls victim to their treachery, Ashton declared with a determined glint in his eyes. I find these claims utterly preposterous. Suddenly, a voice rose from the far corner of the room. Lord Rude would never betray his allies. Your claims are baseless, and I find it hard to believe that our esteemed leader would resort to such treachery. Ashton turned to face the owner of the voice, and sure enough, it was the Zyron ambassador, Ray. Adorned in intricate robes symbolizing her status, Ray stared at Ashton with skepticism and disdain. Like everyone, she had been worried about Ashton when he arrived, but upon hearing what he had to say, she no longer had the warmth in her eyes anymore. Gotcha, Ashton smiled inwardly, realizing the bait he had thrown was working. But Ashton couldn't show his genuine emotions in front of Ray, and maintained a calm demeanor. He knew that the Zyrons valued loyalty above all else, and Astaroth's and Rude's betrayal went against the very core of their principles. Ashton also knew his words could have sparked outrage amongst the Zyrons. That's why Ashton had taken precautions before revealing the truth to everyone. His trusted allies had rounded up the Zyrons in the room, discreetly disarming them to avoid confrontations. So, you have nothing to say for yourself? Ray asked him once more. The Zyron ambassador's words echoed in the room, challenging Ashton's credibility. But instead of directly rebuking her claims, Ashton smiled, an expression that hinted at both amusement and indifference. I couldn't care less about what a Zyron thinks about me, Ashton replied, his voice carrying a subtle confidence. But if you find my words hard to believe, Ambassador, I'm more than willing to undergo a lie detector test. He continued, in fact, I propose that the Zyrons conduct the test themselves. That way we can put this matter to rest. The ambassador's stern facade wavered, caught off guard by Ashton's unexpected counteroffer. She hesitated, unable to meet the eyes of those gathered in the room, expecting an answer from her. Ashton's suggestion shifted the dynamics of the confrontation, challenging the principles the Zyrons held dear without showing hostility. Finally, the ambassador, unable to maintain eye contact with those in the room, spoke with a strained resolve, I will personally conduct the test to get to the truth. I will not let baseless accusations tarnish Lord Rude's name. You're more than welcome to do so, Ambassador. Ashton, still wearing a subtle smile, nodded in agreement. As I have nothing to hide. With that, the Zyron ambassador stormed out of the room, her robes billowing behind her in frustration. The Zyrons, who had been disarmed, cast glances at each other, unsure of how to react. But soon followed suit and left the room. As the door closed behind the departing ambassador, Anna turned to Ashton, her eyes filled with curiosity and concern. Why go to such lengths to prove your words, Ashton? She asked. Everyone here trusted your words, and as for them, you don't need to prove shit to them. Whoa, my lady, Ashton laughed. As much as I love seeing you shed your cover of nobility before me, you should still have some restraint. Really? You're lecturing me in this situation? Anna rolled her eyes but smiled the next second. I know there's something else going inside your head, and we all want to know about it. Ashton's smile held a touch of cunning as he explained, because, Anna, it's not just about proving myself. It's about sowing the seed of mistrust among the Zyrons. I don't get it. Ava mumbled. Let me explain it this way. The Zyrons have been conditioned to trust their leaders unquestionably. A seed of doubt, even a tiny one, will cause internal strife among them. He continued, that way the Zyron upper echelon will have their hands full dealing with internal troubles, and they won't be thinking about attacking Earth anytime soon. So, you're playing the long game, Anna, though initially taken aback. nodded in understanding, making sure they have their own problems to deal with. Weakening their unity will buy us time, Maston added. His gaze focused on the closed door through which the Zyran ambassador had exited. And time is something we need in abundance. Time to prepare, time to ensure Earth's safety, time to… Gosh, there's so many things we need to do. This is just the beginning of the game. And we need every advantage we can get. Ashton chimed in. No matter the method. After all, everything is fair in love and war. Still, we will need a lot more than mere words to keep the Zyrans occupied, Maston commented. And that's where the pirates come in, Ashton replied, staring out the window. Astaroth knows me like the back of his hand, so it's time to do things differently. Chapter 728 Krohan's Warning. Chapter 728 Krohan's Warning. The desolate landscape of Euphoria served as the stage for a tense encounter between Astaroth and Krohan. The air crackled with an unspoken tension as the cultists arrived on the planet along with Astaroth. The following moments where the two powerful beings faced each other were filled with palpable tension, their respective auras clashing in a silent battle of wills. Astaroth had helped Krohan, but his feelings towards the precursor were no secret. Krohan knew this and was aware he needed to put the Zyran in his place before making him work like a slave. Let's see how you hold up when I do this, Krohan thought before unleashing a fraction of his aura. Within a moment, the cultists were on their knees, gasping for breath. Yet Astaroth remained unaffected by the precursor's show of power. However, unlike the cultists, he didn't cower in fear and unleashed his own aura. An instance which cleared any doubts Krohan had about the Zyran. I see, but defiance isn't what I need from my herald. Krohan, without wasting a second, unleashed the full brunt of his aura before staring down at Astaroth with a gaze that penetrated the very core of his being. Astaroth, though formidable, couldn't help but feel a shiver down his spine in the presence of the enigmatic figure before him. He now understood how the guy managed to give PTSD to someone like Ashton. He was in a league of his own. Astaroth began to falter and was soon on his knees. But before his legs hit the ground, Krohan retracted his aura, allowing those around him to breathe. So you betrayed your brother Zyran, Krohan's voice echoed through the eerie silence. As your master, I can't help but feel uncomfortable how easily you killed him. Let's get one thing clear. I serve no master, Astaroth, his stance defiant, retorted as he got back to his feet. I serve only myself. Krohan's eyes narrowed, a subtle glint of amusement dancing in them. You're alive due to my mercy, Astaroth. Do not forget that. That's why you're delusional, Astaroth scoffed. You think I'll be a pawn and serve you faithfully when that couldn't be far from the truth. I won't be your slave to manipulate. Manipulate? Oh dear Astaroth, you've always been free to make your choices, Krohan shrugged. But then again, choices have consequences. You must already know what it feels like? Yeah, and I'm already paying the price for it, Astaroth said, clenching his fists, a surge of defiance coursing through him. But as my master used to say, siding with you was a mere convenience, not a necessity. The tension in the air thickened, the planet itself seemingly holding its breath as the two beings stood on the edge of conflict. Astaroth's form rippled with dark energy, and Krohan's aura exuded an undeniable dominance. The confrontation escalated, teetering on the edge of violence, when Krohan's expression shifted, a sly smile playing on his lips. He didn't need to fight someone like Astaroth. His words were more than sufficient to tame the raging moron. Ah yes, she is important to you, isn't she? Krohan smirked. Maybe I should give her a visit? No/v/elb/in. Astaroth's eyes widened, a flicker of vulnerability crossing his features. What do you know about her? I know more than you think, Astaroth, Krohan chuckled, the sound resonating through the desolate expanse. More than you'd care to admit. Astaroth's fists trembled with a mixture of anger and concern. Leave her out of this, Krohan. But instead of heeding Astaroth's plea, Krohan's demeanor shifted abruptly. He moved with blinding speed, seizing Astaroth's head in a vice-like grip before slamming it mercilessly into the ground. The impact echoed through the realm, a stark reminder of Krohan's overwhelming power. Astaroth, momentarily stunned, felt the cold ground beneath him, blood trickling from his forehead. Krohan, unyielding, placed a foot on Astaroth's head, exerting pressure that threatened to crush him. You are a pawn, Astaroth, Krohan declared, his voice low and menacing. A convenience. Do not mistake yourself for anything more. If you dare to raise your fist against me again, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. He continued, you know what I'm capable of more than anyone alive. Don't make me do something that will leave you broken for the rest of your pathetic, miserable life. With that ominous warning, Krohan released Astaroth, leaving him sprawled on the ground, bloodied and battered. Though seething with rage, Astaroth understood the futility of defiance at that moment. Krohan's power was beyond comprehension, and the reminder of her vulnerability had served as a stark reality check. As Krohan departed, the echoes of his warning lingered in the air. Astaroth, left alone in the desolate realm, grappled with the aftermath of their encounter. The taste of blood on his lips and the throbbing pain in his head, served as tangible reminders of his vulnerability in the face of cosmic forces beyond his control. Astaroth, battered but not broken, gathered his strength in the silence that followed. The encounter with Krohan had left scars, not just on his physical form but on his psyche. As he rose from the ground, he couldn't help but laugh at his misery. He betrayed Ashton for what? He didn't know where she was, and the encounter with Krohan left no doubt in his mind about what would happen next. Ever since Ashton had told him about Krohan, Astaroth had wondered one thing. If Krohan was so strong, then why didn't he invade Earth? Someone like Krohan shouldn't have any problems against a budding planet like Earth. Which led Astaroth to two scenarios. First was the possibility that Krohan wasn't as strong as he had let on. Astaroth just tested that possibility and knew he was stronger than Ashton knew. This more or less confirmed Astaroth's second hunch. Someone on Euphoria was restraining Krohan's movement. In other words, for some reason, Krohan wasn't allowed to leave Euphoria and needed someone like himself to execute his orders. If that was the case, it meant she was somewhere on the planet, as Krohan couldn't keep an eye on her and control Astaroth if she was elsewhere. If Krohan was indeed bound to Euphoria, it would give Astaroth enough freedom to devise a plan to deal with the precursor bastard. Getting beat up was worth it after all. Astaroth smiled as he followed Krohan's trail for now. Chapter 729 Nocturnal Reverie. Chapter 729 Nocturnal Reverie. The night hung over the little empire that Ashton had created with the help of his friends and family. The city lights below twinkled like stars on Earth, and a gentle breeze carried the whispers of uncertainties. Ashton stood alone on the balcony, overlooking the sprawling landscape that mirrored the complex tapestry of his thoughts. After his return, everyone seemed happy, and his presence alone boosted everyone's morale. Unfortunately, Ashton couldn't be like them. In his lonely moments, he had to confront the truth of the situation, and things were not looking good for them at all. The war with Astaroth and Krohan loomed on the horizon, casting a shadow over Ashton's usually stubborn demeanor. But more than that, the inevitability of a confrontation with Astaroth and Krohan gnawed at him. He was a formidable force, but facing both Astaroth and Krohan simultaneously was suicide. He would be killed before Head even had a chance to take one of them down. If I could isolate Astaroth, I could somehow defeat him and turn him into a summon. We could then face Krohan together, Ashton mumbled. Maybe then we'd have a chance against him. But I'm sure Astaroth knows what I'm thinking. There's no other way, is there? The gentle breeze tousled his hair as he grappled with the reality that, for the first time, he harbored doubts about victory. Manpower, or the lack thereof, weighed heavily on his mind. It wasn't just the case of dealing with Astaroth and Krohan. The precursor fleet he had seen one verge alone would wipe out any soldier he would bring into battle. No matter what plan he came up with, Ashton could point out its flaw instantly, making it even more difficult to catch a wink of sleep with his restless mind. Ashton knew the odds were stacked against them, and the little empire he had built, a haven against the encroaching darkness, felt vulnerable in the face of cosmic threats. Regardless, I would rather die fighting than running away like a roach, Ashton smiled wanly. I can't say the same about them, though. Ashton's gaze lingered on the city below, the heartbeat of his makeshift kingdom. He could feel the weight of responsibility pressing down on him, the burden of leadership in a time of uncertainty. The gentle breeze touched his face again and seemed to carry the whispers of an impending storm. He was standing at the end of his story, and while it was a fun one, he couldn't help but question his past decisions. But Ashton didn't get much time to dwell in the past as his attention was brought to the present. A soft footstep approached from behind, and before Anna could utter a word, Ashton turned to face her. There was a familiarity in the silence between them, a shared understanding that transcended words. Without a word, Anna walked up to him, and Ashton pulled Anna into his arms as she nestled against his chest. A few moments passed in a quiet exchange, the unspoken language of two souls entwined in the dance of emotions. The night embraced them, and as if in response to the unspoken turmoil within Ashton, Anna lifted her head to meet his gaze. I thought you were sleeping? Ashton asked her, to which she shrugged. Your thoughts are loud enough for me to hear them. Is that so? A gentle smile played on Ashton's lips as he leaned down to kiss Anna. Their lips met in a lingering embrace, a fusion of passion and a promise that transcended the uncertainties of their life. As they parted, Anna, with a tender concern in her eyes, asked, What's on your mind, Ashton? We're fighting a losing war, Anna. I didn't want to admit it earlier as I didn't want to shatter everyone's morale. He took a deep breath, the weight of his thoughts evident in his eyes. But the truth is, even I'm not confident in winning this one. Anna held on to him tighter, understanding the gravity of his words. The little empire they had built, the sanctuary against the encroaching darkness, now seemed on the verge of destruction. But it wasn't just them. If Krohan won, then everything would come to an end. The entire galaxy and probably the entire universe would be at Krohan's mercy. He continued, We're lacking the manpower to face both Astaroth and Krohan. I may be strong, but am not strong enough to take them on alone, not to mention defeating them. Anna nodded, her eyes reflecting a mix of empathy and shared concern. So what do we do, Ashton? I don't know, Anna. I don't have a plan for this one, he sighed. A weary acknowledgement of the challenges that lay ahead. I always had something up my sleeve, but now. Before he could finish, Anna gently cupped his face and said, if that's the case, let's make the most of the time we have left. She broke the embrace and unhooked her dress, leaving Ashton momentarily taken aback by the sudden shift in the atmosphere. Anna entered the room, her silhouette framed by the soft glow of ambient light. Are you coming? A wry smile played on Ashton's lips, a blend of amusement and surprise. Once a succubus, always a succubus. With that, Anna entered the room, leaving a trail of warmth and desire in her wake. Ashton followed suit. The door closed behind them, shutting out the uncertainties of the world outside. In the intimate space lit only by the soft glow of city lights filtering through the curtains, Ashton and Anna shared a night, knowing it could be one of their last ones. As the first light of dawn painted the sky, Ashton and Anna lay intertwined, the echoes of their shared passion lingering in the quiet morning. The weight of their responsibilities awaited them, but for now, in the aftermath of the night, they found solace in the warmth of each other's presence, but not for long as Ashton was called to be informed about the test he had proposed to Ray. Chapter 730 You Messed with the Wrong Man 1. N/0 Velbien. Chapter 730 You Messed with the Wrong Man 1. The room was a hive of activity as Ray oversaw the final preparations for Ashton's lie detection test. Sirens moved efficiently, setting up intricate systems and ensuring every detail was in place. Ray, her expression stern, coordinated the efforts with military precision. Her eyes, sharp and calculating, surveyed the room as Siren technicians fine-tuned the lie detection equipment. Unlike the rest of them, Ray was on a mission to prove Ashton was wrong, and then make him pay the price for making up lies and defaming the Siren lords. Besides, she knew the chaos Ashton could bring to the Sirens from his allegations, and wanted to stop it at all costs. While lost in her thoughts, the attendant informed her of Ashton's arrival, and instructed him to be brought inside. Ashton entered the room, his gaze meeting Ree's cold stare. The atmosphere crackled with unspoken tension as they locked eyes. With an air of authority, Ray acknowledged his presence with a cold greeting, Ashton. He responded with a curt nod, his expression unreadable. Coldly greeted by Ray, Ashton showed no sign of being affected. Instead, he calmly approached the lie detection setup, acknowledging the presence of Sirens around him with a nod. Ray, the so-called embodiment of Siren's loyalty, didn't like Ashton's calm demeanor and decided to play around a little. I hope you didn't take a drug or something to fool our systems, she said. Do I look like a Siren to you? Ashton quickly quipped with a smile. Ray understood it was useless to get him riled up and gestured him towards the setup for his test. Undeterred by her antics, Ashton sat in the designated area. Before he allowed the lie detection test to commence, he presented his condition, which would ruffle Ree's composed exterior. You'll take the test after me, Ashton declared, his gaze unwavering. What? Why would I do that? Ree's brow furrowed in disbelief. I don't need to prove anything. You are the one who. Ashton interrupted without wasting a second. I don't need to prove anything to you or your people. My people believe in me and that's enough. Ray, vexed by Ashton's unexpected condition, vehemently denied his request. This is absurd. You're the one making accusations, not me. I have nothing to prove. I already told you, Ashton stood up, his gaze piercing Ree's panicked exterior. I don't need to prove anything to you, Ray. My people believe me and that's all that matters. If you're unwilling to undergo the test after me, I won't take it either. I don't. Fine, I'll give you a reason to do it, Ashton smiled. I have reasons to believe that your equipment has been tampered with. Ray, caught off guard by Ashton's claim, hesitated momentarily. The room held its breath as the two figures confronted each other, locked in a silent battle of wills. Fine. I'll sit for the test after you. But this doesn't change anything, Ray finally relented, her voice tight with displeasure. Your accusations regarding Lord Rude won't hold water. Ashton nodded, satisfied. However, before they proceeded, he introduced another condition. You'll be the only Siren present in the room. My people will watch the equipment to ensure there's no touching the equipment when it is your turn. Listen here, you. Ree's eyes flashed with defiance. I already agreed to one condition. I won't continue bowing to your demands. Ashton smiled, his tone unwavering. Take it or leave it, Ray. Your choice. Fine. Reluctantly, Ray agreed to Ashton's condition, bitterness evident in her gaze. As Ashton settled back into the chair, Ray assumed her place before him. With a few clicks, the lie detection equipment hummed to life, its complex mechanisms preparing to examine truths and falsehoods. Ray, with a veneer of composed resolve, began the test. Ashton, do you hold animosity towards the Sirens? No. The machine responded with a resounding false. Ree's eyes narrowed momentarily before she scoffed and rolled her eyes. If you're willing to go as far as framing us, then it's obvious how you feel about us. You can say whatever you want. The truth will reveal itself sooner than later, Ashton replied. Ask me something else. Ray continued the questioning, And each answer from Ashton met with the machine's judgment of falsehood. The room hung heavy with the tension of impending revelation. Slowly, Ray had proven that Ashton was lying about everything he had said the day before. However, she couldn't get any reaction from Ashton, no matter what she did. Unexpectedly, Anna, standing on the sidelines, took the initiative. "Ashton, is this planet Earth?" "Yes," Ashton replied. His smile got even wider. The machine, to everyone's surprise, reported another false. Confusion rippled through the room as Ree's face seemed to crumble. Ray, catching on to Anna's strategy, moved to intervene. But before she could utter a word, Maston stepped forward, his expression stern. "Stay where you are, Ray. Let the test proceed." Ray opened her mouth to protest, knowing if she let things go, her lies would be exposed. She signaled one of her subordinates to reset the system, but before he could do it, Weimer grabbed his hand, pushing him away from the machine. The rest of Ashton's crew jumped in, warning the Zyrans to stay away from the machine, or they'd have to face the consequences. A few tried to protest but were quickly escorted out of the room. Anna, a glint of satisfaction in her eyes, continued her line of questioning. "Is water wet?" "Yes." "False." "Do you love me?" "More than myself." "False." Hell nah." Weimer laughed out loud. "If that guy doesn't love her, then I don't know if love is real." Weimer's remarks were accompanied by laughs and shaking heads. Ree's frustration grew as her scheme was slowly exposed to everyone. The room buzzed with murmurs and a sense of unease settled in. "It's clear someone has tampered with the machine," Ashton said. "Since you personally oversaw this operation, I think you'd know who will do such a thing." Ray, her composure slipping, snapped back. "This is preposterous." "I did nothing." "He never said you did it," Anna chimed in. "Sir Maston, let your people check the equipment. Something's not right here." Maston nodded, and a moment later, the technicians from the tower walked in. Technicians quickly surrounded the lie detection setup, inspecting the machinery for any signs of foul play. As the investigation unfolded, it became apparent the machine had been manipulated. Truths were being reported as falsehoods and lies as truths. The integrity of the lie detection test had been compromised. Ray, cornered by the revelation, glared at the floor. There was no point in hiding what she had done anymore. "I did what I had to," Ray admitted. "I wanted to preserve the faith the Zyrans have in their superiors." "You wouldn't understand the consequences." Ashton, his tone cutting, retorted. "Yes, your loyalty is more important than truth, is that it?" "Someone like you will never understand my reasons," Ray, defiant to the end, asserted. "Even if I did what I did, the intergalactic community would rather believe the Zyrans than a mercenary like you." "Then it's a good thing that I brought cameras with me," Ashton scoffed, his gaze unwavering. "Whatever you did has already been broadcasted throughout the galaxy. I'm sure your higher-ups would love to reward you for your loyalty." As soon as he said that, cameraman entered Ree's vision, capturing her face in confession. She realized that her actions had inadvertently exposed the darker underbelly of Zyron's loyalty to the entire galaxy. Addressing the onlookers, Ashton declared, "Imprison Ray for her crimes. As for the Zyrans, stay away from Earth. If you want, we will hear your explanations and consider compensation. But crimes committed on foreign soil won't be tolerated." Chapter 731. You messed with the wrong man too. Chapter 731. You messed with the wrong man too. It seemed the Zyrans had taken the bait because not even an hour after arresting Ray, Ashton received a call from them. Much to his surprise, as he picked up the ring, he saw Ibis on the other end. In Ashton's mind, he wondered whether Astaroth had fed a twisted tale to the Zyrans. Still, upon seeing Ibis' friendly expression, he realized Astaroth couldn't have been in contact with the Zyrans, or else Ibis wouldn't have looked so relieved after seeing him. I wonder what Astaroth has been up to if they hadn't contacted them yet, Ashton wondered while waiting for Ibis to say something. "Where were you?" Ibis shouted through the device, the intensity causing Ashton to avert his gaze from the communicator. "Is that all you have to say?" Ashton rolled his eyes. "I was expecting a different greeting from the Zyrans after one of their esteemed leaders tried to off me. I saw the clip." Ibis mumbled. "But I'm still having a tough time believing Lord Rude would have done something so. Wait, is Astaroth there?" "He's a Zyran. His alibi would be more believable to us." So that's how it is," Ashton scoffed. "You think he'll be in touch with someone who killed me? Do I look that stupid to you?" Ibis appeared even more dumbfounded upon hearing Ashton's words. Although Ashton couldn't use heartbeat sense to verify if Ibis was pretending, as she wasn't in front of him, her expression strongly suggested that she was genuinely unaware of Astaroth's actions. "He killed you?" Ibis said after a minute. "But then?" "Well, he tried to kill me and left me on a desolate planet, so yeah, he pretty much killed me." Ashton made something up as he didn't want to reveal his resurrection skill to anyone yet. Novel B.in. Ibis looked like she wanted to say more, but Ashton stopped her. He didn't answer her call just to chat casually. He wanted to talk about how the Zyrans would make up for trying to harm him and tarnish his reputation. This included their initial attempt on his life, and their later efforts to change the story through a manipulated interview or a test, as Ray had called it. Was it cruel of him? Definitely. Will doing so ruin his reputation with the Zyrans? Certainly. Did he give a flying fuck about it? Most certainly not. The way Ashton saw things, the Zyrans had betrayed him thrice. Firstly, by not giving him the soul killer. Secondly, at the hands of Rude, and finally, after conducting the rigged interview. After all that, the Zyrans would have to be delusional to think he would trust them again. Hell, had it not been for the resources they could provide him, he would have dealt with them by now. You want to play dirty, so let's play dirty. But Ashton remained unfazed, knowing it was time to play his trump card. If you think that's unreasonable, you're in for a surprise. What do you mean? Ashton wasted no time answering Ibis. Instead, he gestured to Weimar, who swiftly dragged Ray into view, chained in plasma cuffs from head to toe. When Ibis saw Ray in that state, she clenched her fists, clearly taken aback by Ashton's unanticipated move. What is the meaning of this? Ibis demanded, trying to keep her anger in check. Oh, just a little insurance, Ashton chuckled, reveling in the shift of power. You do remember how many Zyrans are on Earth, right? It'll be a shame if something accidentally happened to them, won't you agree? Is this the extent you're willing to go? Ibis struggled to contain her fury, her eyes blazing with anger. Dragging an ambassador like this? Threatening the safety of our people? I knew someone like you would be as scummy as this. Whoa, relax with the insults or my hand might slip and hit your beloved ambassador, Ashton replied, acting like an innocent child. You wanted to play dirty, so I'm reciprocating in kind. Why does that make me the bad guy, huh? You. Ashton disconnected the call before Ibis could say anything, leaving her even more frustrated. Son of a bitch. Chapter 732 You Messed with the Wrong Man 3. Chapter 732 You Messed with the Wrong Man 3. N/0VLB1N. The communication screen went blank, and the room was engulfed in silence for a moment. Weimar, ever loyal, looked at Ashton with a hint of concern in his eyes. That should get her riled up, Ashton commented, the smirk never leaving his face. Was all that really necessary, Ashton? Weimar asked, his deep voice resonating through the room. The plasma cuffs on Ray crackled softly in the background as Weimar offered her a seat. She had been blindfolded, and her ears blocked so that she couldn't see or hear what was happening around her. Everyone thought Ashton was going a bit too far with his antics, but not everyone dared to call him out. But since Weimar was one of the dumb ones, he didn't think about the consequences and blurted out whatever was on his mind. Necessary? No, perhaps not. Ashton, still wearing a cold expression, turned to Weimar. But it sends a message. One that needs to be heard loud and clear. I'm not hurting them because they betrayed me, but to get a message through to Astaroth that I'm not the same guy he killed. Weimar raised an eyebrow, prompting Ashton to explain further. Ashton's tone turned icy as he revealed a side of himself Weimar hadn't seen before. When I died on the verge, a part of me died there for good. A part one used to call compassion. I had it for strangers, for those who needed help. But not anymore. Weimar, though accustomed to Ashton's decisive and at times ruthless actions, couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. You're saying you've forsaken compassion entirely? Not for those on my side like you. Ashton's gaze remained fixed, and he shrugged. From now on, no matter who betrays me, they will face the consequences. Whether I destroy them or make them desire to destroy themselves, I'll make sure of it. Weimar understood the weight of Ashton's words. The man who once had room for empathy now seemed driven solely by a calculated and unforgiving mindset. Ashton saw Ibis change expressions yet again and pushed even more. Even if that wasn't the case, you people need me more than I need you. Especially after your beloved decided to side with Krohan and take Soul Killer with him. Ibis got silent. Every word Ashton said was accurate. If Astaroth had sided with Krohan, their only hope was Ashton, as his precursor gene was the only weapon to keep Krohan in check. After all, even though they had won a war against precursors, they had only managed to kill a few. Most of the precursors had been dealt with their own kind, led by Johann. Their victory was nothing more than an inside joke amongst the council, and Ibis knew Ashton was more or less aware of the truth. So, what's it gonna be, Miss Representative? Ashton taunted, a wicked smile playing on his lips. This time Ibis struggled to hide her anger. The game of negotiations had taken a dark turn, and Ashton reveled in his strategic advantage over the rest of them. Give me some time to discuss your terms with the rest of the council, Ibis conceded, her tone betraying a hint of frustration. Ashton maintained his wicked smile. Take all the time you need, but remember the clock is ticking, and your citizens' lives are on the line. Believe me, I would rather die than forget what you did today, Ibis said as she took a deep breath. Neither will I let you forget about it either. What can I say? You messed with the wrong man. With a final, steely look, Ibis disconnected the call, leaving Ashton alone with his wicked satisfaction. As the silence settled, thoughts churned in Ashton's mind. Threatening them was a gamble, a calculated risk to bend the Zyrans to his will. Thankfully, they were oblivious to the truth behind Ashton's words. He wanted the Zyran warships, as they were the most advanced fleet. But he also wanted to smoke out any more rats hiding in Zyran ranks while serving Krohan, and thoroughly humiliating them was one way to get them acting weird. The game had just begun, and Ashton was determined to come out on top, no matter the cost. Chapter 733 Forgotten Sister 1. Chapter 733 Forgotten Sister 1. Days passed like an eternity for Astaroth as he moved through the vast expanse of planet Euphoria. His only goal was to find her, a girl he once called his sister. They weren't related by blood, they didn't even share a species. Jeline was someone Astaroth had found during one of the many wars he had fought, and ever since then, they had been inseparable until he died and lost all contact with her. Since his return to Zenithar, he had questioned everyone who had known her. But to his surprise, nobody remembered her. It seemed like she had been erased from their memories, but Astaroth wasn't sure how it was possible. Astaroth desired Soul Killer to investigate whether it had been employed on her. Soul Killer, not merely ending a life, had the potential to erase a person from everyone's awareness. Perhaps Astaroth retained memories of her because he was dead while the Soul Killer was used on his sister. But using the Soul Killer wasn't easy and required permission from the entire council. Astaroth didn't want to believe that the council would have gone as far as killing an innocent just to get back at him. However, as no council member remembered his sister, Astaroth was certain someone had used the Soul Killer and went to check the records. Zero Velbian. Because the use of the Soul Killer resulted in everyone forgetting about the person it targeted, the Zyran Council found it necessary to maintain a record of each time it was employed. Unfortunately, Jeline, Astaroth's sister's name was nowhere in the record, which both gave him hope as well as pissed him off. At first, he found relief in the absence of Jeline's name from the records. Yet, he couldn't ignore the possibility that someone might have wielded the Soul Killer without authorization, bypassing the need to document the information. Astaroth's gaze pierced the Pope's hooded eyes before he nodded. Krohan hadn't called him once, so he did find it strange that the precursor was calling him now. Still, he followed the Pope as it allowed him to leave his captivity. Upon reaching a designated spot, the Pope told Astaroth to go ahead and create some distance from the Zyran. What followed was a sinister turn of events. A sudden onslaught of attacks erupted from the cultists. A flurry of spells hit him, each strike aimed at incapacitating Astaroth. However, to their astonishment, Astaroth remained unfazed, his formidable strength and resilience rendering their efforts futile. You fuckers are terrible at acting. You know that? Astaroth scoffed as he emerged from the dust and smoke. I knew you were planning something the moment you brought me out, you fool. With a surge of power, Astaroth retaliated. He wasn't once hailed as the deity of war for nothing. The cultists crumbled in the wake of his wrath, mere echoes in the vast emptiness of the castle's corridors. He was but a blur in front of his enemies before their blood splattered all around the castle floors. Still, the Pope, standing at a distance, observed with a twisted smile. He believed he had ascended to Scrade after being blessed by Krohan. Hence, that put him on the same level as Astaroth, and with the help of the cult, he would get rid of a nuisance like him. He didn't waste any time declaring his intentions towards the Zyran. Lord Krohan chose the wrong herald, you infidel. The Pope roared while raising his staff. And I shall correct that mistake. Astaroth, however, found the entire situation absurd. He couldn't suppress his laughter at the Pope's audacity and gave him a piece of his mind. You should talk about your employment to your employer, not to an intern, fucking moron. Astaroth scoffed as another cultist fell to his knees dead. An S-grade? You think that's where I'm at? In the blink of an eye, Astaroth closed the distance between them. The Pope's confidence faltered as Astaroth's hand moved with supernatural speed, severing the Pope's dominant arm. Pain contorted the Pope's face, a grim realization of his inadequacy. Don't make me laugh, Astaroth scoffed. Chapter 734 Forgotten Sister 2. Chapter 734 Forgotten Sister 2. The desperate cries for help echoed through the castles as cultists, driven by their loyalty to the fallen Pope, rushed to his aid. Their intentions were clear to rescue their leader from the clutches of Astaroth, as their plan had failed. They were sure if they could stall Astaroth for long enough, Lord Krohan would come to their aid. Yet, before they could even take a step towards the Pope, Astaroth moved like a hurricane, his blade slicing through the cultists mercilessly. The Pope, frozen in despair, watched as Astaroth effortlessly dispatched his followers. The realization dawned on him: Krohan's favoritism towards Astaroth was not without reason. Astaroth's strength surpassed the combined might of the entire cult, and the Pope found himself at the mercy of a force he couldn't comprehend. The lust for power had blinded him to the obvious facts, and now was the time for penance. Fucking rats, Astaroth spat, wiping a bloodstain off his face. Now where were we? Astaroth's golden eyes bore into the Pope's soul, and he stomped on his legs without a word. The Pope's cries of pain echoed in the chamber, a desperate melody that fell on deaf ears. Astaroth demanded information, his voice cold and unforgiving. Where is Jeline? Astaroth growled, his foot pressing harder against the Pope's broken legs. Who? This fucker. Astaroth crushed and increased pressure on Pope's other leg. The Pope, writhing in agony, struggled to answer. Pain and fear had rendered him mute, and the realization struck Astaroth that the Pope might not even know Jeline by name. Zero Velbin. Understanding his fault, Astaroth described her as a woman with flowing ebony hair, eyes sparkling like stars and ashen skin. The Pope's eyes widened in recognition. He knew the woman but remained silent. Looks like I underestimated a fanatic's loyalty, Astaroth scoffed before shoving his blade into the Pope's shoulder. Just like you're underestimating my rage. Consequences? For me? Astaroth, undeterred, stood his ground. Take a look around you and think for a moment, you ancient dumbass. You didn't learn anything from our previous encounter, did you? Krohan's face distorted with anger. No matter, I'll ensure to ingrain the lesson to your bones this time. With a swift movement, he launched an attack towards Astaroth. Astaroth, however, moved with unparalleled agility, dodging Krohan's assault with ease. The unexpected turn of events left Krohan momentarily off balance. How did you ever heard of something called deceit? Astaroth seized the opportunity, pushing Krohan back with a strength that defied expectations. Krohan, his pride wounded, glared at Astaroth. You dare raise your hand against me? Do you want Jeline to die? You think you're in a position to threaten me? Astaroth smirked, a bold defiance in his eyes. Have you lost your mind, you fool? Krohan, seething with rage, warned Astaroth of the consequences. Yet, Astaroth remained unfazed, closing the distance between them. His voice, low and steady, cut through the tension. The cult is no more. You have no one but me to help you now. Threaten me all you want, but remember, I'm only here because of her. Touch a hair on Jeline's head, and I will make you regret it, even if it means I'll fight you till either one of us is dead. Astaroth leaned in, his eyes locked with Krohan's. Either I'll die and you'll be trapped on this planet for the rest of your miserable existence, or it'll be you. And believe me, if I kill you, no matter what I did to Ashton or anyone else for that matter, everything will be forgiven. Krohan's face contorted with anger, but Astaroth wasn't finished. The way I see it, it's a lose-lose situation for you. So, I suggest you get off your high horse and think before you act for once. With those words, Astaroth brushed past Krohan, leaving the seething ruler bewildered in the wake of unexpected defiance. The once unchallenged tyrant now found himself questioning the unfolding events, realizing that the balance of power had shifted in ways he hadn't foreseen. Chapter 735 Silence Before the War 1. Chapter 735 Silence Before the War 1. The atmosphere in the dimly lit meeting room was tense as Odiga, Ashton, Maston, and Anna gathered to discuss their next move. Odiga, with a no-nonsense attitude, broke the silence with a heavy sigh. Her gaze fixed on Ashton, she couldn't help but express her disbelief. You threatened the Zyrans? Otiga's question hung in the air. A mix of surprise and concern etched on her face. That's the best thing you could come up with? Don't you have enough enemies at this point? The room fell silent, all eyes turning to Ashton, who sat with a sly smile playing on his lips. Well, I did what I had to, he replied, his tone unapologetic. Besides, by gaining their ships, we will have better security around Earth. Odiga looked slightly puzzled, as she had expected Ashton to use the Zyran spaceships for a direct assault on Krohan. She had envisioned a strategy to take the fight to Euphoria, striking at the heart of the enemy before they did the same to them. However, Ashton's intentions seemed to differ. Why keep the ships stationed on Earth? Odiga questioned as she went into interrogation mode. Ashton leaned back in his chair, still wearing that cunning smile. The fact that even Odiga hadn't thought of such a plan brought him some confidence. Decoys, he stated simply. Odiga furrowed her brows, puzzled. Decoys? Novel B1N. Maston, as curious as ever, interjected, yeah, Ashton, elaborate on that. What do you mean by decoys? If the ships are top of the class, then it wouldn't make any sense to turn them into decoys, would it? Top of the class? Ashton scoffed as his gaze flickered between Odiga and Maston before he spoke. No matter how advanced the ships are, they wouldn't stand a chance against the precursor fleet I saw on the verge. Ashton sighed and calmed down, knowing that giving in to his emotions wouldn't benefit anyone. Once he is free from whatever's binding him to Euphoria, he will kill us all. Have no doubts about this. Which is why our best chance is to wait for Astaroth to make the first move. Anna chimed in, without Krohan's presence we have the best shot at defeating him, and once he is gone Krohan would have no one to depend on. This means Krohan will be trapped on Euphoria for a longer time, giving us time to devise a proper plan to dispose of him. That's why we had to blackmail the Zyrans to get their advanced spaceships. What about the cult? Maston pointed out. Even without Astaroth, Krohan would still have them at his disposal. Don't worry about it, Ashton assured them. The cult has been taken care of. How do you know? Maston raised an eyebrow. I got some informants of my own, Ashton said but didn't elaborate. Odiga, after humming and hawing for a moment, reluctantly agreed. It's a ridiculous plan, but it might buy us some time to work something out in the long term. She continued, still, it won't guarantee victory. The precursor ships might punch through the Zyran ships, making all hell break loose. If that happens, then it happens, Ashton, unfazed by the uncertainty, shrugged. Well, deal with it when the time comes. But our focus would have to be on Astaroth. I'll take care of him then. Odiga sighed, realizing the gravity of their situation. She shifted the focus to the practical aspect of their plan. All right, everyone, prepare for the exchange. Ashton, you'll take the Zyran hostages and deliver them to a planet midway between Earth and Zenithar, as you're the only one they seem scared of. Ashton nodded. Fine, I'll make the arrangements as you said and get those ships. I also have to meet my informant on the way. Chapter 736 Silence Before the War 2. Chapter 736 Silence Before the War 2. Instead of a conventional target, a holographic projection of Ashton served as the focal point for her seething rage. Each pull of the trigger sent searing plasma bolts towards the flickering image until, with a final burst, Ashton's hologram vanished, marking a symbolic death. Taking a moment to steady herself, Ibis removed her helmet, revealing a face contorted by frustration and lingering anger. The battle in the virtual realm provided a temporary outlet for her emotions, but the reality of their predicament gnawed at her core. I knew I shouldn't have trusted him or Astaroth, she mumbled as she was about to start with another round when she heard a knock. Come in. N.0 Velb 1 in. She was expecting a report on the Zyrans that Ashton had held captive, but instead, an attendant appeared from the door, carrying a communicator. I think I instructed everyone to not disturb me. Commander, the council has contacted you, the attendant informed, respectful and somewhat scared. They said it was urgent, so I had to. Fine. Ibis, visibly annoyed, sighed but relented. Leave it there. I'll call them in a second. The attendant followed orders and exited the chamber. Alone again, Ibis took a moment to collect her emotions before picking up the communicator. These geezers won't let me live in peace, she muttered as she dialed back to the council. After Ashton's communication, the council unanimously decided to demote Ibis from a council member to a mere commander, reverting to her previous title before joining the council. They deemed her responsible for the debacle with Ashton, believing that her failure to control Earth had led to their humiliation in the galactic community and Ashton's betrayal. Hearing that, Ibis' eyes widened in shock, but without him, the chances of defeating Krohan would drop significantly. Be as it may, the councilman replied. Besides, in his condition, the council doesn't think he would be that useful either way. It is best to eliminate uncertainties before a war, and Ashton's support to us remains doubtful. I understand, Ibis nodded. I will convey your orders to them so they can act accordingly. Do as you will, the councilman said, but he had something else to tell her before leaving. Oh, and do not tell Lucifer anything about our conversation. He continued, he was once Ashton's handler. He could still be in contact with him, which will cause problems for us if the plan leaked. Rest assured, sir. This conversation will remain between the council and myself. Very well then. I'm hoping to hear some positive news from you soon. As the communication ended, Ibis contemplated the council's words. The internal conflict within the Zyran leadership would have to be put aside as the external tensions with Earth were at an all-time high. Besides, Ibis knew she could get promoted whenever she liked, as she had much influence. But for now, she wanted to focus on Ashton and not think about the council. She knew the consequences of failing this negotiation could be severe, not only for the Zyran people but for their entire galaxy. But that doesn't mean I can't find a way to punish you, Ibis mumbled and dialed another number. Yes, it's me. Your squad has been instructed to be on standby during the meeting. Going all out, are we? A mechanical voice emerged from the other side. Not going all out against that man would be the worst mistake of our life, Ibis said, shaking her head. Just do this job and I can have your charges dismissed. Very well then, I'll be waiting. Chapter 737 Silence Before the War 3. Chapter 737 Silence Before the War 3. The desolate planet echoed with silence as Ashton stood alone, waiting beside the ship filled with Zyran hostages. The desolate surroundings only made the wait even longer. I should not have arrived here so early, Ashton sighed as he swung Bommond around to pass his time as there was nothing else to do. As he stood there, Ray, unable to contain herself longer, taunted Ashton with a sneer. How long do you think you'll live after today? My guess is a couple of years at most. A couple of years? How you're generous, aren't you? A smirk played on Ashton's lips as he responded. Believe me, I'm itching for something to go wrong during this deal so that I can put you all ungrateful bastards in your place. Knowing how egotistical your kind is, I'm sure I won't be disappointed. You only won last time because of the element of surprise, Ray retorted. Now that we know your capabilities, you stand no chance against us, even with your summons. That could go both ways. Last time I had my people to defend so I couldn't go all out, Ashton nonchalantly shrugged in response, but on a planet like this? Nothing is holding me back anymore. So if I were in your shoes, I would pray that your so-called council isn't full of morons and values your life to some extent. Before Ray could respond, the distant sound of thundering engines interrupted their exchange. Ashton looked up, a wry smile forming as he saw hundreds of Zyran ships hovering over the desolate planet. The awaited moment had arrived. Finally. Maybe I should demand more ships from them for lacking punctuality, Ashton mumbled, crossing his arms. Nah, that'll be petty even for my standard. Within moments, a smaller ship descended from the fleet, heading towards them. From it, Ibis disembarked, accompanied by 6 Sirens whom Ashton assumed to be her bodyguards. The tension in the air was as high as ever as the two parties faced each other, with the hostages caught in the middle of the brewing storm. Accusing me of dishonesty? Just how low are you willing to fall, Ashton? Ibis remained composed. You know what? Let's not waste time searching for your answer. You'll get the keys, so release the hostages. With Ashton's signal, a bunch of skeleton soldiers appeared out of nowhere, and the hostages were set free. A cautious calm settled over the scene as the exchange unfolded. The Zyran hostages, uncertain of their fate, looked warily at Ashton, their captor, before joining their comrades. Ibis inspected the hostages to ensure their safety, her gaze finally meeting Ashton's. The hostages are free. Now I trust you'll keep your end of the bargain. True to her word, Ibis gestured toward the fleet of Zyran ships. They're all yours. You might think you have one, but remember, Ashton, crossing us again will have severe consequences. Consequences like death? Ashton couldn't help but laugh at the notion. Feel free to try, but only if you're ready to sacrifice your own. We'll see about that. As the Zyrans boarded their ships, tension lingered in the air. Ashton watched Ibis closely. The Zyran ships ascended into the desolate sky, leaving Ashton alone on the barren planet. As the distant hum of the Zyran engines faded, Ashton stored the master key to the Zyran fleet's AI in his inventory before turning around. How long do you people intend on hiding? Ashton smirked as he turned around. I sent your people away already, so come on out and get this over with. Just then, a dozen Zyrans removed their camo cloaks, revealing themselves. During Ashton's training, both Vulcan and Flintmace had told him about them. The elite soldiers amongst the Zyrans excelled in assassinations, the infiltrators. Chapter 738 Can't Touch This, 1. Chapter 738 Can't Touch This, 1. Ashton's laughter echoed throughout as he faced the formidable group of Zyran infiltrators. They were strong, there was no doubt about it, but their strength meant nothing to Ashton. Infiltrators, huh? He chuckled. I remember you lot. Back then, dealing with you was a pain in the ass. Memories of simulated battles under the watchful eyes of Flintmace and Vulcan flooded Ashton's mind. Back then, if someone caused him the most trouble to defeat, it would have to be the infiltrators. They were masters of stealth and disguise, making it difficult for Ashton to track and defeat them as they kept disappearing before his eyes. But they were mainly troublesome because they mostly struck in groups, which was odd considering most assassins preferred to work solo. But things had changed. During those training sessions, Ashton wasn't allowed to use most of his skills, and he had yet to discover his precursor lineage. Now, facing the infiltrators without those constraints was an easy job. However, there was a twist. Since Ibis had orchestrated such an elaborate plan to most probably assassinate him, Ashton didn't want to end it in one go. He needed to teach the bitch a lesson, and he decided to play along and humor her by engaging with the infiltrators without depending on his precursor genes. Besides, giving them hope before shoving them into the pit of endless despair would be the most appropriate lesson for the galaxy's overlords. Here, catch, Ashton nonchalantly tossed the Zyran ship's main key to the nearest infiltrator. Take care of it for me. I'll take it later from your corpse. The infiltrators, initially stunned by Ashton's audacity, broke into laughter. This one guy, even if he was a precursor, dared to mock the unstoppable force that the Orion Empire itself feared? The infiltrators couldn't believe their ears, but if the prey was willing to play with them, so be it. You're a funny one of the infiltrators laughed. I never expected to meet a brain-dead precursor out here. The infiltrators exchanged glances. Their amused smiles were suddenly replaced by seriousness. Half-baked or not, they knew they were up against a precursor and shouldn't take him lightly, yet their confidence remained unshaken. The skirmish commenced with blinding speed. The infiltrators, masters of covert operations, moved with synchronized precision. Their attempts to overwhelm Ashton with a flurry of coordinated strikes showcased the years of training and experience that defined their reputation. However, Ashton moved with ease around them, with his hands tucked into his pockets, making their fight look like a casual sparring session. Ashton's movements were barely noticeable, each step calculated to evade the strikes of the infiltrators. He managed to outmaneuver their attempts at stealth and surprise with a series of swift maneuvers. Is this the best you've got? Ashton taunted, effortlessly deflecting a barrage of attacks. I expected more from the elite infiltrators. The infiltrators, growing frustrated by Ashton's seemingly effortless defense, intensified their assault. Yet, Ashton continued to dance through their strikes, his movements becoming more unpredictable and laughable. Amid the chaos, Ashton seized an opportunity. With a quick and precise strike, he disarmed one of the infiltrators and swiftly incapacitated another with a well-timed kick. The tides of the battle began to turn, and the infiltrators, once confident, found themselves struggling to keep up. But no one was more anxious than Ibis. She knew if the infiltrators failed, no one in the entire galaxy could save them from Ashton's revenge. You guys really need to step up your game, he remarked while smiling, seizing the momentary lull in the skirmish. I thought you were the best among the infiltrators. Maybe I overestimated your reputation. The infiltrators, a mix of frustration and determination etched on their faces, regrouped. They knew they had to adapt to Ashton's unpredictable style if they stood a chance. Suddenly, Linas leapt at Ashton from the side, but instead of attacking him, he reached into his cloaked armor and threw something at him. Ashton instinctively dodged the attack and heard a hissing sound. Linas had used a grenade on him, but not just any grenade. It was filled with shrapnel coated with an acid that Ashton had never seen before. Aiming for the eyes to blind me, huh? Ashton smirked before kicking Linas away. It was a good strategy but not good enough. Chapter 739 Can't Touch This Too. Chapter 739 Can't Touch This Too. A few minutes later, the infiltrators found themselves sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Ashton had single-handedly beat them black and blue. But that wasn't enough for them. The infiltrators surrounded Ashton like a pack of hyenas. However, none of them made any moves until one did. Ashton was busy analyzing the grenade Linas had hurled when he saw one of the assassins move from the corner of his eyes. Even so, Ashton didn't bother turning around. Instead, he raised his arm, grabbing the infiltrator by his neck. Ibis, watching from a smaller spaceship hovering above the scene, observed the sudden change in Ashton's demeanor with surprise and concern, just like the rest of the squad. "A fucking bastard. Put me," the young infiltrator cursed him, gasping for air. However, as Ashton gradually increased the pressure around his neck, Zyron couldn't complete what he was saying. The color from his face began draining. The other infiltrators, momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn, looked on in horror as their comrade's life hung in the balance. "You don't have to worry," Ashton mumbled as the infiltrator struggled more. "I will raise you well. But for that, you need to die first." Ashton's expression remained cold and unwavering as he squeezed tighter, the life draining from the infiltrator's eyes. Everything fell silent, the echoes of their laughter replaced by the desperate gasps of the dying assassin. And 0v Epsilon LB1N. Ibis felt a chill run down her spine from her vantage point in the spaceship. She hadn't expected such a level of brutality from Ashton. She had anticipated two scenarios of how their fight would end. Either Ashton would be defeated and forced to work for them, or he would dispatch them swiftly. But Ashton had turned into a sadist and was thoroughly enjoying dealing with the infiltrators. "What is he doing?" Ibis muttered to herself, her eyes fixed on the scene unfolding below. The infiltrators, now fully aware of Ashton's strength, hesitated momentarily, their confidence wavering. Based on the information Ibis shared with them, Ashton hadn't been a precursor for long. Yet the level of control he had over his abilities was surprising. "Well, that was entertaining," he remarked, surveying the aftermath of the skirmish. "I hope you enjoyed the show." Ashton released the lifeless body, letting it crumple to the ground. The surviving infiltrators exchanged wary glances, realizing they were dealing with a force beyond their expectations. As the defeated infiltrator lay on the cold ground, Ashton raised his hand, hovering over the corpse. Ashton's voice, low and resonant, cut through the silence. "Rise." A surge of dark, menacing energy emanated from Ashton's hand, enveloping the fallen infiltrator. Linas was taken aback when he saw the fallen warrior's wounds begin to heal, and life returned to his seemingly lifeless form. The resurrected infiltrator slowly rose, his eyes now gleaming with an unsettling crimson hue. Ashton's expression remained impassive as he looked at the other infiltrators. "Stand down," Linas commanded, his voice firm but laced with a hint of defeat. "What?" The infiltrators hesitated to follow his command, as they knew what awaited them if they were to surrender to the enemy. But Linas was having none of it as he raised his voice. "We've already lost this fight." Linas yelled, the words echoing in the chamber. "We can't defeat him. It doesn't make any sense for any more of us to give away our lives in vain." They were about to be defeated. That much was inevitable, but Linas' team hesitated because of the strict Zyron military laws. If they were lucky, they would be sentenced to life imprisonment or exile. But if they were unlucky, they would be executed and turned into mindless foot soldiers. However, since they already had heresy charges on them, using which Ibis had blackmailed into attacking Ashton, they knew they would be executed upon return to Zenithar. However, if they were going to die, the infiltrators would rather do it on their own terms. Hence, they reluctantly lowered their weapons. Soon, the clatter of discarded firearms filled the air. Linas was the last to drop his weapon and place his hands behind his head. The others followed suit without any hesitation. Watching the scene unfold from a distance, Ibis barked into the radio, her voice tinged with frustration. "What are you doing? Fight back. Don't let him win." "Don't let him win?" Maintaining his composure, Linas responded calmly. "We've already lost, Commander. There's no point in continuing this futile battle. It's over. If you don't fight, it'll double the charges on your heads." Ibis, infuriated by the apparent surrender, threatened. Linas scoffed, his gaze unwavering. As long as we're allowed to live, it doesn't matter if we're branded as heretics or not. Ibis' demands fell on deaf ears as Linas and his team stood defiantly, their weapons discarded and their hands raised in surrender. Smart choice. Ashton, observing the scene, approached them. There's no need for more bloodshed, as long as you're willing to join my side. Chapter 740 Can't touch this 3. 740 Can't touch this 3. Ibis, realizing that her orders fell on deaf ears, seethed with frustration. She could see the infiltrators dropping their weapons and raising their hands in surrender through the feed, and her anger escalated to levels she had never even dreamed about. Stop this nonsense. Ibis yelled into the radio, desperation evident in her voice. Your families will have to pay the price for your... With his hands behind his head in a gesture of surrender, Linas calmly interrupted her. Ibis, it's over. Don't disgrace yourself by involving our families in this. This content originates from N0v3lbn. Disgrace? Do you even know what that word means? Ibis struggled to maintain control, grappling with the reality of their defeat. This was a disgrace. You've disgraced the infiltrators. Linas, unyielding, retorted. Siding with the strong isn't a disgrace, it's a way of survival. You pathetic bastard. Unable to contain her frustration, Ibis shouted, You've betrayed us. You've betrayed everything we stand for. No, Ibis. We're adapting to survive. That's what true infiltrators do. Linas replied with a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Linas knew very well what betrayal meant for a Zyran. But for him, his squad was the only family he had, and as such their safety took precedence over anything. Even Ibis' commands. As Ashton approached the infiltrators, Ibis continued saying, You'll regret this, Linas. I will make you regret this even if it's the last I do. Well, deal with the consequences when they come. Linas, still in a surrendering posture, glanced at Ashton. But we won't be senseless martyrs in your quest of senseless revenge. By this time, Ibis recognized things were going south and needed a strategic retreat. So she devised a plan to flee the planet. While their ship wasn't the biggest one they had, it was big enough to store several smaller aircraft. They would use those ships to get away from the chaos. Your plans fell apart, Ibis. Ashton addressed Ibis directly as they gathered. What's your next move? We adapt. We always do. Ibis, undeterred by the setback, replied, This doesn't change our objective. So you still want to kill me? Ashton chuckled, a low rumble that echoed through the chamber. Your persistence is commendable, but you can't deny the reality of your situation. Surrendering is your best option. Ibis, unwilling to concede defeat, shot back like that's ever going to happen. Your loyalty towards your kind is commendable but misplaced, Ibis. Ashton sighed and sat down on a nearby rock. There's a bigger picture here, one you fail to see. Stop with the lies, Ibis mumbled. The bigger picture I'm concerned with is your pick on your grave. Ashton smiled and was about to say something. However, a sudden movement caught him off guard before he could utter another word. Linas had launched an unexpected attack on him from behind. But Ashton didn't do anything and let Bauman do the work for him. While the Soulblade parried Linas' attack, Ashton's newly resurrected soldier slashed Linas in half, his blood splattering around the area. As Linas fell to the ground, Ashton turned back towards Ibis. A sly smile played on his lips as he addressed Ibis. Did you forget I have a handy ability to sense if someone's lying to me? Ashton had seen through Linas' facade during the so-called surrender. Besides, the code words between Ibis and Linas had not escaped Ashton's attention. Also, since Ashton knew Ibis to be calm-headed, her over-the-top acting about being betrayed gave her plans away. Also, Linas did not seem to be someone who would give up without putting up a fight, so Ashton already had his senses on high alert. Now confronted with the repercussions of her failed plan, Ibis struggled to find words. Ashton, reveling at the situation, decided to take matters a step further. With a wave, he gestured towards Linas' lifeless form. Let's make this interesting, shall we? Chapter 741 Doomsday on Earth 1. 741 Doomsday on Earth 1. Ashton, don't. Ibis yelled. She was a fool to believe her plan would work, but it was the best she could come up with given the situation. But Ashton was ruthless and, ignoring her pleas, turned Linas into his summon. I warned you over and over, yet you keep pulling all these bullshit stunts thinking it would work, Ashton scoffed. You had enough chances and you blew them all. Therefore, whatever happens from now is on you and the Zyrans. Linas' body twitched, a spark of life returning to his vacant eyes as darkness replaced his soul. Linas, they knew, was no more. Instead, what stood in his place was one of the strongest creatures under Ashton's command. The malicious aura leaking from Linas' corpse forced countless Zyran to throw up. It was way too dense than anything they had felt before. Even Ibis was having a difficult time keeping her composure. It was at that moment that she knew she fucked up bad. In the greed of retaining her position in the council, she had doomed everyone to hell. What made it even more ironic was that Ashton had warned them. If the Zyrans pulled any tricks, they would have to pay the price for it dearly. The council had thought he was bluffing, but that couldn't be further from the truth. Ashton's strength was no joke. Even though he hadn't shown them the true extent of his powers, Countless sirens were already on their knees, wondering what would happen next. In a surprising twist, Ashton turned towards the resurrected Linas and instructed, "Stand down." The sirens, still on their knees, exchanged confused glances. Linas, now under Ashton's influence, complied without any complaints, as did the other undead infiltrator. A moment later, Ibis looked up to see Ashton standing right in front of her and offering a hand to help. If anything, Ashton's actions confused her even more. This content originates from N0v3 Bien. Hesitant but sensing that she had no other choice, Ibis cautiously accepted Ashton's hand. He gently pulled her to her feet, and the rest of the sirens, mirroring Ibis, followed suit. "Not a heartless Rick that you thought, am I?" Ashton smirked. As far as her seat in the council is considered, she could come up with some way inside as long as she lived. Hell, if nothing else worked, she could form a new council with the support of common folks and overthrow the current regime. After all, either of those plans seemed more reasonable than challenging Ashton and dying for no reason. Ibis smiled at her thought process. Overthrowing a regime was easier than dealing with one man. What kind of strange world had she been living in? "I'll take your word for it, and hopefully, no one will try to jump me now." Ashton, seemingly pleased with her decision, nodded. With a casual wave of his hand, Ashton cancelled the summon, and the resurrected Linas and the other infiltrator faded away into Valhalla. As the summons faded, Ashton turned towards Ibis. "Now if you'll join me, I would like to talk to you about something." "Can't we do this here?" Ibis hesitantly asked him. "Not when there's so many ears on us." Ashton shook his head. "You could either come with me or send the rest of them away. I'm fine with either way." Ibis looked at those behind her and decided to follow Ashton instead. It wasn't like he couldn't kill her in front of them if he wanted to, so doubting his intentions didn't make much sense to her. Their meeting barely lasted 10 minutes, but when Ibis returned, the sirens could see she was lost in her thoughts. Whatever Ashton had told her had taken a toll on her. But as promised, she didn't reveal anything to anyone as both parties went their separate ways. Chapter 742 Doomsday on Earth 2. 742 Doomsday on Earth 2. With the matter with sirens having been settled, Ashton turned his focus towards more important things, namely Krohan's impending invasion of Earth. Ashton had already asked the Orion Empire to be on the lookout for suspicious activities around the solar system, to which they had agreed and set countless ships continuously patrolling around the periphery. However, they were merely stealth ships that would serve as a warning beacon and were not allowed to engage the enemy, as Ashton wanted their main force to be stationed around Earth. But since the Orion Empire also had to look after itself, they could only spare a few ships for the cause. That was one of the reasons why Ashton was so hellbent on getting those Siren ships. Since the Orions couldn't help in that situation, it only made sense for Ashton to deploy better and bigger ships for the sake of Earth's safety. Technologically advanced Nirvana was also helping them and had partnered with the scientists from the tower. Together, they had worked hard and deployed thousands of satellites to convey the live feed of most of the solar system. Meanwhile, the vampires were busy crafting and cultivating more gear and other necessary items for the impending war. Meanwhile, the werewolves were simultaneously. Everything was happening under Ava's watchful eyes, from training the soldiers to ensuring everyone was working harmoniously without messing with the plans of other factions. But even with all that preparation, the desperation in everyone's eyes was palpable. Although when together, none of them expressed their thoughts on the matter, in the lone moments, they couldn't help but wonder if all their efforts were even worth it. They were worried, and rightfully so. They were gearing up to fight with a being with godlike powers. A being capable of creating planets from dust and destroying them like it was nothing. Yes, the precursors required machines and technology to make it happen, but they were the only species that owned such devices. Even though it was unlikely Krohan would have been able to get his hands on something like that, he already had a fleet of precursor ships under his command, so who knows if he had obtained the Doomsday device as well. That scenario was Ashton's biggest source of worry. He had tried to look for the said device himself but failed. His knowledge of precursor artifacts and technology was negligible. As such, obtaining anything useful in his fight against Krohan was next to impossible. All he could do was to fight the Fuckerheaton and hope for the best. Hope? That's the biggest reason for any army's defeat, Ashton mumbled while lying in bed. Hope for victory. Hope for survival. Hope this, hope that. But hope can also be the glue that binds everyone together. Anna replied, ruffling his hair. There's no need for you to be so pessimistic. Explore the genesis of this content at NOV at Labin. Ashton sighed, conceding, yeah, I keep telling that to my head, but the damn thing is too stubborn. Anna opened her mouth to say something, but before she could, she got up and rushed into the washroom. Worried about her well-being, Ashton followed her, only to discover her puking her guts into the sink. The echo of retching sounds filled the small space as Anna hunched over the sink, her shoulders trembling with each heave. Ashton, unsure how to react, touched her back gently. Anna, are you okay? Ashton asked, worried about her health. Yes, pregnant, Ava nodded, her smile growing even more pronounced as she rushed to hug them both. You're going to be parents. Still processing the news, Ashton looked at Anna with a mixture of shock and joy. You didn't know? No, I didn't. Anna shook her head, her eyes filling with tears. I had no idea. Oh my God. Ashton, overcome with emotion, pulled Anna into a tight embrace. We're going to be parents. Ava, witnessing the tender moment between the couple, couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of joy. I'm going to run more tests to ensure everything is okay. But it seems you're both in for a new and exciting chapter in your lives. Ava smiled and kissed both of their foreheads. We might be in the midst of war prep, but this news calls for a celebration. Chapter 743 Doomsday on Earth 3. 743 Doomsday on Earth 3. Since all the efforts were focused on the war, Ashton couldn't throw a proper party for everyone there. Not that he was a fan of extravagant events. Even though it wasn't anything special, the makeshift party at Ashton and Anna's place buzzed with joy and laughter. Colorful lights adorned the room, and the atmosphere was filled with the clinking of glasses and the sound of cheerful conversations. A rare sight, considering how down everyone had been feeling a few hours ago. It seemed that everyone had forgotten about the source of their problems. Seeing Ashton and Anna beaming with happiness made everyone happy and hopeful that maybe it wasn't the end like they had believed. Even during the celebration, someone had to keep an eye out for irregularities, and Tarek volunteered to do it because he wasn't a party guy himself. Just like that, instead of drinking and laughing like everyone else, Tarek found a quiet corner and got to monitor the satellites that orbited above Earth. He wasn't expecting anything to catch his attention, but he was wrong. Suddenly, a distress signal cut through the lively ambience, silencing the room. Tarek's expression darkened as he focused on the data streaming in. He couldn't believe his eyes and analyzed the readings again, but the feed wasn't lying. What's going on, Tarek? Sensing the shift in the room, Ashton approached Tarek with a raised eyebrow. Everything okay there? I'm afraid not. Tarek's eyes were glued to the data on the screen. We've got a problem. A big one. What is it? Ashton's jovial expression transformed into a serious one as he rushed to Tarek's side. One of the stealth ships was destroyed, and this is the last feed they sent. Tarek pointed at the video. Precursor fleet heading our way and fast. Ashton's eyes widened as he hadn't expected Krohan to make a move so soon. The original content can be pinpointed to N0V3 bin. How fast are we talking? Very fast. Tarek hesitated momentarily before replying. They are already near Mars, and at the speed they are moving, they'll be here in a couple of hours. Don't worry about me, Tarek nodded, firing up the ships stationed around the planet. Just like Ashton had predicted, Anna wanted to join the fight with him. While he didn't want to deny her, he was concerned for her safety and for their unborn child. But since he wasn't going to deny her help, he thought it would be best to assign her a safer duty. Anna, help Mom with evac. Once that's done, you can join us. Ashton could see Anna wasn't pleased but realized what he was doing. Weimer, take some ghosts and stick with her. Roger that. Weimer replied, gesturing to Anna to get going, but she didn't leave Ashton before kissing his lips. I'll give you the rest after you win this damn war, she replied before rushing away. Now focused on the impending battle, Ashton discarded his liquor glass. Just then, Maston approached him clad in armor Ashton had never seen before. Maston, where did you disappear? Ashton asked with curiosity mingled in his voice. Also, what's with the new armor? It's the same armor I wore in the last war against the precursors. Maston adjusted the armor, a grim expression on his face. I didn't think I'd survive long enough to wear it again, but here we are. Last war? What was it like? Ashton asked while equipping his precursor armor and summoning everything he had in his arsenal. Maston's gaze hardened, and he uttered a single word: horrible. Chapter 744 Doomsday on Earth 4. 744 Doomsday on Earth 4. As the preparations for the impending battle continued, Anna worked alongside Ava and Weimer to ensure a swift and safe evacuation plan. The atmosphere outside the party disappeared almost instantly. A signal was sent everywhere, and people worldwide prepared themselves for the attack. Earth had been turned into a living weapon, and the wait began. Inside the control center, Tarek coordinated the Zyran ship's deployment, ensuring they were strategically positioned for the imminent confrontation with the approaching precursor fleet. Obviously, there were gaps in their shield, but Tarek was trying his best not to leave too much space for the precursor fleet to break through their defense without casualties. How much time do we have now? Ashton asked, his eyes fixed on the display. Not much, Tarek replied, glancing at the data streaming in. They're making rapid progress and can strike us at any moment. Given their situation, they were putting up the best defense they could. Even though everyone knew it would most likely be in vain. If even a single precursor ship got through the barrier, it would spell the end for hundreds of thousands of people at the very least. The tension in the room escalated as the precursor fleet closed in. Everyone had donned their gear, preparing for the battle that awaited them. Amongst them, Maston and Ashton were the only ones who had gone toe-to-toe with precursors. But since Ashton was 99% sure Krohan wasn't on the ships, it was a source of relief for them. Essentially, the ships were the only threat to them. As long as they managed to take those ships down, they'd win. However, it was easier said than done, as the shields around those ships could take quite a beating and keep working. So much so that Ashton was worried if they even had enough explosives on Earth to take their shields down. The control room buzzed with activity as the Zyran ships awaited the command to engage. While Tarek focused on having positive first contact with the precursor ships, Ashton stood at the center and confidently addressed the team. He wasn't feeling all that confident on the inside, but he didn't need to project his insecurities about the battle onto his soldiers. After all, the morale of an army could either make or break their chances of survival. Listen up, everyone. We knew this day might come, and even though it's earlier than we expected, it's here, he spoke with seriousness. But remember, we've faced overwhelming challenges before, and we'll face this one head-on too, and let the universe know how we obliterated its gods tonight. A roar of approval erupted from the crowd. Their weapons were raised as a show of their willpower. We've got the best minds, the bravest fighters, and the most determined hearts right here in this room. Ashton continued, his words resonating with each person present. Krohan may think he has caught us off guard, but tonight we let him know the price of underestimating us. Ashton's words filled the room with strength. Thinking about defeat when victory was just as far wasn't the warrior's way. Only the weak believed in the possibility of defeat, and Ashton had grained that thought into their heads. Back when I spent my days in the enclosure when I was called a mutt, an old man told me something very important, Ashton mumbled, looking at his fists. Something I had forgotten long ago. Whenever you think you're weak, remember this. It's not the size of the dog in the fight, what matters is the size of the fight in the dog. And goddammit, we got a lot of fight in US. A roar erupted from the crowd. A collective shout of defiance that echoed through the room and worldwide as his words were being live telecasted everywhere. Tonight we fight for our future. Tonight we defy the gods. Tonight we slay a god. So tell me, who are you? Ashton roared at the top of his lungs. Godslayers. We can't keep this up much longer. Tarek exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. At first, many of the precursor ships found themselves in close proximity, unable to evade the barrage of missiles unleashed by Tarek. However, just as their shields teetered on the brink of collapse, something strange happened. The precursor ships began a trend of erratic, uncalculated jumps around the Zyran ships. Given the situation, the Zyran ships, despite their advanced technology, struggled against the unpredictable movements of the precursor fleet, as the ships were randomly disappearing and reappearing everywhere. Furiously working on the control console, Tarek analyzed the data and devised new strategies to counter the elusive enemy, but his strategies were yet to produce any result. We need to find a way to predict their jumps. Ashton sighed as things started looking grim. We can't afford to play catch-up anymore. I'm working on it. Tarek nodded, determined to find a solution. Give me some time. Time is a luxury we can't afford right now. We need a plan and we need it now. Ashton, not wasting a moment, gave the order. Do it. Whatever it is, just do it. The way Maston chimed in. Maybe I should head there. Things stand, doing anything is better than doing nothing. I've got something, Tarek exclaimed as sweat formed on his brow. It's not perfect, but it's a suicide mission, Tarek sighed, massaging his temples. But if we could, it might give us an edge. Somehow follow them when they perform a jump, and I get the data from it, I might be able to map the network they're using for jumps. It'll be a rough layout. However, it would be better than having nothing, Tarek continued, but like I said, the ripple will most likely tear apart anyone who does that. I'll do it, Maston replied with a smirk. New novel. Chapter 745 Doomsday on Earth 5. 745 Doomsday on Earth 5. Tarek's eyes widened at Maston's willingness to undertake such a dangerous task. But Ashton cut in dismissively before Tarek could speak his mind. Really? You think he'll allow something like that when I have a better solution? Maston was expecting some acknowledgement for his bravado, but instead received a scornful look from Ashton. Unfazed, he maintained his smirk, curious to hear what alternative plan Ashton had in mind. Without any delay, Ashton summoned Lannis, the shadow infiltrator he had resurrected before, and pointed towards the shadowy figure before saying, "Hell, do it." Well, it made more sense to send a summon on a suicide mission because it wasn't like they could die. Even if Lannis was destroyed during the mission, Ashton could summon him again after a cooldown. Give him one of the Zyran fighters and hell follow the plan. We'll get our data and not lose anyone. Win-win for everyone involved. Ashton informed everyone about his plan. Maston's smirk faded into an expression of mild embarrassment as Ashton addressed Tarek. He forgot about the summons because Ashton had yet to use them in the battle. Wait, where's the rest of them? Maston quizzed. Having more helping hands here would be a blessing. Let's just say they are busy somewhere else, Ashton nervously chuckled. I'll tell you about it later. Maston found Ashton's reaction a bit weird. Previously, his summons was his go-to solution to problems, especially when it came to defending an invasion. But then again, Ashton must have had something in mind, so Maston didn't bother him with his questions and focused on the task instead. Well, that's certainly a better solution than Maston dying in vain. Tarek chuckled at Ashton's resourcefulness. Maston, still slightly embarrassed by the turn of events, laughed nervously. Wanting to shift the focus away from his previous offer, He urged Tarek to get going before they continued losing more ships. Odiga, wearing a confident smile, disconnected the call. The bait that Ashton wanted to set was in place. Knowing the Zyrans, they would be eager to reclaim their respect in the galaxy and seize the opportunity to strike against Ashton without much thought. Having done her part, Odiga called Ashton to inform him about the progress on her side. How'd it go? Ashton's face appeared on the other side. It's done, she replied. They should be there in a couple of hours if they make a big space jump like the last time. Well done, Ashton acknowledged with a smile. Thanks for the help. But now you should go into hiding until I call you. Meh, I wanted to see their despair faces, but I guess you're right, Odiga shrugged. You take care now, and congratulations on knocking up an innocent succubus. Thank you, Ashton laughed. I'm not even going to question how you knew about it. See you later once I'm done dealing with this mess. With the second phase of his plan a success, Ashton had nothing to do but wait for the special guest to show up. He knew Astaroth was in one of those ships, and it was only a matter of time before he showed up. While Ashton didn't know how Krohan would show up there, he knew Krohan had sent Astaroth to Earth for that reason. Ashton had to stop Astaroth at all costs and knew it wouldn't be easy. Astaroth, let's see how well you cope with what I'm about to put you through. Ashton mumbled, cracking his knuckles. You ripped my heart out, I'll do the same. But in a way that'll hurt you more than anyone can imagine. Just then, his thoughts were interrupted by the news he had been waiting for. Tarek rushed towards him, heaving. A ship broke through the barrier and is heading straight towards us. He yelled. Finally, Ashton smiled. He's here. Chapter 746, A Duel of Life and Death 1. 746, A Duel of Life and Death 1. A few moments ago, Astaroth's restlessness filled the command center on the lead precursor ship as he studied the holographic map displaying the ongoing battle. The room was dimly lit for better visibility of the map. So far, the AI on the ships has been making decisions themselves, as Astaroth thought there was no need for him to get involved. However, once he noticed the Zyran vessels, he couldn't help but take control. Interesting. Astaroth tapped his fingers on the arm of his chair, his eyes fixed on the holographic display that showed the scattered movements of the precursor and Zyran ships. From how Astaroth saw it, it was a chess game where Astaroth and Ashton were the players, their moves determining the fate of Earth. As for the board, it was filled with pawns, but Astaroth's pawns were dripping in super soldier serum. Ashton, Astaroth whispered under his breath as another Zyran ship succumbed to the relentless assault of the precursor fleet. He was better prepared than I thought. Still, it won't be enough to stop the ships. Sir, we have found their command center as you requested. Zenith, the ship's AI, appeared before him. His voice was cold and electronic, bringing it on the map. The holographic display magnified, revealing the Zyran command center located in Livania. Astaroth's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Livania, I should have guessed it. What will be your next move, sir? The AI inquired. Those Zyran ships are causing more troubles than I thought. Astaroth, with a determined gleam in his eyes, considered his options. Can we get through their barrier by ourselves? As Astaroth's vessel closed in on Livania, Tarek, realizing the imminent danger, issued urgent commands. Evacuate the command center. Inform everyone to brace for impact. All the personnel rushed to follow Tarek's orders, abandoning the command center in a frantic attempt to escape the impending collision. The alarms blared, warning of the incoming threat as Astaroth's ship descended like a meteor on them. The collision was imminent, and the fate of Livania hung in the balance. The Zyran ships, in disarray, struggled to regroup and counter the unexpected assault, hoping to destroy the precursor ships before they caused any harm. But nothing they did could stop Astaroth. The desperation in Tarek's eyes mirrored the situation's urgency as he watched the impending collision unfold. In the final moments before impact, Earth's forces could only brace for the inevitable, a collision that would reshape the course of the battle and determine the world's fate. But when all hope seemed lost, Ashton shot out of the command center with blinding speed and headed straight towards the ship. Everyone's jaw fell open as they couldn't believe their eyes. As Ashton soared towards the ship, the ethereal glow of the precursor aura surrounding him gradually became visible to everyone. With each passing moment, the aura expanded, growing in size until it matched the ship's dimensions. It was then Tarek realized what Ashton was doing. He was going to fight momentum with momentum, opting for a clash that, while causing harm to Livania, would not reach the catastrophic levels of the previous encounter. At the same time, Zenith warned Astaroth about the incoming attack, but Astaroth ignored the warning and ordered the ship to stay on its route. As usual, Zenith was against such a foolish decision. But before the AI could do anything, Astaroth overrode the commands using his authority and blocked Zenith from doing anything. Whether they took down the command center or not was a secondary matter now. As long as I land on Earth, nothing else matters. Chapter 747, A Duel of Life and Death 2. 747, A Duel of Life and Death 2. Mere seconds before impact, Ashton unexpectedly concentrated all his aura into his fist, delivering a powerful blow that shattered the hull of the precursor ship. Even the resilient hull of the precursor vessel proved insufficient to withstand the force of Ashton's concentrated attack, resulting in multiple cracks that marred its surface. The loud crack echoed through the night, but Ashton didn't stop there. Instead of focusing his aura on a single point, he rapidly expanded it, tearing apart the precursor ship from both the inside and the outside. The result was a devastating attack that tore the precursor ship apart from the inside and outside. What followed was an explosion that unleashed a burst of energy, transforming the darkest night sky into one lit by a dozen suns. The brightness was so overwhelming that no one could keep their eyes on it. Everyone on the ground wondered if that was it. Was Astaroth dead? But as the light faded, a dark figure tore through the explosion. Unaffected by the blast, Astaroth threw a punch at Ashton, who responded in kind. Their fists met in a fierce collision, creating shockwaves that blew away debris from the precursor ship everywhere, forcing the residents of Livania to seek shelter. Pleased to see your death didn't adversely affect your strength, Astaroth commented as they tumbled through the air. Fucking bastard pulling cowardly tricks like these. Ashton cursed as he had to turn away even though he didn't want to. The combat robots, programmed for destruction, immediately engaged the army and Livania's defenses. The battlefield erupted into chaos as the robots unleashed devastating firepower. Consider it a farewell gift from me, Astaroth commented before rushing away. As Astaroth slipped away, Ashton gritted his teeth in frustration. However, before he could resume the pursuit, the combat robots closed in, forming a barrier around him. It was evident the robots wouldn't allow Ashton to follow Astaroth freely. While the robots weren't exceptionally strong, their sheer numbers were staggering and defeating them all quickly seemed nearly impossible. Ashton tried using Hellfire to dispose of them quickly, but the attack had minimal effect on them. Looks like elemental attacks won't work on them, Ashton mumbled in frustration. Physical force is necessary to dispose of them, but that will take too long. Fuck. Although it was an annoying situation, Ashton had no option other than to fight through the horde of metal. Just as he prepared to launch an attack, a battle axe soared through the air with incredible precision, slicing through the robots before him. Astonished, Ashton turned to witness Maston standing amongst a graveyard of robots as the battle axe returned to his hands. And he wasn't alone, mercenaries from the towers were beside him, chopping through the robots. Go after Astaroth, Maston yelled as he sliced through another robot. Well, deal with these tin cans. Thanks. Ashton nodded with gratitude. Without wasting a moment, he flew away from the robots, leaving Maston and a group of mercenaries to confront the tin cans. However, Livania wasn't the only place struggling with precursor robots. Nirvana and Vanya had their hands full with the rampaging automatons. While Nirvana fought numbers with numbers, the vampires had to use their physical combat skills to subdue the threat. Thankfully, the twins and Viper were there to help them balance the scales. But there was one thing bugging everyone. When Ashton arrived on Earth after his death, he warned them about the cannons used by the precursor ships. Everyone was scared of the powerful attack those cannons could launch. However, even though the precursor ships were close enough to use their cannons, they didn't do it, which seemed strange. It felt like Astaroth was waiting for something, and the rest of the world had minutes to figure it out before all hell broke loose. Nov El Bayan. Com. Chapter 748 Krohan Unsealed 1. 748 Krohan Unsealed 1. With Maston's assistance, Ashton finally broke free to pursue Astaroth. Yet, Astaroth's speed far surpassed Ashton's, and with a head start, he could have ventured anywhere. However, Ashton was aware of it and already had a plan in place for such a situation. During their earlier fight, Ashton had intentionally allowed Astaroth's kick to hit him. Why? To discreetly apply Werewolf's mark on Astaroth. The mark, once placed on Astaroth, ensured that regardless of the distance, Ashton could locate him. Besides, there was no escape from the mark once it was on someone. It wouldn't disappear until the prey had been hunted down. But rather than blindly following the direction Astaroth vanished into, Ashton took to the sky, his gaze focused on locating the distinctive mark. That way, he could easily find the mark and take the shortest route to Astaroth. Eastern Palace? Ashton muttered in surprise as he honed in on Astaroth's location. Why would he suddenly go there, of all places? Typically, Ashton might not have given it much thought. However, the peculiar choice of the Eastern Palace intrigued him. Once ballasting with activity, the palace now stood empty, thanks to Ashton deploying the Wraithwolves and Griffins in the ongoing war. But if Astaroth intended to cause chaos, why would he visit an empty castle? However, realization suddenly hit him. All the precursor technology Ashton took from planet Euphoria was stored there. It could be that Astaroth wasn't aiming for the Eastern Palace itself, but the tech and artifacts stored there. No point in thinking about it now, Ashton said determinedly, shaking off his bewilderment. He accelerated towards the palace with relentless speed. I'll get my answers whether Astaroth lives or dies. The sky became a blur as Ashton streaked towards the Eastern Palace. The air whistled past him, and the empty expanse of the palace got closer. The once grand structure now stood as a silent witness to the conflicts that had unfolded. But the silence was strange. Ashton was expecting more robots there, but there were none. Either Astaroth was confident in his speed, or he simply didn't think Ashton could stop whatever he was planning to do. Either case wasn't like something Astaroth would do. Being overconfident is my trait, not his. Ashton shrugged as he landed close to the palace to scan the area for any traps Astaroth might have left for him as gifts on Christmas. Ashton's eyes were alert, and his senses heightened. He carefully made his way inside while the silence enveloped the palace, which was disrupted only by the distant echoes of the ongoing battle between the Precursor's robots and Ashton's army. Entering cautiously inside the palace, Ashton navigated the empty corridors, his footsteps echoing in the emptiness. The eerie stillness put him on edge as he moved deeper into the palace guided by the werewolf's mark. Ashton was expecting Astaroth to go for the relics, but strangely enough, he was on the other end of the palace. Looks like he hasn't found the stash yet, Ashton mumbled as he rushed towards Astaroth's location. Better hurry and stop him before he gets his hands on whatever he wants. Exactly, but to be precise, it was your father, Johann. Now tell me, what could he be guarding here on Earth? At that moment, realization hit Ashton like a truck. The only thing his father cared about was ensuring Krohan's demise. Could it be that there's a weapon capable of slaying Krohan hidden there? However, Astaroth shook his head. While the palace had something to do with Krohan, it wasn't to kill him. It isn't a weapon, it's a seal. The very same seal that confines Krohan to Euphoria. Johann kept the seal hidden on Earth so he could keep an eye on it, Astaroth clarified. He continued, however, when he sensed his life nearing its end and recognized you weren't ready for the responsibility, he entrusted a lich to handle it until you learned about the task on your own. How the fuck do you know all this? Ashton blurted, charging towards Astaroth with Bomband in his hands. Ashton wished to say that Astaroth was lying, but his heartbeat sense told him otherwise. For that reason, he lashed out at Astaroth. However, before the two could collide, the portal sent a shockwave that threw Ashton and Astaroth away from the chamber. What did you do? Ashton yelled at the top of his lungs. What I was supposed to? Astaroth replied. Unsealed Krohan. Chapter 749 Krohan Unsealed 2. 749 Krohan Unsealed 2. What? Unsealed Krohan? Ashton yelled in horror. As long as Krohan was sealed, they had an opportunity to contain him, but Astaroth had just freed the worst precursor in history. The slight possibility that Ashton had of winning the battle against Krohan was crushed into nothingness by Astaroth. Ashton, unable to contain his anger any longer, lunged towards the panel to try and stop Krohan from getting to Earth. But as he did, Astaroth grabbed Ashton by the shoulder and threw him backwards, placing himself between Ashton and the panel. What the hell are you doing? Ashton yelled again. Stopping you, Astaroth replied, turning his aura into a sword around his arms. Nov El Bayan. Calm. You fucker. Have you gone insane? Ashton barked at Astaroth, who smiled bitterly. Ashton didn't know why Astaroth had sided with Krohan, and Astaroth knew Ashton was too stubborn to hear anything he had to say. It wasn't like it would make any difference either. Linnea was Astaroth's responsibility, not Ashton's. Besides, Astaroth was dooming the entire universe for the sake of one person. How was anyone supposed to understand what he felt, knowing he would be the reason for the death of quadrillions of beings across the galaxy? In the end, Astaroth just shook his head and tried convincing himself that he was doing the right thing, even if it was the wrong way. Either way, when everything was finished, he would be dead. In Astaroth's opinion, it was better to face death alone with all the problems rather than trying to make others understand his inner struggles. Love can make you do weird things, Astaroth finally said. You know it better than anyone else. Astaroth understood what Ashton was about to do, and his expression changed. He tried freeing himself from Ashton's grasp, but the latter's hand was firmly pressed against his chest, refusing to budge. Ashton, you have no idea what you're doing. Astaroth tried reasoning with him once force didn't work, but Ashton was having none of it. Guess what? I don't give a fuck anymore. With that, Ashton threw Bomband towards the panel, hoping to destroy it before Krohan's arrival. Astaroth, refusing to accept defeat, summoned every ounce of strength in a final attempt to intervene. Just as Bomband neared the panel, Astaroth's hand desperately attempted to redirect the sword's trajectory. However, Ashton stopped Astaroth from manipulating his aura. It was too late for Astaroth to do anything. Ashton's victory seemed inevitable. Suddenly, a hand broke through the portal, grabbing the blade before it could hit the panel. Ashton's eyes widened in disbelief as the hand effortlessly crushed Bomband, the once mighty sword now reduced to useless shards. An ominous aura surrounded the chamber as Krohan walked out of the portal. As he breathed freedom, an evil grin found its place on Krohan's face. Finally, your curse has been undone, brother. Krohan roared while Ashton's heart sank as he realized the direness of the situation. The apocalypse has arrived at Earth's doorstep. Chapter 750 Checkmate 1. 750 Checkmate 1. As the situation on Earth grew increasingly tense with each passing moment, The space above the blue planet was no stranger to chaos. Ashton's remaining ships fought valiantly against the unrelenting onslaught of precursor vessels. Eventually, it was evident precursor ships were superior as only a handful of Ashton's Zyran ships remained, guarding Earth. The odds were against them, and the battle-weary fleet struggled to hold its ground. Amidst the fierce clash, a new faction silently emerged, ready to join the chaotic dance of war. Zyran ships, controlled by the Council, materialized behind the moon with a series of silent booms. Like Odiga had expected, the Zyrans couldn't stay out of action for long and decided to take advantage of Ashton's misery. Within hours, they rushed to capture Earth. But that wasn't all. What started as a dozen ships soon multiplied into hundreds and then thousands, an overwhelming force. However, the size of the current Zyran fleet was much larger than anyone knew, but not because they were secretly making more warships. The Zyrans had mobilized everything at their disposal to bring down Ashton. The Council had ordered every single ship in Zyran-controlled space to converge and engage in the fight, regardless of its original purpose. Even cargo and tourist vessels had been hastily repurposed for war as they stormed towards Earth with the singular goal of eliminating Ashton once and for all. The Zyrans thought Ashton would be in for a surprise. However, as the Zyran fleet approached Earth, a surprise awaited them instead. It didn't take long for Zyran's lead ships to notice the precursor ships positioned strategically around the planet, a sight that sent shockwaves through the Zyran commanders and council members. It had been a long time since the Zyrans had seen a fleet of precursor ships, and the mere sight of the vessel brought out the trauma they had hidden away from their final battle with the precursors. "Stops the ships." One of the councilmen roared. "Do not make contact with precursor ships. Engage camo and wait for our next instructions." An urgent order to halt their advance was issued as the council convened to discuss the unexpected turn of events. But they were arguing more than discussing anything to help their situation. "Why are there precursor ships stationed around Earth?" One councilman exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. "That damned Odiga gave us no information about those." Another one chimed in. "Contact her immediately." One of the assistants rushed to do so. Unfortunately, Odiga had long since turned off all devices that could be used to get in touch with her and disappeared. "What concerns me the most isn't that the ships are there," another council member added, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "But why are the ships pointing their cannons towards Earth instead of away from it?" That's true. If the ships belonged to Ashton, it would make more sense for them to point away from Earth. Amidst their deliberation, an informant abruptly burst into the virtual meeting, delivering crucial information that would shape the course of the conflict. The informant murmured into one councilman's ear, leaving him wide-eyed and visibly shaken. His reaction only garnered more eyes on him as the councilman looked dejected. After regaining his composure, the councilman relayed the news to his peers. Depending on the listener's perspective, the revelation could be interpreted as either a boon or a curse, and he couldn't decide the next course of action on his own. "Just tell us what it is," a council member demanded as minutes passed. "How's the fight going?" Odiga asked the council while smiling wickedly. You planned all this." One of the councilmen snarled at her face. "Wait till we get our hands on you." "Oh, councilman, am not worthy of your praises," Odiga laughed. "As for the plan, that credit belongs to Ashton, not me. Even though I played quite a part in it, won't you agree? Laugh while you can. The precursor ships will fall and Ashton will follow soon after," the councilman boldly commented. "Who will save you then?" "Save me?" Odiga raised an eyebrow. "You should worry about yourself first." Just then, the Zyran fleet was struck from behind. A couple of their warships were destroyed in seconds. Before the councilman barked orders for someone to check, an attendant came rushing in with bad news. "The Orion army. Their entire fleet is attacking us." "What?" Chapter 751 Checkmate 2. 751 Checkmate 2. The room was shrouded with tension as Ashton stood face-to-face against Krohan. It felt like a nightmare as shock momentarily seized Ashton. But he realized it wasn't the time to freeze and regathered his composure before lunging towards Krohan, unleashing a powerful punch fueled by every ounce of strength he could muster. "You fool," Krohan smiled. Yet, Krohan's reaction defied Ashton's expectations. Instead of blocking or dodging the attack, Krohan laughed off Ashton's attempt and delivered a backhand with a dismissive wave of his hand that sent Ashton hurtling to the far end of the room. Ashton's momentum only stopped thanks to the reinforced walls of the chamber, made specifically to hold Krohan within. Still, the impact left Ashton's imprint on the wall as he crumpled to the floor, the wind knocked out of his lungs. The pain that surged through Ashton's body was staggering, his vision blurred, and he felt like passing out. But Ashton knew he couldn't stand down. If he did, it would be the end of everyone he loved, and he wouldn't give up for their sakes. "You never learn, do you?" Krohan scoffed, watching Ashton get back to his feet. "But then again, your father was the same. He tried to stop me over and over, and yet, here I am, about to rule the universe." Ashton struggled to respond, the pain and anger rendering him momentarily speechless. However, something caught his attention: Krohan's prosthetic limbs. One of his legs and hands had been replaced with chunks of metal Ashton had never seen before. While Krohan could have been injured by anything, Ashton knew who made him like that. It had to be his masters who were long gone now. But even through death, they had helped him once again. Empathetic, aren't I? The realization fueled Ashton's resolve. His masters had given their lives to make his inevitable fight a fraction easier. And there he was, pathetically staring at Krohan. However, his weakness made him realize one thing. He couldn't afford to succumb to despair. As he remembered his master's parting words, the pain, the anger, everything faded compared to the newfound determination that surged through him. If nothing else, Ashton vowed to strip Krohan of his remaining limbs. With a burst of energy, Ashton launched himself towards Krohan, who was now approaching Astaroth. A solid punch landed on Krohan's face, causing him to take several steps backwards. Unlike Ashton, Krohan didn't get flung away, but it was enough to let Krohan know of his intentions. Ashton wasn't going down without a fight, just like his masters didn't. There's an old saying on Earth. Ashton smirked through panting breaths. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, fucker. But the Zyron was blinded by love and didn't care about anything but his sister. While having Astaroth on his side had advantages, Krohan primarily tormented him because of the threat he gave him on Euphoria. Meanwhile, Ashton lunged forward, a swift and calculated attack aimed at Astaroth. The clash of aura blades resonated as the adversaries fought with blades. Each strike was met with a counter. The combatants locked in a relentless exchange of blows. Astaroth, though conflicted, displayed a formidable prowess with his aura blades. He parried Ashton's attacks with precision, his movements a testament to the training and skill he had acquired over the years. Fueled by anger and purpose, Ashton pressed on, determined to break through Astaroth's defenses. Krohan, seated on his throne, observed the clash with a nasty grin. The unfolding chaos before him amused the precursor as he reveled in the conflict he had sown amongst the two people who could have defeated him. It was a hilarious sight. It didn't matter who won. According to the prophecy Seraphina made, if either Ashton or Astaroth died, then no one would be able to stop him. Having fun, huh? Ashton taunted Krohan. Don't worry, this won't last for long. After we're done here, it will be your turn. Keep your eyes on your opponent. Krohan scoffed as Astaroth leaned in for another attack. Or is there no other Earth idiom you can apply to this situation? Drawing upon reserves of strength he never knew he possessed, Ashton unleashed a barrage of strikes. His attacks were relentless, each swing calculated to exploit Astaroth's known vulnerabilities. But each of his attacks fell apart. Amid the battle, Astaroth seized an opening, launching a counter aimed at Ashton's flank. The room echoed with the clang of colliding blades as Ashton was caught off guard and staggered backwards. The momentum had shifted and Astaroth pressed on, determined to fulfill his end of the sinister bargain imposed by Krohan. Suddenly, Ashton was on the back foot. Astaroth was pulling ridiculous moves and still they seemed to work. Krohan seemed to notice something odd but didn't pay attention to it. As long as either one of them lost their life, he would win, and that was the only thing on his mind. The next moment, Ashton lost balance and fell. Astaroth loomed over him with his blade mere inches away from his throat. Krohan smiled, believing he had won. Kill him, he yelled, growing impatient. Astaroth glanced at Krohan for a moment before nodding. He raised his aura blade as if preparing to land the final blow. But instead, Astaroth offered Ashton a hand. Is it done? He asked Ashton while pulling him up. Yup, just received the news, Ashton replied, pulling a microcommunicator from his ear. Linnea is safe and on her way home with Ibis. We can drop the act now. Chapter 752 Checkmate 3. 752 Checkmate 3. What? Krohan exclaimed, his voice seething with anger. What is all this? Ashton and Astaroth, seemingly unfazed by Krohan's reaction, broke into laughter. The mocking echoes of their laughter reverberated through the chamber, adding more fuel to the fire known as anger. The more they laughed, the angrier Krohan became. His features contorted as rage filled his eyes. A precursor like Krohan had always praised himself for his intellect. But seeing inferior species act out of their place had always infuriated him. Krohan had never revealed the truth to anyone. But when he saw the inferiors have hope and smile through tough times, he was reminded of himself before that faithful war that brought the precursors to their knees. A time when he lost his beloved just because he was acting cocky in front of an unknown existence that almost wiped out their kind. That day, Krohan swore to himself that he would do whatever to stop such a monstrosity from stepping into their universe. Krohan was willing to do anything, even going as far as sacrificing the so-called inferior species for the sake of the greater good. That's when Johann and most of the precursors turned their backs on him, which led to a series of events that brought him to Earth, fighting the inferior species to make them learn their place under his feet. However, watching Ashton and Astaroth laugh carelessly in front of him enraged Krohan. They weren't aware of the horrors Krohan had witnessed, so Krohan decided to make them aware of what true desperation felt like. But before that, he needed answers. Guess our acting wasn't that bad after all. Astaroth smirked, his eyes locking onto Crowhan's. Talk about yourself, Ashton retorted, still chuckling. Not going to lie, you sold me the part where you didn't want to attack me. Oof, even I thought for a moment that you lost it. Crowhan, his patience stretched to its limits, seethed with a desire to teach Astaroth a lesson. How dare a filthy ex disobey his orders? The audacity! Did he forget about Linnea? If he did, Crowhan would subtly remind him about it by making him hear Linnea's screams. Unfortunately, Crowhan wasn't aware that the key to Astaroth's submission that he desperately held on to had been swiped under his feet. After all, the earlier conversation between Ashton and Astaroth happened using telepathy. Only later, when Crowhan attempted to contact the robot stationed on Euphoria, did he realize something was amiss, as all he got in response was constant static noise. How? Crowhan mumbled as truth appeared before his eyes. How did you do it? 903. Ever heard about the aftereffects of using Soul Killer? Ashton continued with a little effort. You can use its side effect to make others forget about specific instances instead of someone's existence. Being a master at controlling Soul Killer, I made myself forget about the plan, Astaroth shrugged. So how would you read something that isn't there? As for how I remembered about it all, he continued, I planted a trigger in my head. The moment our fists collided for the first time, it unlocked all those hidden memories. After all, I am still the administrator of Ashton's blessing and can do whatever I want regarding us. You fools. You think this changes anything? Crowhan smirked. I don't need either of you to kill each other. I'll do it myself. Crowhan, unable to endure their taunts any longer, lunged towards Ashton. However, in perfect coordination, Ashton and Astaroth executed a synchronized kick, flinging Crowhan to the chamber's far end. Oh, and just so you know, we know everything about Seraphina's prophecy, Astaroth remarked with a smirk. I didn't think it was true, but after seeing you hurt after just being kicked by the two of us, it seems she was correct, Ashton replied, stretching his hands in back before turning towards Astaroth. Oh, by the way, I got something for you. What a coincidence, I have something for you too, Astaroth replied, smiling like two idiots. Ashton shook his head, handing Raphael to Astaroth, who reciprocated by passing the Grim Reaper's scythe that Ashton had left on Euphoria after their first encounter with Crowhan. The two then turned their attention towards Crowhan, who was emerging from a cloud of dust. You wanted to listen to another Earth idiom, right? Ashton asked, swinging the scythe in his hands. It isn't an idiom, but quite a famous word often used by victors. Something called a checkmate. Chapter 753 Desperate Times. 1. 753 Desperate Times. 1. The battleground was tense as Ashton and Astaroth, armed with a scythe and Raphael, respectively, closed in on Crowhan. They aimed to capitalize on Crowhan's momentary vulnerability, denying him any chance to recover by engaging him in a constant assault. I have had enough. However, before they could close the distance, Crowhan unleashed a guttural scream that knocked the two away. But that wasn't it. As the scream reverberated across the entire planet, the sheer force of Crowhan's scream sent shockwaves through the planet, causing temporary chaos. Sea levels rose and animals instinctively sought shelter, reacting to the seismic waves that emanated from Crowhan's roar. It was the scream of a deity, a being of godlike power, and the repercussions were felt on a global scale. The ongoing war outside the Eastern Palace ground to a sudden halt. Soldiers on both sides were perplexed, sensing that something terrible had occurred, something decidedly adverse. Updated from Nirvana and Vanya were no exception, as they felt the ominous energy shrouded the planet. Even though they had their hands filled with precursor robots, they couldn't help but wonder what was happening on the other side of Earth. I hope Ashton and Anna are fine, Irina mumbled before attacking and tearing another robot to pieces. You know him, Verena shook her head. Nothing can defeat him, so stop worrying about him and focus on the battle. Back inside the Eastern Palace, the fight had taken yet another turn for the worse. While Ashton and Astaroth struggled to get back on their feet, Crowhan's human facade began to morph, revealing the true form of a precursor. Here we go, Astaroth mumbled. Well, I wasn't expecting him to go all out since the beginning. Surprised by Crowhan's new form, Ashton and Astaroth gripped their weapons tightly for support, bracing themselves for the escalating confrontation. Intent on finishing the fight, Crowhan attempted to stomp on Astaroth's head, but the nimble Zyron rolled away just in time. But that wasn't all he did. Swiftly recovering, Astaroth retaliated by stabbing Crowhan's knee, forcing the godlike being to kneel as his leg gave away. Ashton, nursing his wounds, realized it was his turn to act and hastily drank a bunch of healing potions to numb his pain and hasten his healing. Once the potions began to take effect, Ashton moved to engage Crowhan. The precursor, on his knees, didn't expect an attack from behind as Ashton rushed at him, slamming his knees into the back of Crowhan's head. Astaroth, do it now. Ashton yelled as he wrapped his arms around Crowhan to restrain him. On it. Astaroth seized the moment to unleash the Soul Killer. The air crackled with energy as Astaroth sought to end the battle decisively. Eat this. Yet, in a sudden twist, Krohan managed to shrug off Ashton and grabbed Astaroth's hand before crushing it. The small soul-killer device embedded in his hand was destroyed in the process. "I've had enough of your petty tricks," Krohan exclaimed as he grabbed Astaroth by his head and began to squeeze it. Astaroth's primal screams filled the chamber as he struggled in vain to free himself. Ashton, desperate to save his brother, moved to intervene, only to have Krohan use Astaroth as a cannonball. Astaroth was hurled towards Ashton, and the two brothers were catapulted out of the Eastern Palace, landing amidst the ongoing war. Their sudden appearance surprised both allies and foes alike. Maston and others rushed towards their leader to help him. But then they were surprised as both Astaroth and Ashton looked injured. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Krohan emerged from the Eastern Palace, his imposing form casting a shadow over the battlefield. "What the?" Maston mumbled, recognizing the precursor. "You fought well," Krohan acknowledged, his voice echoing across the war-torn landscape. "But it was in vain, and now you shall know what it means to oppose me." Krohan's aura intensified, becoming an oppressive force that left everyone on their knees, gasping for breath. Ordinary soldiers succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, losing consciousness as they pleaded for Ashton's help. Helpless, Ashton could only watch as his allies fell to the ground like wilted flowers, unable to offer assistance. Chapter 754 Desperate Times 2. 754 Desperate Times 2. Krohan reveled in his newfound dominance over the mortals. The dense aura he exuded overpowered the battlefield without exceptions. Soldiers, once defiant, now lay helpless on the ground gasping for air. "Is this your mighty resistance?" Krohan taunted, his voice echoing across the battlefield. "Pathetic." As Krohan said that, a stray bullet hit him in the face. While the bullet failed even to penetrate the skin, the attempt was more than enough to anger the precursor as he turned to see who was foolish enough to antagonize him. Krohan was expecting a soldier or one of Ashton's summons. Instead, he was a teenager, partially in his werewolf form, barely holding the gun. Krohan's anger disappeared in a moment as he broke down laughing. He expected to face a new contender, but what he saw was a mutt. Krohan didn't know if he should have praised the boy for his bravery or punished him for his foolishness. "Very well," Krohan mumbled, scratching his chin. "This should do it." With a wave of his hand, Krohan lifted the kid to his level. The kid was afraid but still refused to budge and kept firing at Krohan until the moment the precursor crushed his gun into dust. "You're a feisty one, aren't you?" Krohan smirked, his gaze shifting between Ashton and the boy. "You know what, I respect people like you. Do you know why? Go to hell." The boy stuttered, swiping his claws in the air. "Fine, I shall give you the freedom you so desperately seek." Krohan then let go of the kid from a height that even an adult werewolf wouldn't survive, let alone a developing one. Unable to walk, Ashton extended his aura to create a protective barrier around the child. However, Krohan wouldn't allow Ashton to save the kid with minimum effort. Reveling in his sadistic pleasure, Krohan sneered and waved his hand dismissively. His dark, malevolent aura nullified Ashton's protective aura. The child began to descend, the terror evident in his eyes. "Inno!" Ashton yelled, but that was all he could do. Just when all hope seemed lost, Astaroth, taking advantage of Krohan's weakened aura preventing them from moving, shot towards the kid to save him. His arms extended, reaching the falling child just in time. Astaroth, defying the laws of gravity, broke the fall, cradling the child in his arms. Everyone conscious on the battlefield gasped in relief as Astaroth saved the day. While they didn't understand how or why Astaroth was on their side now, they weren't complaining. After all, if Ashton and Astaroth fought the precursor together, they had a chance to defeat Krohan. 1457. Ashton nodded in gratitude, downing the potions to numb the pain and hasten his recovery. As he gathered his strength, his gaze shifted towards Astaroth, standing between him and Krohan. "Rest up. I'll buy you some time," Astaroth said and stepped towards Krohan when Ashton's hand gripped his arm, stopping him. Astaroth turned back, surprised by Ashton's firm grasp. "I can't let you face him alone," Ashton stated, determination etched on his bruised face. "We fight together." "Yeah. You're telling me that when your face looks like shit?" Astaroth laughed, prompting Ashton to laugh before groaning in pain. "Ouch, you think I took all that beating for fun?" Ashton replied, closing his palm in a fist. "Don't tell me." The realization struck Astaroth. Ashton had endured the punishment to charge his unique ability. A dangerous yet powerful trump card that could turn the tide of the battle. Revenge strike. "Hold him off," Ashton groaned as he got to his feet. "I'll finish him with this." Chimera's Conquest. Chapter 755 A Brother's Sacrifice. 755 A Brother's Sacrifice. The battlefield had turned into chaos as Astaroth stepped up against Krohan for the final time, buying precious moments for Ashton to charge his revenge strike skill. Since Ashton had accumulated an ungodly amount of damage, it was taking a while. Besides, considering Ashton's lousy health situation, Astaroth decided to buy him as much time as he possibly could. With a wave, Astaroth called Raphael in his hands, which also freed Krohan from his agony. While the move seemed unnecessary at first, Astaroth knew with his trusty sword by his side, his chances of survival doubled. With sword gleaming in the dim moonlit sky, Astaroth charged towards Krohan. The precursor sensed the attack coming and struck Astaroth. However, Astaroth dodged and weaved through Krohan's relentless attacks. The godlike being, now with only one eye remaining, bore the scars of a previous encounter with Astaroth, who had deftly taken out the other eye. Having trouble finding me with one eye? Astaroth taunted Krohan. I can only imagine how fun this fight would be if you were completely blind. I will kill you even if it's the last thing I do. Yeah, land a hit on me first. Astaroth moved with an agility that defied his burly frame, all the while striking Krohan with precision. Each blow the golden sword delivered left a light trail in its wake. While Astaroth knew his attacks were similar to an ant's sting to a mammoth, it was the best he could do while Ashton recharged his stamina and strength. However, even in his desperate state, Krohan fought back with a ferocity that betrayed his wounded condition. Astaroth, though skilled, wasn't immune to Krohan's counterattacks. Krohan managed to land a few blows on Astaroth, exploiting the openings in his defenses. The godlike being's attacks slowly took their toll, leaving Astaroth battered and bruised. Yet Astaroth pushed through. He knew he was the last wall between the universe's destruction and Krohan. Besides, the thought that every second bot was a step closer to Ashton unleashing the revenge strike gave him a rush like never before, numbing all the pain he was going through. Suddenly, Astaroth closed the distance between them, executing a series of rapid strikes. Raphael shimmered as it sliced through the air. Krohan, despite his diminished vision, managed to block some attacks, but Astaroth's relentless assault pushed Krohan on the back foot. However, it only lasted for a moment before Krohan recovered and landed a powerful blow on Astaroth. The force of the impact sent Astaroth staggering backwards as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, concealed within the cover of trees, Ashton focused his energy. His body ached from the previous encounter with Krohan. His fists clenched, a red aura pulsating ominously around them. Upon seeing that Krohan had pushed Astaroth away, Ashton burst from his hiding spot, charging towards Krohan with a ferocity like never before. Ashton knew it was the moment that would define the course of the universe's future, and he wasn't going to let it go down the drain. "You're too slow," Krohan mumbled, turning towards Ashton. "Did you think that the energy you accumulated would go unnoticed?" Ashton gritted his teeth but didn't stop. He had already accumulated all the energy. It wouldn't make sense for him to stop just because Krohan was aware of his plan. As Ashton's fist shot towards the precursor, Krohan attempted to evade the attack. It seemed like Krohan would avoid the attack until he heard a voice from behind. "Did you think I'd let you dodge the attack so easily?" Astaroth roared. Before Krohan could realize what was happening, it was already too late. Astaroth's one hand closed around Krohan's nape, while the other folded Krohan's remaining arm behind his back. Krohan, momentarily incapacitated, was unable to evade the impending strike. "Do it now, Ashton." The scythe's power consumed Astaroth, transforming him into a proper Grim Reaper. His form changed, becoming an embodiment of death itself. Astaroth, now the Grim Reaper, looked down at Ashton with serenity. "Live on, Ashton. Your journey doesn't end here." "No, this can't be happening." Krohan shrieked. Krohan, battered and broken, staggered back as Astaroth approached him with an unnatural calmness. The realization dawned upon him as he witnessed Astaroth's transformation into death itself. "What treachery is this?" Krohan's voice trembled with rage and desperation. How could a mere mortal become death incarnate? Astaroth remained silent, his gaze fixed on Krohan like a predator to its prey. The dark aura surrounding him seemed to intensify with each step, casting a shadow that swallowed all life in his path. "Ino, stop." He stumbled over his words, wondering where his grand plan had gone astray. This was not how it was supposed to end. "I was meant to be a god, invincible ruler of the universe." Astaroth continued his pursuit, ignoring Krohan's lamentations. The precursor's breaths grew frantic as he tried to distance himself from the approaching darkness. However, in an attempt to flee, he stumbled over fallen debris, revealing his movements to be clumsy and desperate. In the final moments, Krohan's desperate cries echoed through the battlefield. "No, this cannot be. I was meant for greatness." But death cared not for the ambitions of mortals. Astaroth, having become one with the cosmic force, extended a skeletal hand, grasping the precursor's face, and at that moment, death took Krohan away, leaving nothing behind. The once mighty godlike being vanished into the void, and even Astaroth, the Grim Reaper, dissolved into the darkness, leaving no trace of his presence. Once a stage for chaos and conflict, the battlefield fell silent in the aftermath of death's quiet passage. Chapter 756 Epilogue 756 Epilogue 10 years later, New Livania. Ashton was on his usual stroll around the city, meeting familiar faces and some unfamiliar ones. It took a while for the scars left from their battle with Krohan to heal, but a decade later, everything seemed to have fallen into place. Everything seems so peaceful now, he mumbled, fidgeting with his reconstructed arm. 10 years' worth of battles had scarred his body thoroughly, but none of the injuries came close to that night 10 years ago. Ashton shook his head to forget about the hurt and continued on his way. On his way to the city center, he came across the Orion Recruitment Center and smiled. Their alliance with the Orion Empire was going as strong as ever. The Emperor had even invited Ashton and his allies to his wedding with Verena a couple of years ago, where they were given honors and hailed as the galaxy's protected. While Ashton was hesitant to accept the honor as he wasn't the one who killed Krohan, he did so on Astaroth's behalf. Ibis and Linnea were also in attendance, and Ashton ensured that everyone knew who the real hero of the battle was before handing the award to Linnea, who got teary-eyed as she was reminded of Astaroth's sacrifice. As for the Zyrans, Ibis led them and abolished the council for their crimes. It wasn't easy to overthrow the council, but with the help of the influence Ibis held over the commoners and Ashton's backing, no one dared to stand in her way. However, it wasn't like Astaroth's death had no effect on Ibis. Ashton still remembered the day Ibis and Linnea arrived on Earth. They were smiling and looking for Astaroth until Ashton gave them the news of Astaroth's sacrifice. Ibis hit Ashton on the chest countless times as he held her in his arms while she cried her eyes out. His death had a profound effect on those who knew him. Had it not been for Lucifer's support, Ashton didn't think Ibis or Linnea would have made it past their grief. However, Ibis showed her strong character, and after mourning she went straight to work. With Ashton and the Mercenary Tower as the middleman, the Orions and Zyrans formed an alliance called the Celestials, led by Ashton. The group's goal was to hunt down the remaining sympathizers of Krohan's ideologies and other precursors who could be hiding in the galaxy and dealing with them. Linnea was also a part of the group and had been trained by Ashton and Maston together. Linnea was talented, very talented. In Maston's words, she was like a goddess of war, and her standing was reflected in the codename bestowed upon her, Freya. As Ashton reached the city center, the cheerful noise of children and others brought him back to the present. In the place where Ashton's holographic statue once stood was a war memorial honoring those who lost their lives during the battle with Krohan. The memorial also served as Astaroth's symbolic resting place. While nothing of Astaroth's remained, it would have been highly improper if he wasn't somehow given a place to rest. As the sun dipped, Ashton placed a can of beer before Astaroth's tombstone, which read, "A hero who gave everyone the happiness they longed for, at the cost of his own." Ashton read the line and sat next to Stone, watching everyone's happy faces as they celebrated Glory Day when Astaroth defeated Krohan a decade ago. "From this happiness to my children, it's because of you that I can enjoy this peace." Ashton didn't remember much about Astaroth's funeral, probably because he was heavily medicated, but he remembered that not a single eye was dry that day. Astaroth was right about everything but one thing. He was wrong when he said no one would forgive him for his actions, but maybe it was his way of convincing himself to do what he did. Unfortunately, Ashton would never know what was happening inside his brother's head back then. "Daddy." Ashton lifted his head to see his beautiful children running towards him, along with Anna. Ashton smiled and lifted them in his arms as they hugged him. "We were waiting for you." As Anna joined the family hug, Asta, Ashton's and Anna's son, exclaimed. "Yes." Ruth, their daughter, chimed in. "We wanted to light the fireworks." Standing near the center of the room was a man with a bionic arm like he had seen before in one of his dreams. But the peculiar mark on the man's forehead, a vertical third eye nestled between the conventional pair, drew Ashton's attention even more. The man, catching sight of Ashton, turned around with a cheerful expression. "Well, hello there. The one above all?" The man's laughter filled the room. "Yeah, that's me. But I prefer to go by my name, Arnold. Now then, why don't you take a seat? We have much to discuss. Ashton will return for more adventures in The Rise of a Porter, Primordial Conquest. The end." Well, there you have it, folks. I know the ending is rushed, and as much as I didn't want to do it, my declining health fucked my plans, as usual. And to make up for it, I'll be publishing some side stories which you'll hopefully like. And yeah, that's it. I don't have much to say other than what I already did in the previous chapter. So, yeah. But if I'm being honest, I'll miss writing more of Zompirewolf for a while. Hopefully, Chimera's Conquest will fill the void before I start writing Chiroipi, Primordial Conquest.